how to get to Hades Town. You have to take a long way down through the underground under cover of night. Laying low, staying out of sight. Ain't no compass, brother. Ain't no map. Just a telephone wire and a railroad track. Keep on walking and don't look back till you get to the bottom line.
Wait for me, I'm coming. Wait, I'm coming with you. Wait for me, I'm coming too. I'm coming too.
River Styx is high and wide. Cinder bricks and razor wire. Walls of iron and concrete. Hound dogs howling round the gate. Those dogs will lay down and play dead if you got the bones, if you got the bread. But if all you got is your own two legs, just be glad you got them.
Wait for me, I'm coming. Wait, I'm coming with you. Wait for me, I'm coming too. I'm coming too. Who are you? Where do you think you're going? Who are you? Why are you all alone? Who do you think you are? Who are you to think that you can walk a road that no one ever walked before?
You're on the lam, you're on the run. Don't give your name, you don't have one. And don't look no one in the eye. That town will try to suck you dry. They'll suck your brain, they'll suck your breath. They'll pluck the heart right out your chest. They'll truss you up in your Sunday best and stuff your mouth with cotton.
Wait for me, I'm coming. Wait, I'm coming with you. Wait for me, I'm coming too. I'm coming. Wait for me. I hear the walls repeating, the falling of my feet, and it sounds like drumming. And I'm not alone. I hear the rocks and stones echo in my song. I'm coming.
아, 생각해보니까 아까 하던 걸 못해가지고.
I know it's been a while. I know it's been a while, but today we're going to be discussing some combo lines for Infonobles using the Simple Sports package. First and foremost, before the video even starts, I would like to give a huge shout out
오늘은
to Rudy Torres, who is a well-known Infonobles
YCS랑
player from the
YCSJ
community.
쪽 두 개 좀 보려고요.
I ran across a
시즌이랑
lot of his
무시즌 안녕.
videos on YouTube, and he was discussing a few combo lines that was very hazy to me or unknown to me. So I decided
일단은
to reach
시작하기
out to
전에
Rudy to get clarity,
지금의
and
새로운
he
티어덱이
was
나왔더라.
more than happy to share.
이게 YCS 리치몬드 브레이크다운인데 체인드, 티아라, 뭐 노블이 셋이나 있더라고요. 32강에. 네. 2강에 성기사. 시즌에서는 맞으면 뒤지는 게 너무 지를 포함.
his knowledge
쳤던
with me.
덱인데
I really appreciate
근데 OCG에서도
Rudy
만나면 좀
for
무섭.
that. So shout out to Rudy. I
좀
initially invested
보는
in
걸로.
the Simple Spoils package for my upcoming Fire Kings deck,
한
but
사람들이
I
이렇게
quickly noticed there was a lot of synergy to be had with the Simple Spoil package in Infernobles. So I decided to add these cards to
일을
my
발음 안 하네.
Infernoble deck,
심플
and I
스포.
had great success, like a lot of you guys have on YouTube. So one of the three things that the Simple Spoil package, to my knowledge, gives Infernobles is it allows us to play
심플 스포.
after being hit with Nibiru. Secondly, it takes the pressure off its soul becoming a huge. I'll get into it.
거두절미하고.
All right, guys, welcome to combo line number one. This is a pretty familiar combo with a lot of
일단은
players starting out with
조금 그걸 같이 볼게요. 얘들 카드 효과를 좀 같이 보자. 불꽃성기사 효과를 완벽하게 몰라가지고 불꽃성기사 이번에 3위. 탑 4에 들었으니까 예스 결승이 이번에 언체인드 미러. 임페르노블이 4등.
Infernoble Knight Captain Rollins, and he shared this line specifically with me because this is one I kind of struggle with. So let's go ahead and push this well-known combo line out.
승리는 아직 안
Combo
봤어요.
line that beats Nibiru, so keep that in mind.
게임부터 볼.
So let's go ahead and get started. First, we're going to normal summon out Ogier, which is going to be summon
예?
number one.
예?
Ogier effect is going to send down Gearfried to the graveyard. At that point, we can then special summon out Infernoble Knight Renaud,
오지에 플러스 리날도네요.
which is going to be summon number two. Renaud hits the board. He's going to add us Gearfried to our hand. I'm going to put my hand up there.
파핑 스퀘어
From
프리드.
this point here, he's a tuner, level 4. We can synchro into Angelica.
그냥 싱크로로 가네. 안젤리카인가?
Angelica hits the board.
안젤리카 효과. 을 두른 왕이 안젤리카. 샤르의 카드명이 쓰여진 카드 또는 우리 판의 불피. 또는 효과의 대상이 되었다. 화염 하나를 뮤즈로. 카드를 엔드페이까지 제외할. 덱에서 랑 숙성할 수 있다.
On summon, she grabs us Museum to our hand. We're going to then activate Museum.
얘 효과로 대성검박물관 가지고. 대성검박물관. 일 텐데 여기에 아마 샤르라는 이름이 있을 거야. 샤르이 있기 때문에 턴에 한번 1200 째고 효과 하나를 서치. 이걸 적용한 턴에 마음존의 성기사를 특수. 그 뒤에 제약 하나.
Pay 1200 life points to add us
1200 지불하고
Lace to our hand.
그다음에 듀렌달.
At this point here, we need
듀렌달이 아닌데? 듀렌달이 아닌 것 같은. 알마스네. 대체 근데 왜 샤를마뉴 서사시가 프랑스 쪽인데 왜 일본도가 있는지 모르겠는데 근본 없긴 하다. 근데 씨발 알마스 씨발 너무 일본도는 너무 근본 없지 않냐 씨. 아무리 생각해도. 얘를 서치네 사실상. 되어 있는 전사 화염 하나를 숨패 넣은.
Roland, the first Roland on the board. So we're going to activate Ogier, targeting Angelica. Angelica effect is going to chain to then banish herself to send down a fire warrior to the grave and special summon out the Almace to our hand. At this point here, we need to get Roland, the first Roland on the board. So we're going to activate Ogier,
의제
targeting
효과로
Angelica.
의제 효과로
Angelica effect is
의제 있는
going
오제
to
효과로
chain
장착하는 효과.
banish herself
해서
to
거기서
send
체인
down a
안젤리카
fire
효과로
warrior to the grave.
덱에서 뭐야 티르펜이었나? 티르펜이네. 장착하고 있는 몬스터 존재할 경우 패뮤즈의 특소. 존재할 경우 자신의 전지 튜너로 바꾸는 효과.
And
아마
special
오지가 그거였지. 오지에도 장착 효과가 있는데 얘는 효과 파괴내서
to summon out the first Captain Roland.
성기사, 롤랑, 성기사 도, 캡틴이 있네. 혹시 하르마니오의 팔라딘에서 대장격이었던 롤랑이나 캡틴이라고 하는 건가? 이번에 싱크로선에 성공했을 경우 효과니까 이게 일본 효과는 없는 거. 상대 얘는 이제 장비 효과 남아 있겠네.
Which puts us at summon number 4. Sorry, I skipped over summon.
오케이,
3.
리뷰 카운트 올라가기 시작하고.
Summon number 4. So at this point here, we need to get Gearfried out there. as soon as
알마스.
possible. So we're gonna activate Almace. Almace is then going
바로
to swap out for a copy
듀렌달.
of Rendell. At this point here, we can activate Gearfried's effect to banish
알마스를 제외하고
Almace to special summon out Gearfried.
이러면 오수환에서
Now
기어프리드를
we're
케어 끝.
protected under Nibiru as our fifth summon for Gearfried.
오, 리뷰로 케어 되네.
Of course, we
케어 되나? 하핑 스킬. 하핑 스키어프리드. 장착 하단을 뮤즈로 보내고 무효 파괴니까 이거는 케어네.
we just give up the equip card to negate the Nibiru, but let's keep going. At this point, we can go ahead and activate Turbo's effect to equip to Gearfried.
이러면
Now we
영국
can
케어
use
확정.
Rendell's effect to search us a extender, which is going to be Fire Flint Lady. So now we're going to special summon out Fire Flint Lady and use
얘가 키리비 레이디.
the first Roland and Fire Flint to link summon into Isolde.
여기서 이제 와 이거 기어프리드 낸 상태로 이졸데를 가네.
Is going to add us a copy of Neo Space Connector or any warrior for that matter.
근데 후속 전사 하나 가져오는 거.
Then we're going to activate her second effect to drop one equip card to the graveyard. To
신검
summon
픽스
out
블레이드.
a warrior.
야 저거 금지 아니냐? 신검 픽스 블레이드 지금? 아 티금에서는 또 무지. 예? 진짜요? 와 씨발. 저게 왜 살아있어 씨발. 저게 왜 살아있는데 씨발.
Here at that star level. So
야 미친 씨발.
Ricardo hits the field. Ricardo
세상에 쇼크 그 자체인데. 차르데토 얘 1레벨 불꽃이 얘가 그거네. 얘 그러면 호날두랑 얘를 원잽으로 낼 수 있네요. 해 묘제도 제외하고 해에서 전사형을 그래서 특수했을 경우 뒤에 야 이건 좋다. 이거 진짜 좋다.
targets Ogier in the grave to special summon.
야 개 좋은데 이거?
He's a tuner, level 4. This is where we go into our second Captain Roland.
이번에는 롤랑 정교수원.
And from here, we want to be able to use Turpin a little bit later in the combo, so we need to get him to the graveyard.
킹스블레이 신카드가 있어요? 쓰더라? 신이가 불꽃성기사 킹스블레이 신카드로 못 쓰지?
Or to the board. So
뭐가 나오는지 모름. 애니메이션 크로니클? 거기서 나온 게 있나 보네.
now we're going to activate the effect.
혹시 아시는 분 애니메이션 크로니클? 가 나온 게 참 마법이 이렇게 여기 있네. 피스 기어블레이드. 오 이거는 쓸 수 있겠네.
to banish Fire Flint and Renaud to add this back to our hand.
야 저거 왜 이렇게 어색하냐 씨발. 신검 플렉스 블레이드 씨발.
Now we're going to equip Phoenix Blade.
아니 저거 너무 어색한데?
How
카드가?
ironic. That way we can now use Turpin in combination with Museum to special summon up Turpin. Now we have a 4 and we have a 5. We can go ahead and synchro summon
그래서 이제
into
성기사제 샤를
Infernoble Knight Emperor Charles.
찰스죠 찰스. 영판 이름이 찰스죠 영문 이름이 샤를이.
Now we can
예 프랑스어로 샤를이고
effect of Captain Rowan.
예, 영어면 찰스가 되는 거지.
And now that we control at least one monster with an equip card, we can activate Turpin's effect to special summon him. to
일판?
the field.
트루팡이 이런. 오 그러네. 얘를 특수한.
We're gonna link summon these two off. For
다음에
Emperor Charles the Great. Emperor
샤를
Charles
대제.
the board targets Infernoble Knight Charles engraved to equip.
샤를을 달고 효과를 얻는 효과.
Here, we can use Turpin and its soul to link summon. The soul goes to grave, Turpin gets banished. For
Little Light.
We're almost done, guys. Almost done here. So at this point here, we're pretty much done building the board. Now we can move to the end phase where a lot of
End
things are
phase.
important. So now
야
we're going to bring back Angelica.
안젤리카.
Sequence, you need to
잠시만 이 새끼 귀환하는 거였어? 엔드 페이지가 이제 저였어. 진짜야? 아차차.
Angelica, and now we're
아
going to
돌아오는구나 안젤리카.
the second Captain Roland's effect, which is going to allow us
안지 롤랑 효과.
drop an equip card to the graveyard, which is going to be Angelica's
안지.
Angelic Ring, and add us a Fire Warrior to
그다음에 리날도.
Now we're going to resolve the effect of Emperor Charles the Great. to
그다음에
put the equip card
샤를 대제
to the
효과.
graveyard. And since we did that, we're now
이게 무슨 반지였더라?
allowed to equip a Fire Warrior.
저게 반지 이름이 뭐였지? 아 효과 에오였냐 드니? 데링 이거였지 아마. 상대가 발동한 마법 카드의 효과는 한 턴에 한 번만 무효는 마법 맞고 얘를 파괴시키면 효과의 없는
From our deck.
꽤나 괜찮네.
Or to equip Malgus. And since we did not use the effect of Emperor Charles the Great this turn, we
효과로 지금 단 애가 그거죠. 이를 달았지. 원래 이름 뭐지일 텐데. 전투 파괴
use
냈어.
this effect to pop away the Malgus, to shuffle back Turpin, Renaud,
오,
and Almace to our deck.
와 이런 효과가 있어 얘? 왜 뭐지 이런 효과도 있었어?
A free card.
뭐지 이런 효과인지 몰랐네. 못 들어보네.
Hopefully, this random card we drew is a hand trap, but
조용한 막음.
it's gonna be a
영석
surprise.
효과여가지고 체인건 효과 아니라서
And
처음부터 막아요.
this concludes this particular combo. So what are we looking at here?
나쁘지
We're looking
않네.
at least 5 points of interruption. We have interruption with SP Little Knight. We have a Monster Negate with Emperor. I mean, not Emperor. With Immortal Phoenix Gearfried. We have a Spell of Trap Negate with Emperor Charles the Great, as well as a Spell Resolution effect.
샤를 대제가 아마 효과. 샤를 대제. 효과가 마함을 무효화 파괴하는. 그러니까 마함 펌이 2개에다가 프라이트에다가 스키 업그레이드.
Negation with Angelica's Ring.
그리고 묘지에 있는 롤랜드 효과.
Point of interruption with Roland in graveyard to equip himself.
양 효과를 달면 샤를 대제가 성기사 효과를 받아서 1 프리 파괴랑 리틀라이트랑 마음 펌이 2개랑 가피스키 업그레이드 5방이네. 일단 5방에. 이론상 5방에.
So there's 5 points of interruption.
예, 예, 이 필드의 단점이 그거긴 해. 티폰의 필드가 풍벽선하는 게 단점이긴 하거든.
So this brings this particular
필드가?
combo to an end where we're able to utilize the complete effect of Captain Roland during the end phase to send an equip card and give us follow up to our hand in the form of Renaud. So this is one of the combos. I reached out to Rudy Torres to help me understand. So now there's no excuse for us to be playing two Angelicas with this combo being well known to everybody. So let's move on to the simple spoil combos.
이번엔 제보를 달고 있을 때.
All right, guys, we're opening combo 9, number 2, where we're going to be opening with Wanted and Museum, and I open a hand plus 1 random card. Don't worry about the random card. We're going to generate more advantage throughout this turn.
CC의 픽스 블레이드 무제한이요.
Card to pitch for the Black Witch effect. So we're going to open up our hand, draw phase. We're going to activate a copy of Wanted, and it's going to search us a copy of Diabell Star, the Black Witch. For this point here, we're going to activate Noble Orange Museum. Museum is going to pay 12
웜으로
to search us a
렌달.
Rendell. Then we're going to special summon Black Witch by sending another copy of Wanted from my hand to the graveyard. And when she hits the board, she's going to then set a copy of original
이거는 온디아보 스네이크 아이.
Snake Eye to the field. Since we control a monster, we now can equip her with the Rendell. Activate the Rendell effect to search for Sublimation Knight to our hand. The Rendell goes to grave.
오,
Normal summon is going to be the normal summon of Sublimation Knight. And when he's normal summon, he can equip a Fire Warrior from the deck to himself. And the word we're going to choose is going to be
얘 이름이 뭐였더라? 아무튼 원했는데.
Noble Knight Turpin.
아무튼 원했는데.
A lot of you guys know when Turpin is equipped to a monster, it turns that monster into a tuner. So now we have a level 3 tuner and we have a level 7 monster.
와 미친 설마.
We're going to use these two.
와 슈라요?
Synchro summon.
만약 엑스파라딘. 아니 씨발. 야 이거 예상 못했는데?
It's really important because Baron
야 뭐야?
is gonna
TC 불성 바로 했으네?
play going forward.
씨발.
Once we get Baron on the field,
아니 씨발
now
이득이 73이
we
된다고?
have a way to get to a soul. So let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna activate the Infernoble Knight Turpin Engrave to equip to Baron the Flesh.
실패 효과로
Now we're
이번에는
gonna activate
착하고
OS
전사니까.
sending Turpin to the grave.
와 씨.
to then special
야, 개 야무지게 쓰네. 야 너무 맛있게 쓰는데?
Special summon out Turpin from the grave. This goes to grave.
아니 너무 연기가 너무 맛있는데.
These two to link summon for Isolde's first effect is going to add us connector. I'm gonna put my hand up here.
너무 맛있게 쓴다 연기를. 연기가 너무 맛있다 얘네.
Connector. Then we're gonna send 4 equip cards to the graveyard for her second effect. Send DDR.
이게 뭐지?
Copy of the Rendell. Send Angelica's ring. And we're gonna send
4개 보내네.
Blade to the graveyard to then special summon out Ogier.
지혜.
Her effect is going to send down Malgus to the graveyard.
지혜 효과로 이번에 무지.
I'm gonna choose not to activate his effect here, but you surely can if you want. I'm gonna just wait till the end phase or closer to the end phase because I have a lot of cards in the deck I want to get out first.
지혜를 보내고.
So there we go with that. So once Malgus is in the graveyard, we're gonna use Malgus effect to equip himself to Baron the Floor or any other warrior on the field.
예
Since
붙이고.
we're controlling the equip card now, a monster that's equipped it, we can use Turpin's effect in grave to special summon him back
히르팽.
to the field. Museum is going to add
이번에는 대성검박물관 효과.
of the mouse to the board, and then we're going to exceed summon mouse
아 엑시한다고?
for a copy of Dempsey. And
MC 롤.
this is very important that you place Dempsey underneath Isolde to further this particular combo out. So just please keep that in mind.
Dempsey.
has the XYZ summon
king
under
댐시.
Isolde. When Dempsey hits the board, we're then going to search a copy of
리나르도.
Infernoble Knight Renard. Alright, at this point, we're going to then activate the effect of Phoenix Blade. We're then going to ban
저왜 이게 볼 때마다 웃기냐 씨발.
1,
아니 저게 왜 있는데 아니 씨발.
2. To add
아니 저게 왜 있는 거야?
Phoenix Blade
씨발.
back to our hand. Now we're going to special summon out Renard. Renard is going to add us back DDR from the grave. I'm gonna put that back there. Because we're not gonna need it.
아니 이것 때문에 DDR이 콤보가 되잖아. 이게 왜 있는 거야
Now,
대체?
now we have a tuner and a level 4 monster. We now can go for Angelica.
야 안젤리카 할 거 아니야.
To synchro summon into Angelica.
안젤리카 나오고.
That grabs us another copy of
대성검박물관 다시 나오고.
At this point, we can check the field, check the grave to make sure we're good on everything.
아 진짜 상관나갈 수도
Another
있겠다.
copy of Noble Arms
구성기사.
again.
구성기사 때문에
A12 again. So
신검
that's
상관은 가능하겠다.
1200, putting us now at a total of
야
20
알마스 다시 가져오고
lost throughout this turn.
일본도.
Now we need to get Angelica off board. So at this point, if you haven't got back Phoenix Blade,
와,
Phoenix
씨발.
Blade, and
아니,
equip it to
또야?
your
신검 붙이고 이번에 신검 다시 보여주라고. 야
back at the
진짜
end phase.
저게 왜 저게 왜 살아있는 거야 씨발.
Give free and special summoning out Captain Rogue.
옆에 있어 보내고.
This point here, we need to try to get Charles on board. But normally we would use Turpin, but Turpin is underneath Dempsey at the moment, and his effect has already.
히스블레이드 효과 한번 더 돌릴 수 있을 것
So
같은데
what
이러면.
we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and equip all knights
알마스
to Captain Roland,
붙이고
and now we're gonna use the effect of Ogier because she
개
hasn't
효과.
used her.
개 효과로
He
붙이나?
hasn't used his effect yet to equip to Captain Roland.
캡틴 롤.
Then we're gonna use the effect of Museum.
성거박물관
to
다시.
bring Ogier to the.
잠시만요. 아 설마. 아하. 명칭작이 없군요. 예.
field, and we're gonna use
대성검이
Ogier
명칭작이 없구나.
to synchro
왜 없는 거지?
for Infernoble Knight
시아를
Charles.
찰스 형 나왔고.
In the grave,
네, 알마스 효과.
one, Captain Roland's gonna be two. So Roland equips to
랑 붙이고.
Charles. It grabs back Gearfried to our hand. Here we can go ahead and link summon since we control a Charles.
와 씨발.
card for our first
차를 대제.
Emperor Charles. His effect activates and grabs.
얘는 차를 대제 다시 붙이고.
Charles equipping to him.
야 이거
The
설마
effect of Emperor Charles to destroy the Infernoble Knight Charles. And we did that for a reason. You'll see just
차를 대지. 힐을 한 다음에 효과 얻는 거는 계속 유지.
a second. So at this point here, we're going to banish for the effect of Phoenix Blade. We're going to banish
아 설마 잠시만요.
Ogier.
야 얘도 명칭작 없냐?
Of Infernoble Knight.
아.
To add Phoenix Blade.
아 너도 명칭작 없어.
So let's go ahead and get that second.
죽겠네 진짜 신검 미새끼 뭐 하는 거야 씨발. 야 그만해. 야 그만해 씨발. 야 그만해. 아니 그만해 씨발. 야 그만해 그만해.
Blade back to the graveyard to
야 그만해라.
out Infernoble Knight.
그만해라.
And then
경고했다,
since
그만해라.
we equipped it with DDR, we can then
야 더블 샤를이야?
use this link material for our second Infernoble Knight Emperor Charles the Great. His effect equips Emperor Charles, and at this point here, DDR is dead in the grave, so we're gonna banish it for the effect of Emperor. Now it's
아니.
time to- so now we're going to use these two monsters here.
아니 신검 왜 신검 왜 있냐 씨발. 라이트.
SP Little Knight. When
와 씨발.
Malgus is sent to the grave.
야 레스나 있네.
Now going to use his effect to put back some warriors back to our deck. We're gonna put back Ricardetto. We're gonna put back Ogier, and we're gonna put back a copy of Durendal back to our deck.
그리고 원드로. 샤를 대제 두 개는 진짜 미친놈들아.
And we're going to draw a card.
와 이거 졸라 세다. 이거 너무.
Combo. Let me just check. It is not. So now we're gonna draw.
아, 이거
a card.
너무 센데,
Hopefully it's a hand
필드가?
trap. Hopefully it's something we can use.
근데 너무하잖아 이거.
All right, there we go. At this point, we're still nearing the end phase, so we're gonna check our grid to make sure there's nothing there to activate. Now, this is personal preference aside. You can do the effect of the wanted poster.
아 아직 원드로 안 봤구나.
To put back,
아 그래 들어오 이제 봐라. 아직 안 봤구나 들어오.
graveyard for your following turn.
야 죄삭을 쓴 것도 깜빡했었네. 아 죄삭 쓴 것도 몰랐다 야.
But for the sake of this video and just to give me a +1 during this turn, I'm going to banish the wanted poster to put back OSS to the bottom, and I'm going to draw a card. Like I said, hopefully it's a hand trap.
예명하네. 아유 씨.
Now, let's go ahead and check our grade, make sure there's no Infernoble Knights we can use. We've already used Malgus, we've already used fully Turpin. Now we can grab back the Phoenix Blade.
아 그만 야 그만해 씨발
We're
야
going to ban
야 그만 가져와 야
Lucy,
야 그만 가져와
Assault to add Phoenix Blade back.
그만 가져와 씨발 야 그만 가져와
At this
아,
point,
그만
here,
가져오라고.
you can either keep
아,
it in your hand,
그만 가져와
or you can equip it to either gear free.
그만
or
가져와
whatever.
씨발
I
아 진짜
am going to choose, and it also depends on, if you have any settable.
몇 번을
cards,
가져오는 거야 이 미친 새끼 아니
forbidden droppers, anything like that. For the sake of this,
이게 왜 살아있는 거야,
equip it to bear in the floor. And now I'm gonna move to the end phase.
안젤리카 돌아오고.
Going to bring back Angelica, and now we're gonna activate Emperor Charles the Great effect to equip from the grave. And of course, Angelica.
엔젤링 붙이고
With that, we're gonna equip a Fire Warrior.
방해가 몇 개야 상대 손패보다 많겠다
To Emperor Charles the Great.
아잉
Alright, so this is
야 샤를 대제 1퍼미 샤를 대제 2퍼미 엔젤링 3퍼미에 아피닉스 4퍼미에 바로에서 5퍼미에다가 리틀라이트 6방이 아니야 이거
the inboard of
그리고 롤랑 프리체인 1파괴 7펌인데? 프리체인 파괴까지 7펌인데?
We managed 2+2 cards in this combo. One of them is optional depending on what you guys want to do, and one of them is a known card to our opponent.
개또라이 덱이네 이게
All in
이거
your space
한 이유가 있었네 아니
So what are we looking at? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6, 7
6 points of interruption. So we have 2 spell trap negations. We have and we have a omni negate that can negate spells, traps, or monster effects. We have a disruption on our opponent's turn. With
아니 이거 불알 맞아도 다 못 밀어 씨발
Captain
아니
Roland.
불알 맞아도 남아 씨발 필드가
So Charles
아니 개맞이 미친놈들아 아니
on the field. So that does it for the end of this particular combo. Let's move over to combo line number 3. Hopefully it's a part of this video. If not, then I'll break it up. Welcome back.
건
So
있어
in this video here, we're going
아
to
이런 불성 같은 덱이 되게 조금 이상 카드를 많이 넣어야 되긴 해요 아마 그것 때문에 그런 것 같은데
on
왜냐, 그러니까
opening with
덱의 짜임새는 언체인드가 더 좋은 덱이니까 결국
wanted.
근데 거의 천주하는 티금 덱 중에서 고점은 거의 최고점 같은데 이 덱이 성이
Connector, and these are just 3 random cards we open in our hand, so disregard those, even though they're great cards. So draw phase, we're going to hit our opponent with the one
이번에는 네오스페이스 컨덕터랑 죄사기네요
to search us, deal Bellstar the Black Witch. From this point here, we're then going to normal summon out Connector. Connector phase is
Connector.
going to special summon out Neospace Dolphin, and this is where all
맨
these cards in our hand come into play. We're going to discard 1 card.
그 다음에 상대 손패 검열하고
His hand, hopefully we can snipe a card.
열어라.
It's going to be represented by this card right here on the field. And then from this point, we're then going to send Dolphin to the grave to special summon out Black Witch. Black Witch hits the board. Place these up here for just a moment. Black Witch hits the board to set us OSS. So we're going to set OSS.
스네이크 아이
Now to rip another card out of our opponent's hand, we're going to activate the effect of Neospace.
아니 그러겠다 이거 엘렉 없으면 마술사 니비로 키워 되게 약하지 않나?
To tribute itself to special summon back out Neospace Aqua Dolphin. And then we're going to activate Dolphin's effect
아 잠시
to
에? 아 진짜로? 아 진짜야? 세상에나 씨발 아유
potentially another card from
지랄해라 지랄해 아유 진짜 아 나 진짜 씨발
2500
지랄을 하세요 아유 진짜
So from here we need to get a sold on the board. So we're now going to activate
아 두 번 털어 오케이
sending away the Black Witch to special summon out Ricardetto. Ricardetto doesn't have any targets to special summon from the grave, so we're not going to worry about his effect just yet.
진짜
Now we're going to
제보안 할 때하고
take
저지랄이네
these two away for Isolde. Isolde's
네?
first effect is going to add us a copy of Sublimation Knight or any word that we're not going to need.
아무 전사 들고 와도 된다는 뜻
So it can be fire.
대충 아무 전사 들고 와도 된다는 뜻
Moving on.
아 이거
from
졸대
here,
가겠다
we're
이거
going to
지금
send
졸대 가겠다
4
씨발
quick cards to the graveyard.
졸대가 문제였네 씨
So we're gonna send
진짜 졸대 가겠다 아니 야 듀란달 DDR 엔젤링 피닉스 블레이드 피닉스 블레이드
Phoenix Blade to special summon out Ogier effect. activate
피닉스 블레이드
and
씨발
Turpin to the
디르팽
From here, we're going to activate
어 Oh.
Phoenix Blade's effect.
미친 새끼 보소.
Aqua Dolphin and Ricardetto
에지랄 보소.
to add Phoenix Blade.
야 씨발.
This is gonna be our banish power right here. Now we're going to activate Phoenix Blade, equipping to either two of these monsters, and we're going to activate the effect of Turpin Engrave to special summon to the field. From there, we're going to exceed summon
트리팩 나오고
using Turpin and
킹댐프시
for a copy of
킹댐프시
Dempsey is going to
Dempsey 효과?
and going to add us
솔직히 재밌어 보이잖아 인정.
Bernard.
날도 가져오고
From this point here,
진짜 지랄났다
just
진짜.
a second.
야 진짜 개지랄
Now
게임이다
we're going
진짜.
to special
아니 도대체
summon
씨발
our
신검을 왜 묻는 거지?
Bernard
신검 묻는 거 존나 어이없네 진짜. 아무리 봐도. 신검을 왜
묻?
아니 대체 신검을 왜 묻을 수 있는 거야?
And now we're going to use all three of these monsters here
아 설마.
to link summon for Alpaloosa.
아유 지랄한다 진짜. 지랄났다.
Once we get Alpaloosa on board, we're then going to activate the effect of Phoenix Blade, banishing these two monsters here to add Phoenix Blade back to our.
그만해 씨발 그만해. 그만하라고. 그만해.
And now we go for Angelica.
야 얘네 구이 있었으면 게임 망했겠다.
Activate
얘네
the
구이 있었으면 내 생각에
effect
게임
of
망했어 이미.
pitching the useless
뭐지?
sublimation knight because we cannot use it
왜 승화 기사를 버리지?
the turn we search it
Phoenix
for
Blade가
Alpaloosa
아니라.
effect, and then we can use it as fodder for Phoenix Blade later on in the turn.
뭐지?
Keep it for follow up you won't, but I like to discard this card too because it has no use during this particular turn. So DDR special summon back out Ricardetto. Now Ricardetto can activate his effect to special summon a level 4 Allure
이차르데트
fire
효과.
monster from the
Irupac
grave.
나오고.
We're gonna get back Turpin just because. Now we're going to special summon out or synchro summon.
10년 등판.
Angelica hits the field. Her effect activates. Grab
해성과 박물관.
museum. Activate museum. Pay 12.
관에서
Lets us add all mace to our
알마스
hand.
들고 오고.
Now we need to get.
여따가 신검 달라고?
So we're gonna activate Phoenix Blade. Target
지랄났다 진짜. 에휴 진짜.
will return at the end.
아유 지랄을 해라 진짜 지랄을 해.
Sending Gearfried to
세상에 씨발.
graveyard, special summoning out.
킹스블레이드 보내고.
Alright. From here, we
아,
need
갓핑스
to
들고
do
왔네?
a synchro play. So normally through some other normal combo.
신검 효과 쓰겠네? 왜 신검 효과 한 번 더 쓴다 하지?
Special summon out Turpin, but Turpin has already used his effect. So now we're going to activate that particular effect is special summon. Now we're going to activate Turpin's effect to equip to
장착?
Captain
이번엔 장착.
Roland. And we're going to equip all mace to Captain Roland. And we're going to use the effect
알마스.
to special summon up
티르팩
Turpin
묻히고.
to the field, and then we're going to synchro summon.
나 같은 전개딸 혐오자는 게임 지읒병신으로 보이는데 김넷도 같은 마음이
그 이론상 최고의 게임 있어요. 그러니까 어떤 느낌이냐면 상 최고는 뭐냐면요. 저런 조달이 CG 게임이 이론상 최고고요. 제 기준으로 이론상 최악은 네. 약간 제 기준이 그거예요. 이론상 최고가 이지랄 안 하는 티금이 이론상 제일 좋은데 이제 이건 이론상 최악이 터진 거죠.
For Infernoble Knight Charles.
찰스자 입결.
So he hits the board.
자 알마스 효과로 이제 갓핑스 들고 오겠네.
Two, equip Captain Roland.
롤랑 붙이고
add Gearfried.
옆으로 다시 들고 오고. 대신
Alright. Now that we have Infernoble Knight Charles equipped it, we can link these guys away.
자 샤르데드
For
입결.
Infernoble Knight. No, Emperor Charles the Great. Emperor Charles the Great equips Charles from the graveyard.
찰스 붙이고.
And now we can go
이번에는 그래도 그 샤르데드 하나밖에 안 나오나 보네. DDR 아까 써가지고. 아까 DDR을 썼으니까 DDR 아까 하나 써가지고 이번엔 샤르데드 복사복은 안 나오네. 야, 또 쓰냐? 야, 신검 또 쓰냐, 이제? 에스는 신검 쓸만한데?
Since we're nearing the end phase and we have not used the effect of Ogier to equip, we're going to use her effect to equip to Charles the Great.
First the Great.
And then from this point here, check the graveyard one more time. We can grab back.
또 시작했다. 또 나온다. 씨발. 아유 진짜. 어우 씨발. 그만해 그만 씨발. 또 나온다. 씨. 어우 씨발.
Phoenix Blade to our hand. And this combo, we're gonna keep Phoenix Blade in our hand for.
진짜 신검 저게 왜 있냐고 씨.
Now we can go.
아니 저게 왜 있는 건데? 아 저게 왜 있는 거야 대체?
Back to the bottom of the deck, OSS. Of course, this is always preference, guys. You can keep it in the graveyard to add your Renard on your.
아직 죄삭 들어와 안 봤으니까.
I want to replenish the cards that I discarded throughout this turn. So I'm gonna put this back. Sorry about that, Alpha.
만들어 보고.
Draw a card. Hopefully, it's something we can use. Now we're going to move towards the end phase.
엔드 페이지. 안젤리카 돌아오고.
Angelica.
10년 돌아오고.
Activate Emperor Charles the Great effect to equip a.
샤를 대제 효과. 그러니까 그거죠. 그 성기사 샤를 효과를 카피한 샤를 대제 효과로 엔젤린 끼고.
Monster from the deck. And since we haven't used Charles effect to destroy a card on field, we're going to use this.
그럼 모기 깨겠네. 모지 깨고. 다시 무지 효과로. 원도로 한번 더 보겠네.
Noble arms and return them back to the deck to draw a card. So we're gonna get back that Durendo, and let's just say Ricardetto. If you don't want to put back Ricardetto, you can definitely put back Almace. I'm just gonna put back Ricardetto since we put back OSS.
돌리고 원드로.
Put these guys back to the deck, shuffle up. And we're gonna draw a card. Hopefully it's something we can use. But these are just random cards. So the random cards in our hand is just Wanted, Nibiru, and Droll.
아까 결과적으로 제사기랑 커넥터 두 개로.
팀들 병신임. 왜 이럴 때가 있는데 피닉스 블레이드 살려둠. 진짜 병신임.
원래가 이상하다. 아까 형 2주일 전까지 괜찮았는데 2주 전까지 괜찮았는데 이게 이상한 팩이 하나 나오자마자 이렇게 됐네 이게. 그러니까 손패 투핸드에다가 손패 2개 터니까 하나 남은 상태에서 손패 2개 회복하고 피닉스 블레이드고 하나는 상대 이제 손패 4개야.
So we have Immortal Phoenix Gearfried, which is a monster negate. We have Angelica. We have a Spell and Trap negate with Emperor Charles. We have a Appaloosa with 3 counters on it for 3 monster effect negations. And we also have Angelica's Ring here to negate the resolution of a
1, 2, 3 펌위에다가 아폴로우사 3스택에다가 1, 3 확정 펌위에다가 1체인 파괴에다가 아폴로우사에다가 상대 손패 4개. 예명 이걸 어떻게 뚫어 씨발. 손패 2개 날아가는데 뭐 어떻게 뚫어.
So that does it for the end of this particular combo. Let's move on to one more combo, guys. See you later. In this particular combo line, we're going to be going second against a Vanquish Soul player. I don't do a lot of going second combo lines, but I'm trying to get better at doing so. But in this particular,
이번에 후공에서 어떻게 하는지 보여주나 보네.
Vanquish Soul player ends on a board, something like this.
Vanquish Soul.
After we hand trap them to sleep on their turn, using these 3 cards here. So these cards are in the graveyard. These 2 cards are in our hand. There can only be one, and Caesar are on the Vanquish Soul.
만별이랑
there can only be one.
Marius.
It's a huge headache for our decks. It's almost game for us. Like we can't really play through it. But in this particular combo line, I'm going to show you guys how to play
이번에 후공에서의 플레이네.
through TC Boo and to just crack the board using the Wanted poster in Museum. So we hand trap them to sleep on their turn. So we pass turn to us. We draw the late Nibiru as always.
그러네 손패 3개 써가지고 이 정도 남았다고 가져가나 보다.
Wanted poster is going to add us.
야 멜스타.
The Black Witch. We're then going to activate the Museum. 12 is going to add us.
Durandal.
Now we're going to special summon out the Bellstar, the Black Witch, pitching Nibiru to the graveyard. She hits the board. She's going to set us OSS. We're going to activate Durendo, searching us Ogier.
오지엘.
We're not going to know him summon Ogier. Just rock with me. We're not going to know him summon Ogier. Ogier's in our hand. Now we need to crack this board of TC Boo if we really want to make our board. So we're gonna use the effect of OSS, getting rid of the museum. We're
오늘
not
뭐
gonna use it
스네이커의
right
효과?
now. Plus we're gonna get another one.
박물관 보내고
OSS is going to special summon out Ricardetto.
차르데토
Ricardetto is not going to have any effect when he hits the board, but we're going to take Ricardetto, link summon him off for Link Karibo. Then we're going to use Link Karibo and Diabell Star
마법사 사이버스네요.
to link summon for
보내고 전사족인 리틀라이트. 야 설마
SP Little Knight effect activated
Ah.
to banish a card on field. Since we use the Link monster for the Link summon, it's going to banish the Tisibu.
전사족이거든.
Tisibu has been answered. We're free to summon as many warriors as we need, but how do we get Ogier to the field? We then have to look back in our graveyard to then activate the effect of Ricardetto to
차르데토
banish him to special summon out
오제 특수.
Ogier to the field. Once Ogier hits the field, she's going to send Turpin to the
불판.
graveyard. Now we're going to use Ogier and SP.
지랄을 해라. 지랄을 해. 아유 씨발. 지랄났다.
It's going to grab us Neospace Connector, put Connector dust. We're not really going to use it. From that point there, we can now drop 4 equip cards to the graveyard.
또 신검이야?
Typically, we
설마
would
또 신검이냐?
drop 4 equip cards to
예명.
summon out Ogier, but in this line,
또 신검이다.
we're going to use it to special summon out Malgus. Alright.
진짜 개지랄났네
Now
진짜.
that Malgus is in the graveyard, we're going to activate the effect of Phoenix Blade to banish SP and Ogier.
새끼가 지금 째끼면 안 될 걸 째낀 것 같은데 지금 야
To add this
지금 저 새끼 지금 째끼면 안 될 걸 째끼지 않았냐? 야 씨발 그걸 왜 째껴?
Since Malgus has an equip card, we can now activate Turpin effect to special summon from the grave. Then we're going to use
야 잠시만 너 지금 뭐하냐?
to XYZ summon.
야 설마 뭐 DDR로 리나 살리는 건 아니지?
Is going to grab us Renard. Renard is going to special summon himself and give us DDR. Now at this point, we need to get more warrior fodder for the effect of Phoenix Blade. So we're going to take Dempsey. and
MC
we're gonna
보내고.
take Isolde and link for another Isolde. And this really irritates me because I want to get more value out of every play I do. But
너 그냥
the fact
그거네.
that
어차피
my
이번 턴에
effect
못
is not so
끝내니까.
tight that I cannot afford to play another card that I would like to play. If you guys are still playing, what's his name? Ferocious Flame Swordsman, that's a perfect candidate to make right now. But seeing as we kind of have to play 2 Isoldes for the bad players that like to make bad plays on Isolde, this is it. So Isolde's there. Now we can activate Phoenix Blade effect, banishing these 2, Isolde and Dempsey, to grab back Phoenix Blade. Now, what we can do, we need to get a level 4 warrior back on the field. We have a banished Ogier out of play. So what we can do, we can play
DDR.
DDR. We can either pitch the connector or the Phoenix Blade. I'm gonna choose to send the connector because I can't do anything with it, and it helps facilitate Phoenix Blade later on down the line. And we're gonna bring back.
자 오제 나와서 안젤리카.
Ogier's back. We can now synchro summon these away. For
아 그러네. 신검 효과 쓰려고.
Angelica hits the field, grabs us another
다시
copy of
대성검 들고
Museum,
오고.
activate museum, negative 2400 for us in total to grab
알마스.
We're gonna keep Phoenix Blade in our hand because we have Infernal monsters in our grave that we can activate their effect to target to help Angelica grab her effect off. So we're gonna activate the effect of Turpin to target Angelica. Angelica's
1패 효과 체인 안젤리카로 룰랑 나오고 룰랑 효과.
Also drop a gear free
야
graveyard.
피니스 떨구고.
Here, I can see
야 이제 매우겠다
we're
이제.
only gonna be able to
야
put
알마스 붙이고 저걸로 싱크로 할 거지?
Emperor Charles the Great.
그치?
So now we
아
can
이제
go
뭐지?
here.
야 알마스 붙인 채로 싱크로 할 거잖아 맞지? 이 효과 붙이고 대성검 박물관으로 효과 특수하나? 그치? 맞지? 얘 대성검용으로 특수해서 얘 염성기사제 샤를 나오고 알마스로 카피닉스 회수하고
Emperor Charles. And now we're going to activate activate a
가핑스 기어프리드. 완벽한 데미스트 게이시에 진짜 안면 표시 몬스터 하나 고르고 장비할 수 있어. 상대 거 하나 먹습니다.
set of 3 cards.
상대 거 하나
We're gonna
붙여요.
go
딜한테.
1, 2, 3.
지금
We're
후공이다.
gonna equip Roland. Malgus is going to put back some
이 새끼 뭐하냐?
monsters back.
이 새끼 액트제 활용하는데?
deck, along with the
액트제 활용하나?
maybe
아니지. 그래도 헤어만 돌리지. 그치 다행이다.
2 equip
네.
cards.
그래 리나 이졸대를 쳐돌리진 않네 그래도.
And who else is in here that we do not need? Let's put back Renat.
리나알도.
So we put back Renat, Durendo, and Ricardetto.
치고
Shuffle up, draw 1 card.
건드려보고
I'm gonna put that up there, but this is just a blank card. and
Cool.
Owl Mace resolve.
알마스 효과로 가핑스 기어프리드.
Put that back. Immortal Phoenix Fearfree to our hand. So this is our hand right here. Now that we have control Charles with the equip card, we can now
변신.
link summon him away. For
나를
Charles
대지.
the Great. Charles the Great equips Emperor Charles. And of course here at this point we can destroy that if it's able to be destroyed. Not sure. But for the sake of this video, let's just say he's able to be destroyed. So he goes to grave. Now they have no cards on their field. We're supposed to summon out Gearfried by banishing
가핑스 기어프리드.
Just these 2 cards are in our hand.
그리고 신경 붙이고.
What's there? And let's see. What we can do here is we can wanted poster banish
제사
to put
이제 원드로 보고.
back on the bottom.
얘네 근데 그건 있다. 패 잡히면 좀 호감일 것 같은 게 좀 있겠다.
Random card. So I'm just turn these over for randoms.
그게 좀 열받긴 하겠다.
Random card. And we check our grave to make sure there's anything we can activate. So we can activate Ogier effect to equip
이제 효과로 붙이고
Charles the Great. And
샤를
now we move into battle. We attack for what is this? 4, 35, 16, but move to the end phase. That's where all the magic happens. Move to
다시
the
엔드
end phase.
페이지로
We're going to
안젤리카 돌아오고
Angelica, Charles the Great effect. Bring
엔젤링 붙이고
this. We get it equipped from the deck. I'm gonna bring Oliver here.
리비에
And
붙이고
this is our import after we have already attacked our opponent. So this brings this combo line video to an end. I really appreciate you guys rocking with me. Like I said,
센데?
players, please.
아,
do
얘
not be
센데?
upset. This is just an example.
아예 괜히 올라온 게 아니네 이게. 아니 세네.
I have on hand. I appreciate you guys rocking with me. Continue to like, comment, and subscribe.
세다.
There's tons more. There's a lot more combos that have to deal with the Sinful Spoils and Infernobles. These are the ones I wanted to show.
대보 불꽃
you
성기사.
guys at this particular point. I did
좋다.
end up going to a Winamax tournament for the 25th anniversary rarity collection. I ended up getting first place, so I'll be showing you guys my deck profile for that in an upcoming video along with the playmat. And be on
얘네
the
이번에
lookout
몸팽
for that.
나왔냐고?
And with that being said, I really appreciate Ruby Torres for getting with me to help me understand.
제보가 나왔어. 원제보가 나왔어. 이게 확실히 제보를 좀 잘 쓰네. 많이 잘 쓰는데 제보를. 제보바를 받아봤자 얼마나 받겠냐 싶었는데 매우 잘 쓰는데.
A little bit better. So big
어,
shout out to him.
얘네가 뭐
And
제보 뭐 잘 써봤자 뭐 있나 싶었는데 뭐가 있네. 뭐가 있어. 좀 얘기가 좀 다르지. 이런 좀 얘가 확실히 다르네. 많이 좋은 듯? 오케이. 여기까지 봤으니까. 그냥 그거 할게요. YCSJ를 보는 1차 보는 게 낫겠지? 1차? 1차도 나쁘지 않긴 한데 그래도 1차부터 보는 게 좀 낫겠죠? 그래도? 오케이. 1차 또 보는 걸로. 일단 저 화장실 좀 다녀. 그동안 이거 보고 계시면 됩니다. 여기 틀어놓고 갔다 올게요. 잠시. 갔다 옴.
It's time to duel once again here in Richmond, Virginia. That's right, we're here at the Greater Richmond Convention Center for day 2 of YCS Richmond. The heart of the cards is where magic is found, and we're hoping to find some magic here today. That's right. We've played this game before, but never quite this way. It's like an all-out war with monsters that obey. And all of these duelists here are ready to get ready for our 10th round of Swiss. 2 Swiss rounds today, and then we're going to cut to the top 32. And out of that top 32, they'll play that single elimination playoff, and then eventually one player will be crowned YCS champion. I'm Billy Brake. Thanks for joining me here this morning. I can't wait to see how YCS Richmond is going to conclude, but of course, I couldn't do this alone. I have 3 amazing casters here with me this weekend. We've got Steven Pheromone, and we have Mike and Asala. Thanks for joining me this morning, guys.
Thanks for having us here, Billy. I'm so excited to see how the rest of this tournament unfolds. We saw a lot of cool stuff yesterday. I think my favorite is probably from the match with Jesse Cotton, where he was able to use Escape of the Unchained to destroy one of his own monsters and stop his opponent's Forbidding Droplet. I think it gave players a good lesson about playing around Forbidding Droplet, and that play instantly allowed Jesse Cotton to win that duel.
Yeah, honestly, there was a lot of exciting things to really see there. Even got to see a full field of Starlights and like just quarter century rares as well, and a huge like all impressive negate field. You know, there's a lot to see here, and I'm excited to see what happens today.
Absolutely. Had some great anime moments too. It's not every day that you get to see super polymerization not once but twice, fusing competitive monsters into old classic favorites. So if we get to see any of that today, it'll be great. I can't wait to see what the top tables have in store for us.
Yeah, we had a really cool day yesterday, and I expect today is going to be just as cool with a lot more exciting in dueling. Asala, can you please tell us about what we have ahead of us today in the tournament?
Absolutely. So again, we still have 2 more Swiss rounds to play. That's still going to be 45 minutes each, still best 2 out of 3. And then we're going to be going into the playoffs. That's going to be top 32. And in top 32 and top 16, still 45 minutes. But once we get to the top 8 and top 4, they'll have 55 minutes. And then finally in the finals, they'll have 65 minutes to decide that champion. All best 2 out of 3.
That's a lot more dueling, but the stakes are high. Steven, tell us about the prizes that they'll be competing for.
Absolutely. So they're not just competing for the title of YCS champion, they'll also get an ultra rare Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series prize card, Netherverse Plutonia. First place also takes home the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series trophy, a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Premium Messenger bag, a Nintendo Switch, and an invite to and VIP status at the next World Championship Qualifier tournament. They also take home a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Top Cut game mat.
That's right, and here it is, the beautiful trophy. Only one duelist is going to walk away with this YCS Championship trophy featuring another verse Glutonia. But not only will we get this cool trophy, they're going to get the ultra rare prize card, another verse Glutonia. Who's going to be our YCS champion today? I can't wait to find out. I hope you are as excited about today as I am. Don't go anywhere. Swiss round 10 is already started, and we're going to have our feature match in moments. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with some awesome duels.
And we got to see the synergy between the King Sarcophagus and Kit or Nerval, which discarding Kit lets you send Nerval to the grave, discarding Nerval
야,
Kit lets you get an
오늘은 약간
So he had an awesome explosive turn.
이 두 분이
Definitely
하는구나.
knows he can do it.
We might
Ah.
see later in the turn what the explanation is.
So he's going
심플 스포일 레스케이스와
access Tri-Brigade
트라이브리게이드.
Sig.
Classic Tri-Brigade strategy.
테라스로 너벨버리고 시작.
Yep.
포르스트라브.
Nerval's gonna add Fractal.
But I like the Age of Overlord twist.
Yeah,
Look
Jerome
what-
Lockwood might be pretty devastating here. He's not going to be able to access Tri-Brigade Revolt with Bear Brum.
Could be. It would
That's not
interrupt
Steven.
the SETI, but won't stop the sarcophagus if he already has it.
1제외.
Alright, so he's going to banish for one. He's going to go for
Light
Super
Heart.
Call Light Heart.
1제외 라이트하트밖에
I
없지.
believe that's the only Link one you can summon by banishing a Tri-Brigade monster.
I do believe so. But he looks like he's thinking. Maybe he's thinking about his next.
Light
move,
Heart.
looking at it from here. So now he's gonna link away those two monsters.
약간 배속할까? 어떤 거 같음? 배속할까요? 아니면 지금이 나음?
There's Fergit. That can allow him to summon a monster from his hand. And he does.
Gonna special summon
레이스트
Nimble
효과로
Beaver.
Oh,
이버.
interesting.
Yep, so now he's just gonna overlay the two for. Oh no, he's gonna link them away.
비버를 쓰네? 비버 쓴다는 건 트라브 파츠도 쓰긴 하겠다. 스프린트.
Oh, Sprite Sprint, so he can send the Angler to the graveyard.
It does still feel like this
저
deck
기본 속도는 빨라 얘네. 얘네 플레이 속도 확실히 빨라.
Alright, so since
아,
he's
우라 치려고?
Draw Lockbird, Sprite Sprint's gonna be chain link one and be met by
세게
Ash
맞았는데 이거?
Spring immediately.
아니다. 근데 그래도 프렉탈이 1번 선 남아 있으니까.
Still has
해볼까?
normal summon since he special summoned the Karas and special summoned the Beaver from his hand with the Ferrojet, so he's gonna be
이번
able to
효과 지금 덱에 싸울까? 아니면 묘지에 싸울까?
from the deck.
덱에서 나오네?
The deck
그냥 덱에서 아기 빼는구나. 아기를 그냥 빼네.
gets a nimble monster, so he chooses the Angler since his sprint was stopped.
그러면 기간틱 스프라이트?
Doesn't need that Angler in the deck anymore.
그럼 기간틱이랑 스프린트로 퍼미션 하나 만들고
Can make with gigantic
기간틱
Sprint. I
효과.
guess he can special summon Kit and use its effect now that he has a bunch of
키트
monsters.
나오나? 오케이.
Yep, so he'll at least have Sprite Sprint and the Ancient Warriors of Double Dragon Lords.
쌍용? 더블 드래곤?
Banish Fergit and Karas.
외치고 더블 드래곤. 엘프 없어요. 엘프 시리가 더 빨리 갔어 얘네. 얘네 개 빨리 갔어. 엘프.
Lockbird and Ash.
뒤지게 빨리 갔어.
Not too bad. I mean, the draw definitely will stop him from being able to get to Tri-Brigade Revolt or something, but you can still make a decent board through two
더블 드래곤.
on the opponent's turn.
Yeah, now Lucas is going into his turn with a 3-card hand. Deck lockdown.
야 저게 뭐야? 진짜 여긴 상상을 초월한다 진짜. 덱로크 이지랄. 덱로크 뭔데?
Deck lockdown. That's interesting. So
Deck
now it's
lock.
Like, oh, you want to draw me? Well, neither of us are going to be adding from our deck to our hand, and you'll never get the chance to do it. Deck lockdown really strong. I love it with Constellar Pallades. We're able to keep bouncing it, so you won't have to let it be destroyed after a couple standby phases. But this is a really cool card. I haven't seen it too much, but definitely a strong side deck option.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a long time, but neither
Deck
player can
lock.
charge the deck to their hand except by
Deck
drawing
lock.
them. And also monsters cannot be special summoned from the main deck.
Yep, anti-GB.
Yeah, and
덱 락.
Emergency's a good one too. A little more relevant, maybe.
Yeah, so this could potentially be problematic for Lucas.
Yep, Lucas making sure.
루카스 형 효과 다시 보는 중. 루카스 형이 현재 시발 저게 뭐지? 하면서 효과 보는 중. 시발 이게 맞나? 루카스 형 지금 상황을 못 받아들이는 중.
Wow,
No horse
Lucas
cards.
concedes then and there.
This was basically just a Tri-Brigade deck. A Tri-Brigade deck through and a Draw Lockbird and Ash Blossom. Thanks to that awesome side deck card, deck lockdown. Really cool.
He's also using Nimble Angler and Nimble Beavers.
Yeah, those maybe the Tri-Brigade
씨발.
included in Tri-Brigade.
Maybe.
Yeah, has Beast with Sprite Sprint. Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
But the Dry Brigade monsters it instead.
현재 루카스 형 지금 야저형 표정 개웃기네. 야, 아 입꼬리 좀 내려 형 다티나. 형 입꼬리 내려. 웃고 있는 거 다 보여. 무슨 참고 있는 거 다 알아. 루카스 형 씨발. 아 이거 사이드전이었구나. 아니 사이드전이었어 이거? 일라를 보자. 사이딩이었구나. 1라운드를 안 봤구나. 아 그래서 드롤 날아온 거구나. 그래가지고. 아니 근데 이 메타에서 드롤도 이상하긴 해. 이 메타에서 메인 드롤도 좀 이상하긴 해.
But Kit's effect will resolve to send Nerval to the graveyard, and Nerval's effect will give him another Tri-Brigade.
I'm already liking this.
메인전 안 맞네.
Really devastating to a lot of strategies that are including the horse cards. But since he has that kid, he's still gonna be able to do like his regular strategy.
미세티 우러라.
Really cool. We're already seeing the synergy between these two.
히트 너벨 캐럿 프렉탈.
So the Tri-Brigade monsters let him ban
왜?
Beast Warriors or Wing Beast from the graveyard to special summon a Link
줬다. 아 이래서 땄구나. 아 이러고 땄구나. 우라라 포용치고. 이러면 답 없지. 예스 호로스트라게. 그리고 이러고 이제 뭐하지? 내부 떨어지나? 하이드런트. 하이드런트 효과.
and that is gonna be
보영?
by Infinite and Permanent
그냥 바로 치네.
of his own.
되게 맞는 것 같아 레스큐 상대로 이게.
The little hydrant on the field is gonna
그냥
have
레스큐 상대로
to get the hydrant off the field. It
뭐지?
doesn't
포용
matter.
이게 포용 같은 거 아끼는 게 의미가 없어 이게 그 이번 것이 의식하는 게 의미가 졸로 없어. 이제 쳐버리네 그냥.
For you and me on the matches, we had at least 2 rescue ace decks, and I haven't got to see an emergency even resolve yet. I think in our feature matches.
아니 근데 여기는 구이 없긴 하거든. 여기는 구이 없는데 일단 오시는 이제 사실상 이머전시 없다 치는 게 맞는 것 같고. 아, 야 인생 망했는데 근데. 얼럿 떨어졌는데? 아 레스큐구나. 레스큐로 임스티. 아 레스큐구나. 얼럿트가 아니라 레스큐네. 하늘색인 줄 알았는데 파란색이었네. 파란색이 레스큐고 하늘색이 얼럿트예요. 아 그냥 때리는구나. 때리고 막혔나 보네.
Definitely.
Simseti's pretty strong.
Simseti is really strong. Pretty sure it has 3,000 attack points. So
These new Horus monsters are pretty big.
yeah, I really love the horse cards. It looks like he's just gonna leave the hydrant on the field.
이거 익스티 아니면 컨테인이다. 이러고 엔드 친 거 보니까
Maybe has a res-
이러고 엔드 친 거 보니까 이거 익스티 아니면 컨테인이야.
container extinguish set.
Oh man, Stephen drew a card and passed. It looked like he drew Nibiru.
아
I saw correctly.
컨 엔드였구나. 엔드 쳤네.
But Stephen does negate it with Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
So the hydrant's already
하이드한테 울어라.
out of Steven's hand, but he's trying to
아 이번엔 진짜 얼럿트. 이번엔 진짜 얼럿트. 이번엔 진짜 얼럿트다.
Things are looking pretty good for Lucas. Stephen doesn't have anything left as his defenses. Yep, here's the airlift.
보이스터.
Let him add a rescue ace spell card from the deck to the hand.
에어리프터.
Can't use the
영웅판 이름명이 아마 에어리프터일 거야. 에어리프터.
only hope is for Lucas to play into Nibiru.
야 발렸구나 첫 판은.
All right, Lucas taking a moment to consider his options.
첫 판은 그냥 발렸네.
Opening 2 options. Stephen had a solid opening, but being met by Infinite Permanence and Ash Blossom really kind of cut him off from his turn, and then unfortunately wasn't able to top deck anything there on that previous turn. But the
Emergency.
doesn't let up. He's going to activate emergency. That's going to special summon a rescue ace from the deck, and then he's going to have to send one to the graveyard. Going to bring out the turbulence and send.
하이드한테 보내고
Finally resolved emergency.
터블런스 효과.
Finally, yep, the first time for us this weekend.
Oh.
Now turbulence is going to attempt to set 4.
익스팅
Rescue ace color traps from the deck to the field.
이머전시
Emergency,
컨테인 까나? 저 컨테인이다.
alert, or rescue. Nope, just 2. Emergency
저 함정 맞네. 저거 익스팅 맞네.
He already did draw a couple of the spells. Drew 1 rescue and 1 alert. All right, now Lucas considering his options. He's definitely ahead here in game number 1. Looks like he's going to link away. That's his Imseti. That's not yours. Give that back. Yep. Now he's going to link away.
아 쏘리 쏘리맨. 오케이.
For
에버진 줄 알았음. 쏘리맨.
oh, dark. I was like, it's gonna
근데
be
다시 가져올 거야?
There's nothing I can think of.
응 다시 가져올 거야?
He's gonna take that Imseti.
쏘리는 쏘리인데 다시 가져올 거야?
Man, this Simseti was more trouble than it was worth for Stephen this duel.
It definitely has been pretty. It's been using a lot more useful for Lucas. That's for sure.
We're at 4 summons. If I saw correctly.
아 미안만하다고. 아 미안만하다고.
Yeah, I don't think he really has any reason to continue summoning past this. He has the Rescue Ace monster on his field. It's not a hydrant, but it is a Rescue Ace monster to be able to activate the Rescue Ace trap cards.
얘네는 확실히 게임 속도 빠르다. 어.
So
얘네는 확실히 게임 속도 빨라.
1850 and 3000, so it's like almost enough for game.
걔 사포감이다. 얘네 그냥
A few hundred life points left to his name.
속도가 그냥 착착착착 가 그냥.
Yep, 350s left.
1.25 배속인 거 가만히 해도 되게 빠르다.
One more turn. We'll see what he draws.
Doesn't concede right away, so that's a good sign.
Ooh, another Imseti. Well, if this one
Another
can
Imseti.
he'll be able to get the King Sarcophagus
임세티라고 하네. 임사리.
making some plays.
스타일이라고 하네.
King Sarcophagus can help. As long as he has the King Sarcophagus on the field, he'll be able to special summon back the Horus monsters from the graveyard.
야 셔플 샬라한데?
But if Lucas has anything to deal with this,
컷 한번
he
해주고.
also gets the fresh draw from the Imseti. This could really get him back into the game. He's going to activate the King Sarcophagus. He can also send cards from his hand to the graveyard up to 4 times per turn to send
임세티
cards from the
나오고.
Brings back Imseti right away with its
일단
own
여기까지
effect.
프리야.
Each of the new Horus monsters can special summon themselves from the graveyard with their own effect.
Yep.
By just by having the King Sarcophagus on the
So-
field, and he discards
그래도
Nurgle
꽤.
to send
Happy to the graveyard.
Happy to the
이거 어떻게
graveyard.
빌만한가?
Will activate
임세티에다가
the
하피면
Tri Brigade monster.
더블 코스 떨구고
Synergy that Stephen relies
들고
on
오고.
to make his deck work.
Yep, and he goes ahead and grabs Tri Brigade Kid.
가졌고 이러면 하피 나오고.
Happy has the cool effect if another card leaves the field by opponent's card effect. He gets to add 2 cards back from the banisher graveyard to his hand. So now that's threatening anything if there's some sort of removal from Lucas. And Imseti also has the effect if another card leaves the field by
얘
opponent's
상대
card effect, you can send
SQP라도
cards
많이
back
지저분하긴
to the
하거든.
graveyard. So he's gonna activate emergency. That's
울어라.
by Ash Blossom from Steve.
Wow.
얼럿이 울어라.
Fighting back. He's not giving up just yet.
And
Ash
now
Blossom.
Lucas has extinguish.
And contain probably, I'd imagine. He would have said them both.
But if he
Yeah.
doesn't
Ash.
extinguish, he'll trigger the effect of the remaining.
이러면 이스팅이랑 컨테인 강화 안 되고.
Whose effect activates when a different one leaves.
Yeah, I wonder if he plays, yeah, maybe a Dwarmatef also, if he's going to try and get another horse name into the graveyard just to have another monster on the field.
He does have
Dwarmatef.
in hand.
Nope, just going to go straight to battle phase. Looks like he's going to try and take
Dwarmatef까지 가나?
Not worry about the rescue ace trap cards. Smart stuff here from Steven.
밀기가 힘들어. 일단 배틀 들어가는데 쉽지 않아.
Destroys Airlifter.
일단 에어리프터부터
Yeah, I'm sure happy that Airlifter is gone.
그냥 가네.
Hard, frustrating.
그냥 맞아주고.
But now there is no rescue ace monster on the field.
그다음에 임세티가
As useful. Imseti's going to attack into
임세티?
Imseti, looks like.
꼬라박.
But he's going to use the effect of King Sarcophagus that once per turn you're able to
저는 왕의관 효과로 보냈네요.
force monsters to the graveyard, so his Imseti will survive.
달크는 그냥 왕의관으로 상대 임세티를 잡았다. 달크를 냅두고.
So he's going to banish 1, 2. He's going to be for Tri-Brigade
얘
Fair.
왜? 이런데 왜 졌지? 아 설마 니비루냐?
Or, yeah, or
야 설마 니비루야? 이거 질러면 니비루밖에 없는 것 같은데? 설마 니비루야?
Yeah, but if he goes, okay, so he's already used Nerve all this turn, so yeah, Fair
Yeah,
Jet
he has
might
no
not be as
hand.
useful.
너 호르스트라가 질러면 니비루밖에 없는
It
것
is
같은데?
Fair Jet. I think he still has one card.
상대 무브가 너무 니비루 같은데? 아 이거 너무 니비루다. 이거 상대 레스큐 성공한 게 너무 니비루야 이거.
For Sprite Sprint, okay.
Sprint,
Here we
oh.
go. We're cooking. Sprite Sprint and Kit is going to be channeling 2 to protect the Sprint effect.
I was wrong. There is a Sprite card in this deck.
In the extra deck, yeah. The useful.
Sprite Sprint.
Yeah, the Sprite cards are really useful in the extra deck. Forestry, so he's just going to send the Fractal.
또
to get
프랙탈
another
보내고.
Beast Warrior Wing Beast into the graveyard.
So Kit's effect.
아고 효과?
The Fractal, but the Sprite Sprint's effect sends the Nimble Angler.
아 이 레스큐가 너무 평온해. 맞다 이거.
2 Nimble monsters. Looks like 2 Beavers. He'll be searching for.
More synergy with the strategy.
여기까지 그냥 여기까지 그냥 허용하고 기간티게 칠 것 같은데.
Remaining Sprite monster from the extra deck. Gigantic Sprite, if he plays it.
Alright, Steven, thinking about his options, he's going to look like he's going to overlay these Nimble Beavers. He might want to leave out the Sprite Sprint as a form of disruption, but he only has 350 life points remaining, so he's going to have to keep that in mind. So it is going to be Gigantic Sprite in defense mode.
여기까지 오케이 했네.
He can special summon a level 2
여기까지
monster
오케이네.
and locks both duelists into only summoning level 2s for the rest of the turn, and he is going for Karas, which is a level 2 monster.
여러분 니비루 없는데?
Plenty of beasts. Does he have 4 beasts in his
이게 다
graveyard
밀렸다고?
for Shurag? Banish 4, come on.
He
do
can't
it.
summon a link 4 monster.
Oh, yeah, because
he's
he's
locked
locked,
into
yeah,
2s,
so
but
the
he can summon Ancient Warrior's Oath, which is a nice defensive card.
Or Bear Brum. Oh, he doesn't have a card in hand.
He doesn't
though.
have a card in hand.
Yeah, Ancient Warrior's Oath maybe.
이게 밀렸다.
Warrior's Oath. I can't think of a better link 2 here. You can link it up to that Sprint.
Yep, it is going to be the Double Dragon.
더블 드래곤. 리볼트 대신 더블 드래곤.
Yeah,
I'm just so eager to see Shurag hit the field. That's one of my favorite cards. And I love that
달크가
the Courier is on
달크
Shurag.
날아가고 이러면.
I did not.
Yeah, he's like flying around
That's
Shurag,
cool.
and then he came out later on. I really love that.
센데?
I love that when things on card artworks come out.
임세트 하피에다가
Ancient Warrior's Oath is gonna
기간틱에다가 스프린트의 쌍용이면 센데?
And then he's going to pass, so he just has the Sprint interruption and the Ancient Warrior's Oath Double Dragon Lords.
아 설마 근데 그거냐? 설마 프리벤터 스타트 아니야?
I mostly use the Tri-Brigade monster to summon Glare Beast Gragassees.
See, you're a man of culture. I like
밀릴만 한 것 같기도 하고
Yeah,
이렇게 보니까.
nickname Redditor.
a resident Glider Beast expert.
레스큐면 밀 수 있을 것
Former
같긴 해.
champion of Gladiator Beast.
레스큐임이 충분하게 들고 있으면 밀리긴 하는데.
Also with Gladiator.
Also with Glider Beast. All right, Lucas moving
메인
over to
베이스 하이드런트 스타.
Let's see if this prompts him to use the oath. He's now that there's a rescue monster on the field though, it will turn up the trap.
근데 이거 이러면 숨막히긴 한다. 하이드런트 스타트하면. 하이드런트 스타트하면 이거 지금 덮어놓은 컨테이너나 익스팅 이런 거 다 반환차로 쓸 수 있어가지고.
When he has enemy controller to take the Imset,
와 씨.
could be devastating.
Oh, the Imseti over the Sprint will be enough damage to end it.
No, I told you gotta be careful with that 350 life points
yeah.
remaining.
와 씨발.
Take that direct attack and oh man.
Oh, that was a close duel.
He almost
와.
just had to have
Yeah.
too many turns where he just wasn't getting anything going. That one turn where he just had to pass.
에너지 컨트롤러
Said he the next turn, but it was just a little too late.
그대로 게임 끝이네.
That was that
라이프 안
nice
돼가지고.
display of the explosive capability of Steven's
와
deck.
씨.
He got the Imseti, was able
갑자기 개 멋있어 보이는데? 아까 그 덱나크 받고 한판 따인 그분이랑 동일 인물 맞나? 갑자기 개 멋있어 보이는데?
to think for Sarcophagus, and then he has all these monster effects in his hand that interact on the opponent's turn, like Nibiru.
So that's what everyone's trying to do to counter most strategies. And we got to see that with Steven. While it does hurt his strategy, yeah, I'm sitting here with a YC
Loses his
deal. So far, YC. Oh, there it is.
네, 레스큐 성공.
Only the 10th round of Swith.
아까 두 번째 판 덱나크에서 게임 나갔죠.
It starts with the Airlifter.
에어리프터.
Airlifter is a great start for Rescue Ace. This is going to allow him to access the Rescue Ace spell card Emergency.
emergency.
Looks like he's considering which spell card he wants.
내가 알기로 원래 지금 포맷에서도 레스큐가 제일 센 덱이었던 걸로 기억하는데
He gets alert, which alerts me to the fact that
그래서 가장 1티어의 가까운 픽이에요 레스큐가. 물론 우승 결승은 언체인이 밀어였지만 그래도 레스큐가 일단은 탑 티어 덱으로 평가받고 있긴 해.
And he has the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, so this could cut him off from getting
얼어트
started.
들고
Doesn't
왔고
have
이머전시에 우려라.
already in hand or another way to get to the hydrant. And nope, it looks like the Ash is going to
원셋.
just one back row and an airlifter.
So that was a great time dash as well. Had he ashed the airlifter, the emergency would have subsequently
근데
resolved.
제보를 못 잡네 아까부터.
Instead, he used the Ash Blossom on the
아까부터
ground.
루카스 형이 제보를 못 잡아.
Reactivate once per turn. So
Yeah, never
Players-
ask the airlifter.
yeah, so players at home take note. This is a good tip that you can use in your later duels and displays how Steven is currently 8-1. It's solid plays like that that can make a tremendous difference in a duel.
Definitely now. He normal summons the Tri-Brigade kit. Might be thinking about linking it away. Nope, he's just going to go to declare an attack.
그냥 때리네.
Doesn't want to link it away. Just goes to the battle phase.
효과로 너벨 보내나?
Send Nerval with kit's effect.
Yes, fine.
Nerval's going to let him add a Tri-Brigade monster from the deck to the hand.
약간 그건가 보다. 지금 초동이 우라라든가 지명자 이런 거를 받으면 안 되나 봐. 근데 지명자는 우라를 시켰으니까 아마
Looks like
상대 우라라를 좀 경계한 듯? 약간 지금 상대 쪽 그러니까 스티븐 형이 지금 키트에 우라를 받으면 안 되는 상황이었나 봐.
I wonder why he
지금
decided to go to battle
뒤에
phase instead of
보니까
linking away.
아, 이걸 굳이 꼬라박을 것까지 아니었거든.
He definitely knows he can do it.
이거는 상대 우라라를 확실히 생각한 것 같아.
explanation is
스티브
So
형이.
he's going to discard another Nerval to special summon Karas.
네, 오.
My infinite permanence
스티브
is
너무
gonna
시계
be
맞았다 이거 푸형.
devastating.
이건 진짜 개세게 맞았다 푸형.
ooh, just two cards.
이번 턴에 그냥 민 건데
to develop his field.
왜냐면 레스큐가 보통 이렇게 하고 그냥 엔드 쳤다는 거는 보통 꽤 높은 확률로 하이드런트나 두 번째 리프터 같이 겹쳐 잡힌 초동이 있다는 뜻이거든. 그래서 그냥 이번 턴에 민 거였는데 형 캐라스에 포용 받은 거 좀 많이 아프네.
Rely on those trap cards to survive this turn.
이게 아마 봐봐 이렇게 하이드런트 있단 말이야. 이렇게 무조건 있단 말이야 하이드런트.
Another Rescue Ace monster on the field. He's gonna be able to
그래가지고 스티븐 형이 좀 무리해서 캐라스까지 뛴 건데
Yeah, not being able to get that airlifter off the field.
무조건
is
있지.
not good.
이건 하이드런트나
Infinite permanence always
두 번째
very
리프트
strong.
같은 거 무조건
He's gonna
있거든.
go through to this day. He's gonna add Rescue Ace Preventer from his deck to his hand.
프리멘터 멘틀 그다음에 얼러트
So alert is gonna let him add a Rescue Ace monster from the deck.
갔는데 게임?
He has the Rescue Ace Hydra
갔다
on the
게임.
field. He's gonna go for Fire Engine. Fire
엔진 들고 왔다고?
monster that he can special summon from his hand.
아
Preventer.
좋댔다 이미 터블런스 다 있나 보다 이미
Graveyard and damage step, so this will resolve its effect.
또 다 있나 보다.
Despite interruption, is that possible?
Oh, why he didn't link it away? Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I'm
instead of
still
linking it away.
uncertain on that one. Maybe he didn't want to leave a monster on the field potentially.
멘틀
I don't think it would have made too much of a difference on his turn. He would maybe saved a little bit of life points.
엔진까지 들고 왔으면
Now he's gonna link away
링크 리보
for Link Karibo.
이제 리들라이트 나오나?
SP Little Knight.
리들라이트
Very true.
We'll see.
Looks like you might be right. He's gonna try and clean up the field a little bit before committing any more resources to the field. SP Little Knight's coming down.
10만 원짜리 카드 입결.
On the field. He's gonna go after one of those face down spell trap cards.
Yeah, Link Rebo's good, nice. It's just an easy monster to link summon. And
No,
one.
no. Why would you do that? Why would you infinite permanence SP Little Knight? SP Little Knight, when it vanishes, it can't attack directly that turn. So there's like no reason to infinite permanence because you're just turning off the bad part of the effect to put the infinite permanence in the graveyard. No.
프리멘터
Oh well.
All right, Preventor's out. He does need to get another Rescue Ace monster on his field to use its effect, but the Fire Engine has that covered because it's joining the field.
엔진
What do you think of Fire Engine? I see a lot of lists don't play it.
It's really strong. I like it as a one of in a lot
한
of decks.
링크인가?
Give you that extra reach. It's another monster that can extend.
링크를 저렇게 하네?
Use it for link summon like we're seeing here.
그냥 프리멘터를 냅두네.
Also, your monsters cannot attack directly this turn. It's not
아,
Little Knights, all your
아하.
monsters, now he's gonna be able to attack directly.
아 잠시만요.
Infinite permanence. He's gonna link summon to Hita to summon back to Ash Blossom, so he can link climb here a little bit.
이가 던지 우라라.
What is it gonna be? Heatleo? Nope,
Oh,
going
all
for
four
4.
monsters.
Access code talker, so
Access.
with 2.
Oh. Access code talker will gain 2,000.
체인을 프리멘터 효과로 제외되어 있는 하이드런트 지정하고 액세스 코드 리틀라이트 찍을게요 라고 하는 거네.
Is going to bring back the hydrant.
하이드런트 나오고 지금 내 생각에 루카스 형 손패 지금 이미 터블런스 있거든. 이런 이런 리볼트
Bolt.
리볼트.
So he's going to
Does
be
he
able...
have 4
Oh, definitely.
Driveys?
Yeah, he definitely has 4. He has the 2 banished. Oh, he could have... No, yeah, he has 4. No, it's just 3. No, it's only 3.
Oh.
아 그거다. 이거 루카스 형이 리탈레티 효과 썼으면 모르겠는데 안 써가지고
Link summon
리볼트로 슈라이가 못 나온다. 저거 케라스 살아 있어가지고 케라스 그냥 일부러 그냥 살려뒀으니까.
But this isn't not much of it in terms of disruption. The access code...
스티브 형은 아마 상스가 일 원했을 거야. 케라스 죽였으면 딱 내장이어가지고.
Still be able to survive this turn guaranteed, but...
might survive anyway. I guess we'll see.
절대 안 제껴주지. 뭐하러 제껴? 링크 소재로 쓸 건데 리틀라이트 어차피. 어차피 리틀라이트 포용 밟으려고 쓴 건데. 절대 안 써주지.
Rugal's cool too.
루카스 입장에선 써줄 이유가 없어요 사실.
Used Ash
맞아요.
Blossom Hits effect, which was
딱히 써줄 이유가 없어.
Chainlink 2.
루카스 입장에서.
Nurgle, which is going to resolve, which was Chainlink 1. We'll see what he has to his hand. Looks like he's going for Tri-Brigade Kit.
또 스티븐이 이기려면 리뷰를 있어야겠다.
Fortify is
리뷰를
still in
있으면
effect,
좀
but
해볼
we'll
만하다.
summon another Tri-Brigade monster.
Yep, and then it returns to the hand at the end phase if it's still there.
I think it's unlikely to still be there.
Access
효과
code
효과로
has
너를 살렸죠.
a few different attributes in the graveyard to start cleaning up the field. So he's going to banish 2 to summon Turbulence.
나온다 터뷸런스. 필요 없나?
So he's going to set up to 4 with Turbulence. If Steven doesn't have it,
아,
he's not.
갔다.
He's going to get emergency.
갔다 씨발. 갔다.
Contain, extinguish, and is that alert?
I believe so.
갔다.
Just like that, Lucas has 4 cards in his back row.
얼로도 들고 있지 아직. 아직 얼로도 들고 있나? 아 이거는 얼로 썼지. 얼로도
If Steven
썼다.
does survive this turn, I don't like his chances.
갔다 근데 이거 안 된다 이러면.
Yeah, having to go through the 4 face downs, he's going to definitely need something in his hand. I mean, he did side deck for going second, so maybe he'll have some sort of tools that'll be able to help him. Here in game number 3,
It's possible he may have cards in his hand to deal with.
또 리나이 포용 쳐가지고 죽어. 이거 킬 데미지까지 나올 것 같은데.
He still needs some recovery for the field because by the end of this turn, he's not going to have much left.
킬까지도 찔만 하겠는데?
Okay, so he's surviving the turn.
아 그냥 살려주네 한 판.
To increase its attack points.
포리스리 포리스리 맞아.
didn't matter. So
Yeah.
no harm.
3링크가 아니라 2링크를 거쳐가지고 포리스리다.
I mean, he could have chosen to use access
3,100.
to get some more damage.
소리만.
If he had 3 attributes, I mean, that would be 7,300 direct.
Yeah. Oh, he'd have to
아
lose
맞네
some
유언 있다네. 근데 이거
monsters attack by 300. If he sequenced it right, he'd be okay.
이거 그건데 액세스로 메인 존에 있는 거 다 깨고 익스팅으로 루갈 깨면 킬이었을 것 같은데. 사이즈 아닌가?
All right, so another attack over Rugal, taking it down. The Nerval will return
사이즈
to
같은데.
Lucas' face if Lucas leaves it there. Indeed. I would have just
아무튼
attacked as
정리.
many monsters as possible and tried to attack
아무튼
directly.
정리하겠는데 이거 킬 사이즈가
I thought he can't attack directly because of the SP Little Knight and forgot that it got infinite permanence because he might have just already had that thought process in his head.
That's possible.
I mean, that's the only way I can describe what's happened this turn, but I might. The SP Little Knight is graveyard. Huge.
That's just what he needs to potentially
아 2장째 리틀라이트.
through this.
씨발 미친.
Has to worry about that SP Little Knight.
에?
Now Lucas is thinking, well, what am I going to chain to this?
Oh, he can still go ahead and yeah.
에?
He's got Hydrant on the field. He's
잠시만.
not going to be able to add anything from his deck. This is huge.
An emergency.
Oh, emergency could be useful. Get to like Preventer or something, so you can at least have that. Preventer plus SP. That's still pretty strong.
Well, then he doesn't have a. He has to contribute something though.
You swap out the.
현재 남긴 하거든. 남긴 하는데
It was a rescue, not an alert. Was the
아슬아슬한데 이러면.
So he will chain the rescue, and there was emergency.
그러니까
Emergency's gonna summon
이번 전시로 프리멘터 나오고 레스큐로 하이드런트 나오면
Get Preventer, send the Preventer so you can special summon. Bring back the Preventer with the.
이런
rescue
식으로 하면
to
뭐
the graveyard. And now the
되게
Preventer
하거든?
is
되게
gonna
하는데
summon.
엔진 나오고 이러고 프리멘터로 엔진 나오고 하면
Fire Engine.
Okay.
Fire Engine also has the effect of your opponent.
이런 식으로 하면 견제가 남긴 하거든. 리틀라이트랑 프리멘터 남으니까.
Which is pretty useful.
몇 개 남았지 지금?
Is it
멘터 뒤집.
Alright,
Okay.
so he's gonna use Preventer to flip.
야 라스트 옵스가 졌네.
That's it. Steven was relying on using that kit's effect, and Preventer putting it face down is all he could take.
And Lucas is going on to.
Powerful effect, but definitely an iconic card.
Oh,
손패 두 개로는 안
absolutely.
되지.
These trophy cards and say, hey, you know, this card was
자
one-
이번에는
Another Dragon
11라운드 8승 2패끼리의 대결이네요. 타일러와 시몬.
was really neat, and so Rutonia is just as cool a prize. Yeah, this is
is something that you don't get to talk about enough, but every single individual ultra rare prize.
Of course, you got to attribute the levels equal to or exceeding that monster, but you get to destroy.
12시는 이제 티아라 멘츠. 예, 무려 헬레이노와 레이너트 무제한을 자랑하는 티아라 멘츠고요. 그리고 6시는 인페르노블 라이트, 제보 미칸코. 제보 미칸코 불꽃성 계산해.
Your opponent controls up to the number of equipped spells with different names in the graveyard, and if you do, you inflict 1,000 damage for each card destroyed.
미제불.
I wonder like why you really even need to do that at this point in the, like it's not something you want to lead with, right?
What all the different flavors will do.
예, 일단 제보 사냥 악마부터.
Phase wanted, you get to add the Diabell Star to your hand, play around Drone Lockbird at the same time.
I might go back in, so that's the shuffle when we need, okay? Yeah, of course. Players communicating great there. Looks like we might be going back in the deck.
Almost certainly, if we add Diabell Star to the hand, I imagine
이제
he
쳤네.
to activate the effect. The only reason Simon would not be going back in the deck is if Tyler stops him. Oh, so we're gonna be leading with Ohime as well.
오히메 미칸코.
Any cards that could be activated from the hand from Tyler's side, but he doesn't seem to be stopping anything, so I think likely not.
It would look like I saw like a Rhino.
Ohime.
Spells.
So something to start with, but not necessarily anything to interact with Simon's plays.
So this is something we don't see very often.
미칸코 카구라.
Ohime is going to add Mikanko Kagura.
And so for those unfamiliar, that's the ritual spell that allows you to get any Mikanko ritual monster summon, which there are 2. Of course, you got to attribute the levels equal to or exceeding that monster, but you get to destroy cards. Your opponent controls up to the number of equipped spells with different names in the graveyard, and if you do, you inflict 1,000 damage for each card destroyed.
I wonder like why you really even need to do that at this point in the, like it's not something you want to lead with, right? And I don't think you even need to work that hard to summon Ohime, especially simply because I mean you can just get it out for free with ceremony if you wanted to.
He may be trying to set up for future turns. We've noticed that through a lot of the duels. This has been not just about setting up an amazing turn 1 board, but also having those resources for next turn.
저 형은 왜 이렇게 볼 때마다 웃기지? 씨발. 저 형은 왜 이렇게 볼 때마다 적응이 안 되냐? 약기맨.
Now, if we do end up using the Arise Heart to banish 3 cards off the top of Tyler's deck, that could be detrimental, right? Those could be tier limit names that may not be coming back anytime soon.
I wonder if there's any even need to do that though, because it's not like he's going to try to make a rank 7. I imagine he's just using it functionally as a warrior to go into the Infinite Nobles part of things, because I mean, again, Fire Warrior, you might as well.
And Simon thinking out his plays, which direction is he going to go?
I wonder if he's trying to dig a little deeper, because I believe Preparation of Rites added Illusion of Chaos, which will get him access to Magician Souls.
야, 개 맛있게 쓰네 팬리를. 야,
The Diabell Star as well as the Illusion
팬리를
of
졸라 맛있게 쓰네.
Putting additional copies of Diabell Star in the graveyard at least, if you happen to open with maybe original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye and you didn't get access to Wanted early enough, that could be another neat trick. Oh, it looks like, okay, Diabell Star is going to give up the Fenrir on the field rather than the Rise Heart in the hand in this instance.
Well, he might actually need that Fire Warrior, just like you said, but hasn't quite set up the plays with the equip spells he needs.
I'm surprised, like, of all the free resources you got, the Fenrir is the one you want to throw away?
It is interesting. You would think you want to keep the Fenrir to be able to banish cards off your opponent's field face down, but maybe he just didn't want to have a counter effect.
언제 뭐 스네이크 아이?
What Tyler's playing yet.
I also just assume that maybe the field that Simon's going to make
거의 체인 없겠죠? 티아라 매치니까.
not impactful compared to what happens if his field goes uncontested, which at this point, what could really happen here?
뭐야?
Because let's see how many interactions we've
키리비?
faded out at this point. Potentially the Effect Veiler's Infinite Permanence, Drone Lockbird for sure would have been activated by now. Ash Blossom, again, I think when you activate original Simple Spell Snake Eye, that's going to be met with Ash Blossom majority of the time, 'cause he's, you know, effectively getting, it's a 2-for-1, right?
Absolutely, fire cards sort of bonding together there with the sinful spoils usually being.
아,
Alright, it looks like we're going to
아 파염 전사라고.
summon the Rise Heart, but we're not locked into XC summons this turn.
씨발.
Defender from deck to banish the Pest Veiler, make it luck 7.
So it is possible that he is really losing tier limits names.
아 화염 전사지 저거. 아 그렇긴 하네. 아 화염 전사긴 하네. 어.
Everything linked away. Could only mean, yep, I sold. Yes, he normal summoned it just to play around that, of course, that lock. You can't forget about the lock. You do not want to special summon Rise Heart if you want to be using your extra deck to the maximum potential.
That is
화염
a
전사.
strategy to play if you wanted to
맞긴
do
하네.
NXT services, but this deck does a little bit more than that. We're seeing two tails.
왜 팬리르가 이졸레 파츠가 되냐? 씨발. 저기도 진짜 골 때리네.
Interesting.
Tyler showed some great sportsmanship there, enjoying what it is that he's seeing on the other side of the field.
Yeah, he's
Oh.
very intrigued by what's happened so far because there's so many different cards activated. And I don't know if like seeing all of those.
올리비에.
to believing that
올리비에죠,
he's on
저거.
the field right now and Fenrir being
올리비에
out.
들고 오고.
So I'd be very confused as to like.
올리비에를 들고 온 다음에
I think that's why Mikanko's
이걸로
strategy is
현혹의세.
successful at this event,
일단 미칸고 현혹의세.
Santa Cruz, and of course Indiana.
아 생방은 아니에요.
Because
다시 보기.
players, it's hard
다시
to
보기.
wrap your head around what this deck is actually doing, right? It's trying to bring out technically powerful monsters on your opponent's side.
그랑 아라베스크.
To them in that sort of Amazon swordswoman, reflecting the damage back style.
현혹의세랑 아라베스크 할애 3개 보내고 할애 나오나?
I mean, I don't know if you call it popularized, but at least made the community more aware of up to this point. But the
그랑
interest
유혹하는 론도.
of this is, I want to say, brand new to this event.
A lot of great duelists going ahead and piloting this deck and showing that it works. But
에?
hey, now it looks
잠시만,
like it's getting the Diamond Tiger.
근데 저거 뭐냐?
And while this isn't a Dark Magician
얘
effect,
뭐지?
you still
아
can
이거
cast
이거
Amber's
BK 같은데? BK 같은데 생긴. 아이. 이게 뭐지? 아 티슈 신규야? 아 오케이. 그것도 있어? 뭔가? 아 이거구나. 겐더 다이아몬드 타이거. 이거네 겐더 다이 깡소코 겐. 덱에서 오 그러니까 서로 이렇게 아 조싸기 아니야 이거? 아니 조싸기인데?
Evolution of Chaos to grab its respective card.
뭐고 이거?
We're gonna add Magician Souls. That's always been popular since the cards were released. And yep, that is what we're grabbing.
Yep, he's gonna put back any other card.
아니
on top of that.
조싸기 아니야 저거? 아니 씨발
Vision Soul is gonna like
일루전 나오고
chaos that was put back by its own effect.
꿀즈
Not even gonna try to bluff that he sent another card. He's gonna mill right off the top, and then activates again.
겐 효과로 캔 나오고
So lots of bodies appearing on
아 상대 필드야? 아
the field.
씨발 세상에 씨발
Tyler seeing Gen and Ken for apparently the first time.
아 그거야? 용호 상박이야 이거? 아 그리고 그거네 펜신이랑 신게 그리고 그거야?
This is his favorite series. He did just
아니 씨발
yeah, he hasn't fully resolved the other effect yet. Getting excited to see the triple Lightning talent, but we're not there yet.
Yep, I'm gonna go ahead and discard Huli here, which is great because he already has the
씨발
reborn. You're so good at saying the reborn spell's name.
Oh, you mean Maiwa Shidori?
Yeah, that one.
아니 씨발 존나 너무하네 진짜
For those of you who don't
미친놈아 너가 썼잖아
is the spell that, of course, makes your monsters unable to be destroyed by card effects, or at least the monster's equipped. But probably the most relevant effect is in the graveyard. You can target him on Conco monster in the graveyard.
맞아 걔 족같은 덱이네
Equip it with this card, but banish it when it leaves the field.
Really interesting to see a reborn spell that
아파
reborns from the grave
아파
killing
보내네
itself. Like it is also being reborn.
Yeah, 2-for-1 deal on that. Now we do see the hand here. We went ahead and lost one card, but looks like two of the Perlino.
나는 진짜 골 때리네
as Destiny Hero Malicious.
It looks like card destruction was sent away, right?
Yeah, his card
진짜
destruction.
개골 때리네 덱이
Actively, I think that means that Simon is setting up for his next turn, and so the card destruction is just terrifying for him. All those resources he's been building up, he would lose if he let him keep that.
와
But
이게
Alex
뭐야?
Alex talent really
셀레네?
helps.
이러면 셀레네지
I mean, at this point, I just imagine like you see the double pearl, you see Rhino Heart, you see the malicious. If there's any line that leads
겐 캔디오가 개사기네
completely locked away.
Absolutely correct. Acid Golem is
I
a
think-
good card, but not necessarily when you control it, right? It doesn't let you special summon monsters, and it forces you to receive or remove Exceeds.
헬렌의 효과로
Or take 2,000 damage, which is super helpful since damage is really what this deck is all about.
야벨
Celine's gonna be able to summon back that Diabell Star.
It is a spellcaster.
There's plenty of options at this point because with the
야 잠시만
as well.
난 또 3칠하는 줄 알았지
But I think the level 7 is a bit more interesting.
캐논은 아니지?
Oh, there's a thrust.
아니 씨발
누가 그러게 메인에서 함부로 몹 효과 쓰래 내가 쓰라고 협박.
야 씨발
That monster, I think we may be-
탤런트에서 스러스트네 씨발
Take a look at the list here. Do we-
개지랄났네 진짜 아유 진짜
Okay, let's do fun.
진짜 똑같은 덱이네 진짜
Makes sense. I know Simon has been working with Ed, who played a very similar list, or not so much similar, but like an earlier version of this list at Indianapolis.
What's great about this game is it keeps developing.
와 이거
2 weeks to
졸래
prepare
졸라
for
위험하다
finals
지금
to this event to gather that
야
information.
티금 이졸레 거의
Looks like Simon's deck is
그건데?
firing on all cylinders.
비상이다 티금 이졸레 아니 티금 이졸레 안 되겠다 이거
Was used to grab her now.
너무 죄가 많다 이졸레
So that's definitely paying off with that Ken the Dragon Warrior. Of course, since your opponent controls a monster, you get to add the spell or trap to your hand instead of setting it.
야 리날도 들고
And there it is, the green spell.
한옥의
So
효과
we're gonna go ahead and bring back
한옥의
Hulu.
효과로 프리 들고 왔고 프리 효과로 함정 들고 계지. 카미카쿠시. 지금 마주엔 없는 카드예요. 카미카쿠시. 저게 뭔 효과냐면 아마 이제 마주엔 없거든 저게. 아마 마주엔 지금 없을 텐데. 한국 카미카쿠시. 샘플린 안면 표시 하나 대상 찍고 그 안면 표시 몬스터 자신의 미칸코 몬스터에게 장비시켜요. 그 묘지에서 묘지 효과는 패 제외 상태인 패 또는 제외 존의 미칸코가 특수한 효과. 상대 목 하나 찍고 장착을 시켜요. 너 장비호흡이 되어라 하는 거예요. Yes, to them.
Yeah, you know, I don't know why I even thought he was going to go for Change Heart. He needs that Ken to be on the opposing side of the field so he can swap him out.
Such a really neat combo featuring some, not necessarily obscure cards, but just very like disparate, you know, one from this set, one from that. The Geonator Transverser, which is likely what's going to come up, allows you to swap the positions of the monsters that Link Arrow points to. So if we make the number 30 Acid Golem of Destruction here, you put that on that left side where Geonator Transverser would be, and then swap it out with that Ken the Dragon Warrior on the other side of the field, giving Tyler basically his worst nightmare.
타일러 형 지금 호구로 욕하는 중.
The Mikanko ritual spell here.
So Mikanko Kagura is probably
Mikanko.
some of the Ohime. We're sending 7 stars to the graveyards. That feels good for Ritual 6.
다음에
And there is Ohime.
티아라는 뭔가 거대한 태풍이 나를 덮친 느낌이라 시발 대자연이 무섭다라는 느낌이지만 저건 신금으로 자연을 만들어버리니 존나 좋다.
지금 이 덱에는 신검 없는 듯? 신검은 없는데 근데 아니 씨발 겐캔 있는 줄은 몰랐지 씨발 저 겐캔디오 뭐야 씨발 저것도 신검만큼 족같은데 저거. 아니 겐캔디오도 신검만큼 족같아 저거 보니까 아니 씨발 겐캔은 씨발 존나 너무하네 상대 덱 진짜.
And it's true that the Mikankos are level 3, so that's just a great way to pull up
하래.
Hare here and have the other one for later.
겐 들고
Yeah, so Hare,
Arabesque.
Huli adds traps, Hare adds spells. Actually, I don't even know if Huli added a trap yet.
No, I don't believe it has. We haven't seen any of those Mikanko trap cards.
He might already have the Spirit Walk in his hand.
You usually don't run multiple copies, so he probably does.
Oh, I saw the trap card. Yep, it is
Oh, I
actually
see
in
it,
his hand.
yeah.
날너 효과.
Now I get to add equip spell. Or Fire Warrior, I suppose.
자 이제 7분째 전개 중.
Yeah, just getting Fireflame Lady for follow-up here seems strong.
맞지?
Good options.
Yeah, just getting Fireflame Lady for follow-up here seems
킬비
strong.
킬비 레이디.
Not that
아
I
효과 안 썼지 저거.
much follow-up anymore.
저 제보로 나온 거잖아. 저거 특수 되잖아.
Again, for those not familiar with the Mikanko strategy, you may see so many monsters on the field at one turn,
여기 시계 떠 있죠.
but all of them have
Wait,
zero
so this
power
guy-
because that's what this deck is about. Again, it's about putting a monster on the opponent's side of the field and then, well, ramming yourself
아?
into it so they take the damage.
It's interesting.
아니 씨발.
Geonator has now hit the field.
저 씨발 뭐 하는 거?
Multiple level 3s here.
Yeah, he opted to link one away, so he still has to find access to another one. Unless he wants to give him something else. Okay, it looks like there's going to be Fire Dance here, which is going to reborn the Hare.
하총무?
Also could bring it from the hand, technically. There's the overlay network.
엑시즌?
So using the effect of Mikanko Fire Dance gave him the extra level 3 he needed. And oh man.
아 지랄하지 마 진짜. 아 나 진짜 지랄하지 마 진짜 미친 새끼야. 아니 씨발 뭐 하는 거야 미친놈아. 아니 씨발 지랄해야 지랄. 아니 지랄한다 진짜. 아 진짜.
선생님 11시 분 표정이 인생 시발 집 같은데 술 먹고 싶다라는 표정 같습니다만 기분 탓이겠죠.
아니 씨발. 아니 씨발 저게 뭐야?
Everything that's happened so far anymore.
와 저게 뭐야?
I think he realized that he wasn't going to be able to do much if he controlled Acid Golem and the Destruction. So again, he's a fan of
뭐야 이게? 씨발.
5Ds, maybe not so much of Zexal.
와 저.
Simon takes the
저걸로
lead,
8승 2패 했구나.
what his deck tries to do. Didn't even get to finish his combo here. I think
와
Simon was
미친
doing all of
씨발.
it, especially after like perfect knowledge of
아 저게 뭐냐? 그게 뭐냐? 그다음엔요. 이런 카드거든요. 파멸의 시도 원래. 엑시 소재가 없는 이 카드는 공격할 수 없다. 몬스터 존재하나 난 자신은 몬스터를 특수화할 수 없다. 자신 스택 발동한다. 소재를 하나 제거하거나 2000 데미지를 받는다. 아니 겐캔으로 손패 다 날리고 락 거는 게 진짜 개만해 진짜.
to get out of that
아니,
situation. He probably knew that there was not going to be anything that would remove the Acid Golem from the
아니 씨발.
pass back and Mikanko was just swinging a couple times. And
와 진짜 존나 너무하다 진짜.
And can allow so many different decks to find the options that they're looking for, but they are
아 그러네. 라이더 저거 하겠다. 아 그러네. 이거 고블린 라이더 이거 하겠는데? 야 고블린 라이더도 이거 하겠다. 그러네.
themselves.
맞네. 고블린 라이더 저거 하겠네.
So obviously that's made
걔도 다 3레벨 테마잖아. 걔네.
Curious to see what other duelists
걔 다
do.
3랭
It's a
테마잖아.
big package, but it's a package that lets
어쩐지
you really grab what
똑같은 거 그대로 하겠네.
with those tactics and quests online.
All right, if you're Tyler, what do you do?
와,
You know,
씨발.
playing against Mikanko, it seems like he was very unfamiliar up to this point about the strategy. How much do you change? Because I think Tearlament is one of those decks that can be very flexible as to what it does. It doesn't necessarily.
The sacred time, the time to duel.
아 뭐 하냐고? 아직 못 봤구나. 좀 이따 보면 돼. 아 못 봤구나. 못 본 두부를 위해서 보여줄게요.
Work soon. We do have 2 level 3 monsters.
Yeah, you know,
그
I don't know why he's
보면
not using.
여기 겐이란 얘가 그 티금 오리지널 겐이고 상대 필드에 있는 게 티금 오리지널 캔이거든. 얘네 효과가 겐이 나오면 상대 필드에 캔을 던져줘. 그리고 얘 효과가 상대가 투드로 원디스를 하거나 상대 하나를 버린다 효과거든. 저 겐 캔이. 그래서 그걸 트리거로 3전이랑 3호를 쳐. 그러면서 전개를 하다가 마지막에 뭔 짓을 하냐면
Curious to see what other duelists. There is Ohime.
I don't.
But we don't.
Which work to Golem in defense. The only effect that you really need to be aware of is that you can't special summon.
애쉬도 골렘을 던져주면서 게임 승.
I don't think Tyler's as excited about everything that's happened so far anymore.
특소락.
Yeah, he's picking up his cards. I think he realized that he wasn't going to be able to do much if he controlled Asgol and the destruction. So again, he's a fan of 5Ds, maybe not.
테나 스페셜 서문.
Simon takes the lead here in game 1, really showing what his deck tries to do. Didn't even get.
And also saw danger. The sacred time.
아 이제 티아라벤츠의 분노의 전개.
The sacred time. That's exactly what.
예, 티아라벤츠 분노의 전개 시작해야지.
Is this
He's
deck
discarding Kaldak.
예, 원하는 티아라벤츠.
There.
time?
Number 2.
티아라벤츠 존나 열받았거든
See
지금.
if that luck pays off in this Tearlament strategy now. It is nice to occasionally get a couple of names at once on just one setting of the cards in the graveyard.
지금 12시 티아라 존나 열받았기 때문에
Like a very strong start.
이 티아라 전개 매드 무비 시작.
Normally you want to add
Heleno.
something along the lines of Tearlament Sharon or Tearlament yeah, Sharon or sometimes Tearlament
헬레인으로 쉐이렌.
You just want to start putting those top cards of your deck in the graveyard as soon as you can. You don't really want to start with Rhinoheart when you don't already have setup because Rhinoheart's not the card it used to be anymore when you don't.
제대 효과.
It is not, unfortunately, but that's what's so great about Tearlaments is this
He's
deck.
discarding Kaldak.
Oh, okay.
Oh man. And there it goes.
Helbeck.
Oh,
That is
wow.
going to be 8 cards.
Let's start with a 3, looks like.
어우 씨발 뭐야 저게.
I'd rather
와,
just
씨발.
play the 2 songs. Yep. Alright.
멜로 체인. 체인 캘백 체인 사렉.
That makes a lot of sense. I believe Selleck will probably add a copy of Tearlament Kashtira at this point.
Talking about being a lucky duelist, having just multiple cards activate at the same time, and we're about to send 5 more cards. That's insane.
I don't think it's necessarily lucky. That's all the deck does because you're not playing any other cards that don't do this.
Well, true, but imagine he sent, well, Joel and Lockbird, one card that would help him against Simon. That wouldn't be good. We got lucky here.
I don't think you choose to get Sheeran then. I think you would just do something else.
Well, looks like we are dumping some of the Imsa T, and also some
아
of the
호르스
Neptune
티아라구나.
So no effects from Simon. Don't think there's any additional effects. There is a Medora, but no additional effects there. But you're going to be able to use the effect. Which
아
isn't-
임세디.
So to resolve the effect of Merlee, this could easily make a Mud Dragon of the Swamp here.
That's exactly what we've got.
So
뭐가 나오고?
Bahamut Shark already on the field. Activate Tearlament Kashtira or just normal summon that Rhinoheart in his hand.
Oh, it's going to be the Tearlament Kashtira.
No, just confirming that he added that off the Selleck here.
Oh, I see.
I think at this point, maybe you just want to play it safe, normal summon Rhinoheart, send another copy of Tearlament's Kashtira, just to either send the top 2 cards.
레이노아트.
Oh no, okay, he's gonna.
정보 레이노아트는 3개다.
So that's the second name of the 3 with Sheeran being on the field.
하프니스.
So this
Happy
is
is Nessie.
with the Nessie.
가로라냐?
Making sure not to mess up those bottom fusion materials, so
Yeah,
we'll shuffle the rest of the deck.
The Tearlament monsters do have to put those cards
Garura?
on the bottom, so you don't want to shuffle the rest of the deck. Make sure it's properly randomized.
So now Garuda's on the field.
So this is going to be summon number 5 is going to be the Bahamut Shark, which will force out Nibiru the Primal Being. If
왜 뭐 나오냐?
Otherwise,
어?
you'll be playing with one free
아
interaction
잠시만
at this
얘네.
point.
아
I think once you see the Lava Golem, you're pretty aware that Nibiru is probably not the card you're dealing
살아
with.
있어?
But now you have to be aware that
아 씨발
Lava Golem is.
안 들렸어?
Golem be able to get rid of that likely.
아,
trigger we also
있다고?
about to see in any other powerful cards.
씨발 왜 살아있음? 아니
Maybe when you see something along the lines of Love Golem, that means you try to set up Scream Sulic, and you see you have.
아 맞네 풍요가 왔구나 로딩 톤이
Knowing that any field that you make could easily be.
씨발.
immediately in the graveyard, just some interruption, in your
아,
hand,
저 형이
so that
저기서 왜
you
나와?
can trigger the Scream and the Sulic
저 형 저기서 왜 나오는데 저 형이
committing to the field already.
Absolutely. Is that the
Totally
something
awesome.
that got back to his hand just about? Can't see that spell, but that'd be an interesting way
벌써
to-
지랄났네 지랄났다
Alright, he's opting to use the Tillman's Kashira here,
티악샤
so he's going to banish the Sulic.
에크
All right, let's see what these next three cards are.
이대로 3개 밀
It's going to be Hoppy, Mseti, and another
Mseti?
Tillman's Kashira, so that's going to be 2 more.
시작할까?
That's going to be Scream.
아이고 씨발
Those are powerful too.
오 씨발
That's going to be really great with already having the Garura on the field, being easily able to make a rank 6.
야블루 왜 있지?
Grabbing another copy of Sulic here. You're going to want to.
먼저 사리크.
Right now, you probably want to link away maybe the Bahamut Shark and the Tillman's Kashira maybe?
It's been nice that he's only hit the one malicious and not two. Obviously, there's a Destiny Hero denier that can go
이
ahead and
링크?
flip the script on that.
아
but
설마 리나냐?
things are really working out for Tyler in this.
설마
series with
리나니?
the cards he sent to the graveyard. No waste, all just good stuff.
Now it's all about finding a way to trigger the Sheeran if you really want to, but not necessarily that you even have to, because you do have access to the Sulic, so you're able to use that aggressively to try to trigger the Sheeran if you would like to. You also have access to the Medora to shuffle back a Tillman Kashira or like,
Middle
Reinhardt,
lights.
I guess. You probably don't want to shuffle back that one, but just to do so in order to trigger the Pearl Rhino, pop out one of your own cards if you'd like to trigger those effects.
Looks like we've got our SP Little Knight out there, so we're just trying to build as much as we can.
Ohime.
Also using its effect to banish the Ohime from the graveyard.
Yeah, might as well, right? You did in fact use an Xyz monster for the summon. and
야블루
you're
효과?
activating that Malicious here, to be able to summon another copy of Malicious from the deck.
야블링 나오
Now here's an interesting question. Is there any merit to just activating the card destruction and hoping that you end up discarding whatever it is that Simon needs? We know that these Infernoble decks are
ink,
playing against Tier Laments. If
야트리체
those cards go to the graveyard, they have to do extra work to kind of pile things back into their hand to use it.
I think when you look at a card like card destruction, you want to craft your hand first. Make sure it's like, because there's no reason to, there's almost never a
그러면?
reason to do a desperation card destruction because it benefits your opponent more.
아기도냐?
Getting maximum value because they get every card.
아이고 씨발
Otherwise you're losing that card destruction, right? It's like,
야 씨발 게임 꼬라지 보소 야 진짜
you wanna at least
씨발
try to add those cards here.
야
But
씨발
we're trying to generate as much value as we can. We have to, draw
아이고
cards from
짱구야
the top of cards of both players' decks, get more information here, and honestly sending the cards from the top of the deck is easier
어?
than trying to deal with the cards in the hand.
Let's see, we did
야,
get
잘-
that reinforcements to the
근데
army.
내가
We also
잘못
have
본 거 아니지?
the Conco and the Diamond Tiger, and it looks like
저것도
we're
쓰네?
gonna go Arabesque.
Yeah, unfortunately, had to go into the Little Knight already. It would have been really useful to be able to banish that jet.
와쟤 저것도 써?
We do have access to Denier though.
와,
Potentially
미친.
an additional copy of Malicious coming out later.
디나이어로 원래 있는데 아니 쟤 저거 왜 있냐? 야마를 쓰는데 6레벨 다 쓰는구나 6레벨 쓰
Malicious is still hanging under the Beatrice for now.
아니 그냥 6레벨이 세니까
We do see.
그러니까 가루라 때문에
Keldo
6레벨이 세니까 그냥 저런 거에 쓰는구나
and
예.
the Sulic inside Tyler's hand.
He's doing it, the card destruction. I wonder what cards we're
Why
going to see
wouldn't you
discarded.
set the Sulic? Like I feel like
Oh, but look at Simon. I'm telling you, it's one of these heads-up plays. It's a duel or die moment. You just gotta guess.
켈도 떨어졌다
Sometimes you do discard the lava golem from the opponent's hand.
yeah, his hand was very strong, but really set like giving up the Sulic when you've already used it this turn. I mean, you got to scream a Trivia Karma. I mean, I guess you can just get some more. If
아,
you
근데
get Trivia
뭔가 좀
Karma
별론데?
he
한판 약간
actually
맛없는데?
used Sulic. That makes more sense.
Planet, but it did cut.
Technically don't know.
맛없다 카파는
Pot of green.
카는
Suppose
맛없다
if you make an agreement with every single,
Card that has been through. It looks like Tillman Scream hit the board
still has both Keldo.
much, but is up. Here, judges. Simon a little gun shy here, but he's still going to be able to play his cards.
Anything in the draw phase?
Tyler just letting proceed into main phase.
오케이
Simon trying to figure out how he can
아
navigate.
조금
It's not like there aren't a lot of interruptions here.
생각보다 약하다
You know that if you commit a monster to the field, you're going to be sending the top 3 cards of Tyler's deck to the grave. I don't think the attack loss really matters when only monsters have 0 attack.
그냥 사리크 남겨주기 나았을 것 같은데 아무리 봐도
As well as the Little Knight, the
그냥
beautiful
사리크는
beautiful
세트하고 치는 게 낫지 않았을라나? 켈로 보내고 싶은 건 알겠는데 사리크 세트하고 카파 치는 게 좀 더 나아 나았을 것 같음
Simon has to think through his combo and keep in mind that many of those cards from his deck are already in the graveyard. The good news is he's got 52 cards in the deck, so he has some cards he can lose, but he still has to make something, and he's going to start with Lava Golem.
Okay, opting to choose the Totally Awesome and the Beatrice.
Tyler saying, I agree, knowing that's the right play to make.
I mean, I think honestly, any single one of those options would have been solid choices.
아, 내가 저건 좀 역하다.
Like, yeah, so
야, 씨발, 근데
so part of
떡개구리로
the deal with
티켓샵
Totally
퍼오는
Awesome is
거는
add back any aqua from the graveyard or
야,
water, and he's gonna be heading the
야, 저거 좀
Teal- which will be able to
저건
do it.
좀
You could use a Scream as well because
야, 저건 진짜 좀 족같다. 저건 아니, 씨발. 야, 저거 그냥 개토 나온다. 너 지금 뭘 퍼오는 거야, 미친 새끼.
Which I think is a little bit more ideal. I mean, you have to target the Little Knight, right?
어, 저건 좀 토 나온다.
After the Sheeran, just to turn the Scream off, which
와.
is absolutely true. Really, you let this go.
It looks like it is going to go ahead and change boards there. It's too bad it's not one of the level 3.
Shade
It's
주네.
obviously helpful for the strategy, but it's level 4. We'll see what that does.
It is at least bigger than the Little Knight if you want to throw away his battle phase, but I think for Simon's strategy, that is not something you ever want to do.
Especially not when you have a lava golem.
스크림,
Lava
티켓샵
golem's purpose
타이밍에
is
같이 쓰고
to
싶나
block
보네.
and causes damage. So, yeah, you wouldn't want to waste it unless you had a Makanko on the field.
스크림 타이밍을 조금 재고 싶은 것
Event
같은데.
is pausing and freezing play, but we've still got 15 and a half minutes left on the clock for our featured match.
When you attempt to exit main phase, I'm going to activate Tier Element's Kashira to summon.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. You don't want to lose away. I mean, honestly, I think I would be okay with Makanko losing the Little Knight and just making sure they don't have a
게임
battle
종료
phase.
찍은 것 같은데.
Allow Simon to stay in the main phase, which I think is
이제는 같이 가나?
But at this point, you are effectively removing the threat of the Sheeran because the Scream will make Sheeran lose 500 attack, which makes it smaller than the Little Knight.
이제 같이 가네.
And there's a Rhino Heart, a Heartbeat, and a Foolish Burial. Rhino Heart will not be able to activate because we do know the contents of his hand.
씨발 토. 씨발 토 나와.
Free from the Scream, of course, as well.
씨발.
So Merly will be able to activate if he
진짜.
wants to.
I will activate
The Heartbeat will be able to add back the Sulik.
Merly, Chainlink 1, and Tier Element's Heartbeat, Chainlink 2.
So looks like Merly will be chainlink 1.
바다 파괴 제한일 텐데. 이거 왕의관 넘어간 것 같은데.
So this is actually really interesting here. Another point that might actually be able to force out the battle phase if Tyler sees it. Oh no, sorry, the Mudragon was already in the graveyard. I was about to say,
Stop
if you
area.
put the Mudragon here and you call the appropriate type that you care about the most, probably going to be Wind. You can't actually equip the Huli with that.
달리야.
That's true. That would be a really interesting heads-up play, but it looks like it's going to be playing Draco Stapelia. Or Stapelia.
Activate the effect of Perla Rhino.
Okay, he's going to use
Carolina.
destroy his Sheeran.
Activate
That's
effect of
really
Carolina.
interesting. That's how that play ended up. The change of heart didn't work out.
Oh,
quite.
I assumed that was going to happen immediately as soon as Sheeran changed because you already had the option to destroy your own Sheeran anyway, and it was likely something that you're going to have to do. This just made it a lot easier. But now, again, you could go for that Mudragon line. Oh, no, we're just going to take this opportunity to summon that Rhino Heart, which, I mean, also does make sense. It just doesn't do anything because there's no cards on Simon's field.
티아라.
But it is big.
You're absolutely right there, but it's true that Simon is just
A lay
trying to
dot.
get established, at least in this duel.
I mean, so yeah, Tyler's just playing the default strategy here. I think making the Mudragon would do a lot more for him.
Summon effect, Sheeran Diffuse and Fusion Summon.
Yeah, Sheeran and Merly have been activated.
To add a card from grave to hand. Merly Diffusion Summon. So I'm still in main phase 1. And Perla Rhino.
Yeah, we're still in main phase 1. Finally able to commit.
어우 씨발 잠시만. 어우 깜짝이야. 페리야.
Yeah, we're gonna be just forcing out the Draco Stapelia here.
예, 바로 진정제.
It cannot use its effect back because its effects are negated as long as it has that Predaplan counter on it.
One of them is Soliot, one of them is Terraforming.
So really, the only thing you have to deal with now is just the Little Knight.
This? Can we do this?
Oh, we're going to
야 근데 이거 뚫린 거?
So now
잠시만 이거 뚫렸는데?
almost free at this point.
잠시만 이거.
There's gonna be Renault, which is able to use
잠시만,
that graveyard
잠시만.
that he was
야
looking
이거 좀 뭔가 좀 세하다?
So to a degree, Simon's still in the game, it seems, based on how he's making his
이게
plays.
뭐지?
He might have been just trying to
어,
read out
내 생각 이거
some
사리크
of
안 남기고
the
너무 큰 실수
effects
같은데?
before getting started, but here's Galdo getting his game on. And let's see what the targets are.
It's going to be that quick spell that was targeted. So yeah, we wanted for the free draw here because now the Sinful Spell is in the grave. He's targeting the Arabesque. You're gonna put back the Arabesque and you're gonna put back the Jet, I believe.
아라베스크.
And because you
Testing.
still have the Medora in the grave for later, you're still fine here if anything else happens to be activated in the graveyard. But this just at least keeps it in check, and you want to make sure you keep the Medora alive for the.
너무 되긴 하네.
Sinful. Say it one more time for us.
Hits by Iwashidori.
Thank you.
상대편 몇 개 남았지 지금? 그래 날라갔고. 라바골렘 펜리르.
The graveyard there. Plenty of great cards. Not too much of the central strategy.
라바골렘
Simon,
펜리르
so there's still a lot of options
변심
left in the deck.
썼지 현재까지. 스네이크 아이랑.
Still has to deal with the Moon
하,
Knight. That
지금 이러면 두 개 남았나 손패?
card on the field that hasn't activated yet.
Certainly a rough duel for sure, and we've only got about 11 minutes left on the clock here.
두 개?
Simon wants to be really mindful at this point.
전세계 데미
They
칸코.
use effective ceremony to send another Makonk card from the deck to the grave.
Now he could be setting up the reborn combo that we've been describing, and that's exactly what it seems like it's going to be.
Simon is really looking.
근데
for Tyler to make
무도라까지
a mistake.
넘어가서 힘든 것 같긴 하다.
Yep, he's using the effect
빼세.
to target the Huli in the grave to reborn both.
But with the Medora there, this may not be that big of a problem on Tyler's side.
I I don't think there was a normal summon
야,
queue
이제
just
벌-
yet as well,
번째
right?
게임 했는데 이제 10분 남 벌써 10분 남았다.
Wondering how long he needs to hold the Little Knight?
No, there hasn't been a normal summon. We've only seen what Change of Heart, Kashtira Fenrir, and then the Renaud.
Huli effect to add.
So we are gonna
We allowed it. That's great. Okay, you know.
아, 허용했네. 통과시켰네 그냥.
Don't know.
돌아 있을 텐데 그냥
aware of
그냥
what
오케이
happens
했다.
when you let these monsters hit the field.
Yeah, we are just adding that trap card as well too, so it'll be the Mikanko Spirit Walk.
There's a lot of options in the graveyard. Like,
Judge is just making sure players keep up the pace of play. There are
Absolutely. Like now we're playing with this opportunity. He only needs a clock here.
I did that. He
But
made
now that Simon has been given this opportunity, he only needs
Eh?
to put up a few more monsters. Or that can, sorry, not even just monsters, just a few more actual Mikankos to be able to swing in that damage. Because, do you see what I see? That Kaleido's in attack position. With a
Arabesque.
that monster has 3,500 attack, and Lava Golem deals.
야, 이제
with that
철거수
during the
환상의
turn.
철거수 시작하는데 이제.
It is very, very large. It's one of those things where, again, we've been talking about how Mikanko just does these big chunks of damage, and by letting the Huli, the Jeweled Mikanko,
환상의 철거수.
here on the board again, this really might be it.
하미카 90.
Yeah, so all he has to do is summon one more monster. He doesn't need to activate any monster effects. Just has to swing in twice into the Kaleido Heart. If Tyler sees any answer here, it's going to have to be along the lines of using his own Little Knight to banish his own monster, because he's not going to be able to target any of the Mikankos now.
activate Arabesque.
Oh, and there's the Arabesque. This might be the turn of
Arabesque.
the duel for sure.
Congo takes control of the card.
야, 이거 설마 라마 찍냐?
Congo from hand or deck, and then bounces the
And
monster.
you're targeting Lava Golem.
Yes.
I'm going to SP Little Knight, targeting Lava Golem and targeting Renaud.
Oh, no, that's a heads
어,
up.
리틀
Lava
나왔네.
Golem
어,
back into
그러네.
his opponent's hand. However, that does
오케이.
mean the Lava Golem could be summoned again.
I think he was just.
이러면 아라베스크
using
터지고.
Little Knight to banish both. They will both return to the field during the end phase, which is fine for Simon because the Kaleido Heart is still there. He just needs to summon one more monster here. Still.
I'm gonna
SP Little Knight always putting in work in so many different strategies. If you've got two monsters, well, you've got.
근데 이 정도면 리나 가장 예쁘게 쓰긴 했어요. 아바골렘이 가장 치명적이어서.
declare top.
Oh no, okay, couldn't find another body there. So it's going to be 35 from the Pearl Rhino.
You on 45.
And the Lava Golem is going to.
막혔다
turn.
결국.
Gonna main phase 2.
I mean, if you have enough to play along the lines of
There's 1,000 life
We're
points.
gonna be at 30. So I believe so. There really wasn't a whole lot that happened. We couldn't normal summon obviously because the Lava Golems.
탑 받았다.
Real summons were Renaud and Huli, the Jeweled Mikanko.
그냥 게임 하네.
so
안 되는 거 좀 껄껄.
you can still destroy.
예상 안 되는 게 TR 입장에서 조금.
Let's take a look at.
Well, okay, I didn't even see
잠깐만
the
해볼까?
Shyama hit the graveyard, but that is literally ideal. That is the perfect answer.
뭐고
to the
이게?
situation. Because again,
아,
the effect of Shyama, as far as your opponent.
아 카레이드 악마라고.
Absolutely right, and so it's a great card to include.
저게 뭐고 씨발?
in the Unchained strategy here in the Tier Laments deck, and so that might be able to clear things out as far as the Quib spell is concerned. And then all of a sudden you can target.
저게
both
뭐냐?
monsters. You can just do what you need to and maybe end this duel.
세상에 씨발.
Actually, Anako was not sent to the graveyard. It was a warrior. But I think Anako will hit the graveyard eventually. I don't think it matters too much here.
악마족이긴 해 카레이드가.
Will the judges catch that really quick?
I'm going to set one.
Yeah, I do see that what you mean. It looks like that's Tier Laments Rhino Heart.
Activate Shiyama to
Yeah,
하지만요.
will destroy a
언체인드 소울 시야마라는데 원래 언체인드 왔어요. 언체인드 왔어. 악마족이나.
card. He controls.
네, 카레이드가 악마.
Optionally.
카레이드가 악마야.
I mean, it just it can only destroy a spell and trap here, but it will be able to destroy the equip spell in this instance because it does not target, which will just over 8 minutes on the clock.
Likely to go to the top, but unfortunately there could be only one winner in this, or it could draw one out. And
아 그거네. 시야마 효과로. 아. 시야마 효과로 지 트리비 카르마 깨고. 자신 필드 카르마 깨고. 천옥에서 깼네. 야 미친. 와 씨발.
Game 3 here with just under or just over 8 minutes on the clock.
have to get that time extension out to the
와,
player.
씨발.
He really got to show off what that deck is about and how he's managed to keep the record that he has. But again, just like we talked about earlier, now we're on game 3 and the
씨발,
winner
저게
is
있었네.
likely to go to the top. But unfortunately, there could be only one winner in this.
이 재밌다 확실히 게임이.
Well, that would be a disaster for both of them when the
졸라 재밌다 진짜.
Both the decks are pretty explosive though. As long as
좀 막겜 냄새 나긴 하는데 재밌다 그래도.
finish this duel in just one of those
약간
giant
병신
boards
게임 향기가 나긴 하는데.
shown how good these decks really are. Tier Limit obviously has been favorite. I mean, people have a
field card for Tyler. I'm thinking of one specific level 1 monster.
well, I mean, it just depends though. We got to see what his hand, and we're actually getting to see it
I-
now.
it-
Oh, I
it's there.
did see the level 1 monster. There's that Droll Lockbird. The Droll Lockbird really
잠깐만,
pay
이
dividends
다음
here.
거
and shut the
써놨댔어야지.
turn down and leave Tyler in a winning.
Yeah, but something along the lines of the screens that can go right.
Looks like we got Dane.
And there's and it's
I'd have a
lot more proactive. Maybe especially when he needs to make. Oh, he's gonna have to use Arabesque directly on the. That's actually not bad.
not bad. You got a
Yeah.
리날도 일소네.
so you can go ahead and keep going. But
Yeah, and Renault back in the hand.
리날도 일소하고 아라베스크.
absolutely, absolutely. But let's take a look at which Mikanko he's going to grab.
Yeah, I'm not really sure which one you want as a starter here. Is it just Huli off the bat?
I guess it depends on what his hand is. If he already has Huli, that might be a little redundant. But it looks like
Hare.
we're gonna go ahead and get Hare.
This is going to be the one that lets you add another spell here, which makes a lot of sense. I think spells are a lot more.
하레 효과로
So there's the
총무.
first card added to the hand.
It's going to be Fire Dance, and then there's the Drone Lockbird. Let's see if Simon has any.
Royal
response.
Lockbird.
Doesn't look like revenue called by the grave. Nothing to stop it this time. So that's going to stop the cards from being added from the deck to the hand, but he might have a different way to get there, right? He can still send cards from the deck to the graveyard. He
다음에
can still access stuff from there too.
Yeah, and especially because it is a Fire Warrior. So
저는-
Fire is the fire, or sorry, the warrior in the strategy. And there's going to be
Take-
Tyler's Town. So look at Tyler's hand here. I
여기.
imagine, considering all the other options aren't available anymore.
Looks like we got Danger Nessie, Tearlaman's Kashtira, we have Adora, and looks like Tearlaman's Scream on the side.
야 진짜
That is.
이렇게 나왔어.
I mean, I see two options that are.
애쉬 보내야 될 것
really
같은데.
make the cut here.
애쉬가 나은 것
Yeah,
같은데.
I'm thinking about it. Like, yeah, the Nessie gives the most
애쉬가 제일 나을 것 같아.
randomization. But I think like it was between that and the tier.
스크린 모드라 티크샷.
Or even just a scream, and then I think the scream at least keeps it as random. But there's so many things that can go wrong with the danger. It creates this chain, especially with Nessie specifically, where even if it misses once, it gives you another chance. It lets you get access to Mothman. But
Aldo?
Kashira, if you leave it in the current position, he has to at least give up the scream in his hand to summon it, and then just the top three.
Certainly put him in a clinched position. There wasn't any one card he could have taken out
아,
that
니클.
was any plays, but he's definitely made them less optimal.
야 아리크리면 지금 곧 서든데스인데 서든데스 감당되나?
Really open up Tyler's hand here.
아
There's
화총부까지?
actually a copy of Arclight. Arclight makes this really simple.
하래?
So Kashira not going to be doing any kind of work right now.
It's pretty easy when all you've got is a Kashtira or Rise Heart-like effect of banishing those cards. So it's going to be face up, not face down, but that is going to be difficult from Tearlaments. But Tearlaments
3번 더 들어가네.
recently against Kashtira when they could, so let's see how we play against this banish-like effect.
All right, so we do have Hare on the field equipped with Fire Dance. So Hare can't be destroyed by battle by its own effect, can't be destroyed by card effect by the effect of Fire Dance, and I think that's about it. There's not going to be any targeting protection here.
빠지지.
It looks like he redrew the Nessie.
팀 무도라 티크샷. 아니 씨발 넣은 거 도로 들어갔네.
I mean, I think there was a lot of better draws, but especially when Hare
집어넣은 거 다시 뽑았네.
you're really playing at random right now. You're relying on drawing something strong. I don't even know why Simon would be upset and drawing a Nessie at this point. You have an Arclight on the field. But this, if it is able to summon itself, it's at least going to be able to enter battle phase, clear the Arclight, and then go from there. And the Arclight will get a lot of value though, because it does have
뭐는 스루 해야
the
되는
graveyard.
Now, card is putting a lot of work across the years,
애쉬가
whether it's
조금
being used
머리
fairy
아프긴 하네.
decks, whether it's being used in ritual decks, sometimes both.
애쉬는 진짜 머리 아프다.
Yeah, this is interesting.
아니,
because
글쎄.
He's going to use the Arclight here to destroy the Nessie. Arclight, I mean, he does know the contents.
애쉬가 뭔 개지랄지 몰라가지고.
Yeah, like this forces out the Tearlaman's Kashir, and potentially a battle phase is all Tyler needs. If he was able to force out the battle phase with Nessie just hitting the field and forcing to attack over the Arclight, things could have been.
Shiyama?
And look at this.
Shiyama
That was
Heartbeat.
perfect.
Wow.
와 씨.
That is incredible.
와 뭐?
You have access to Shayama, which will be able to destroy the Fire Dance. You get the Heartbeat that gets to add back the Sullic, which you're going to able to set it to summon
와,
back
씨,
the,
뭐?
the Shayama to put itself on the field. And then you just get to add any card with the Sullic here.
Just absolutely incredible. He was able to find that non-targeting removal exactly at the time he needed.
Yeah, I mean, it's, anything can happen.
이게
in the
티아라나
battle,
놀라지
but
마.
that might have been as good. Well, it could have been better, obviously. Agido and Kelbeck were not seen, but this was pretty precise.
Well, who needs a Gato and Kelbeck when you send the cards directly that you exactly need? But we're going to go ahead and start resolving chain links here.
I am going to normal summon Rhinoheart and activate its effect.
어허야 이거?
Almost on the Rhino Heart here.
이런 말 하면 안 돼?
Additional response in hand.
I think this might be the first time we saw Rhinoheart all duel actually using its effect from the field.
Maybe so Sheeran is going
아니 근데 씨발 너무하잖아 이 10년들.
Oh, he's going straight into Kaleido Heart. That also makes sense. It's really
Kaleido.
simple to just go ahead and deal with the Fire Dance that way. Or actually, no, you can just target any of it. So you just put back the Hare. Yeah, and then it's really simple to go into battle phase at this point. You can just summon one more monster, yeah? So this is going to be able to summon the Shayama.
I'm going to
Yep, use the Shayama in graveyard to destroy.
Yeah, absolutely. That means he is getting the bodies on board he needs, and he might be clinching out this duel.
와 씨발.
You actually get to destroy the Kaleido Heart itself. Kaleido Heart going to be able to send another card here. Maybe you want to send two more cards to Tearlaman's Kashir.
야마 진짜 미친년인가?
All right. Well, we've seen quite a lot from the top of the deck lottery here. Let's see what the next two
아니
entries
근데
Rhino Heart and Scream. That is.
아
I believe you do not
씨발.
have the card in your hand. You have the Medora, which is known for both players here, so you're not going to be able to summon that Rhino Heart for the last bit of damage, but you are able to add another copy of Scream.
마덴 없어요.
That's
와
that's
시야마 진짜 저게 뭐야 저게?
that was pointed out. We only have a few seconds left on the clock here.
This is a lot of damage. This is 6,300. No, sorry, 7,300.
와
At just 700.
말이 안
And he's
나온다.
going to be able to at least make a
여기
little
레이노 3개나서 가져간 건가?
with a copy of. No, are you really going to use the solid? Are you really using the Kaleido though? I guess. I mean, I guess that's fine. You do still have.
라이트.
Yeah, just going to get rid of the Renaud, and then that is enough.
Okay.
Simon takes
Sundes.
the loss here. Tyler's able to continue with his Tearlaments strategy.
We've seen Yu-Gi-Oh! Voice actors win duels before, but never quite like this.
Just looks into the crowd in disbelief, I guess, at how the situation played out. That was
almost a critical mass of extreme good stuff that is able to make it into the top tables and maybe even make it to the finals where I can take the YCS championship.
Absolutely, I love the confidence.
야,
here.
거의
It's
아나운서급.
It's a deck that nearly I wanted to play.
To play them at a YCS level when they came out, and I haven't gotten to play in a single YCS since I obtained them. So I was going to take Tier Limit either way. However, I think that Tier Limit could have been a big winner at that last YCS if we were able to figure out all the
진짜
right
개좋네.
cards. And I think that I figured those out today.
Absolutely, again, really love the
이제 잠시 담배 좀 태우고 올게요.
In 18th place, Timothy Lee Din.
Previous champion.
Every Bulls goal from
two.
Our top 32 duelists.
자,
for YCS
잠시 갔다 오겠습니다.
Virginia. In first place with 31 points, Jesse Dean Cotton. In second place, also with 31 points, Kevin Tian. The following duelists have 30 points. In third place, Christopher Nielsen. In fourth place, Christopher LeBlanc. In fifth place, Justin Andrew Singh. The following duelist has 29 points. In sixth place, Elias Sirianis. The following duelists have 28 points. In seventh place, Landon Edward Oliver. And in eighth place, Joseph Thomas Bellafiore. And in ninth place, Yiyang Shuang. The following duelists have 27 points. In 10th place, Mark Solis. In 11th place, Pakawat Pamornsut. In 12th place, Richard Matthew Serrato II. In 13th place, Andrew Joseph Crosley. In 14th place, Michael Zhao Li. In 15th place, Moises Coronado. In 16th place, Isaiah Thomas Houston. In 17th place, Steven Santoli. In 18th place, Timothy Lee Din. In 19th place, Gabriel Idris Brathwaite. In 20th place, Patrick Hoban. In 21st place, Jamie Daniel Meha. In 22nd place, we have David Saul Hernandez Cordic. In 23rd place, Jack Preston Allen III. In 24th place, Tyler Ward Schmock. In 25th place, we have Anthony Shu. In 26th place, we have Lucas James Hennigan. In 27th place, Robert William Doolittle. In 28th place, William Donald Johnson. In 29th place, Evan Tempest Hornick. In 30th place, Aditya Sharish.
돌아왔다.
by Exodia, but he's back. He's from Cincinnati. His favorite card is was getting obliterated.
아니 앉기 전에 저지랄하는 거야?
But he's another matchup to see who's going to come there at the time. I remember Inferno.
아니 앉기 전에 저지랄하는 거임?
From Columbus, Ohio, and his
아니
favorite card is
그냥 앉기 전에 저지랄을 하네.
Lord of Dark World.
That's a pretty cool one. And you
아니
might
테이블
remember
앉기 전에 뭐 하는 거야?
It's Justin Singh. Last time we saw him, he was getting
아니.
obliterated by Exodia, but he's back. He's from Cincinnati.
아 이거 그거네. 그 엑조디아의 지지는 카이바 그거네.
His favorite card is Tyrellman Kiktalos. He definitely maybe didn't have to face Exodia in this
진짜
tournament,
미친놈들
but he was
진짜.
actually able to make it to the top cut. Fantastic to see him back. He was a great sport about it when he was.
개재미인데 쟤네 그냥 풍경이 너무 재밌다 쟤네.
Little man in me is asking.
셀러맨이네요. 셀러맨과 후루스티 알아?
Dark and light monster.
야 셀러맨이
Needs to be the best.
Oh, a 3 has opened up with.
Card that often.
셀러맨 그레이트가 있네.
Yeah, that could be key for his strategy with Salmon Great Weasel being able to put a monster on your opponent's side of the field.
Starts with Salmon Great Foxy.
혹시 효과?
Checks the top 3 cards of his deck.
가젤.
Yep, gonna
야 근데
grab
쟤네
Gazelle,
폭염수 나왔냐?
Gazelle back to 3, so definitely gives
위는
Salmon
당연히
Great a
없을
chance to
거고
be one of the
위는
top
없을 거고
contenders
당연히.
again. Now he's gonna link it away for his Salmon
폭염수는
Great Baylings.
Standard play for the Salmon Great Duelist.
Yep, no effect of Baylings. That's kind of
하긴
indicative of what
폭염도
he has in
있겠지?
his hand. Justin will probably be able to read that he has the
야
same
구동할
card
거에
in the hand. Since a Salmon Great monster is into the graveyard, he can special summon Gazelle, and when that's summoned, he can send a Salmon Great monster from his deck to the graveyard. He's going to send
라이스
Spinny.
텔리오.
Spinny can special summon back from the graveyard, and now he's going to overlay it for Mirage Stelio. Mirage Stelio is going to allow him to special summon from the deck.
버전 샵 들고 있네 손패. 손패 고전 매치 들고
If it's
있는데.
been a while, you want to double check.
오케이
Stelio was
있는
on the
걸로.
forbidden list at one point, came back, and now Salmon Great trying to do their thing yet again. So he's going to detach. Let's see if Justin has any response.
컴도 있으면 뭐
From Justin, so he's going
쓸만해.
to special summon out a Salmon Great. Probably going to grab Jaguar. Oh no, Salmon Great of Fire. Forgot about the.
Salmon Great of Fire.
He already
폭염도
has one in his
있네.
hand as well, but Salmon Great of Fire is going to let him add a Salmon Great monster from the deck to the hand.
미젤
He'll be
들고 오나?
locked into fire monsters for the rest of the turn.
미젤? 미젤 들고 오네.
Weasel looks like he's setting up a play to give his opponent a fire monster and flip Gozen match.
Yeah, Salmon Great Weasel, really cool card. You can special summon it from your hand. I believe you have 2 Salmon Greats in your graveyard, but it just there's a way to special summon it from your hand. And
아,
then
필요만 안 들고
when it's
왔다고?
in your graveyard, you can return it to the deck, special summon a Salmon Great monster from your graveyard to your opponent's side of the field, and you get to draw a card.
Yeah, if you have 2 or more Salmon Great monsters in your graveyard, you can special summon it from your hand.
That's what I thought.
And if a Salmon Great Ritual Fusion Synchro Ixies or Link monster special
못
summon
같은데 못.
while it's in your
왜냐면
graveyard,
아까 폭시 넘겨가지고 가젤 들고 왔으니까 드롤 케어도 아니야. 그건 못이야 못. 못 들고 왔네.
the bottom of your deck, special summon to your opponent's field the other monster and draw a card.
Yep. Oh no, but here is the Salaman Great Killer, notoriously really good against this deck, and it's Nibiru the Primal being. He's going to be able to send all these monsters to the graveyard and hopefully cut him off from what he was trying to do. The Weasel will still be in the graveyard. Looks like they're going to add up all the stats real fast so they know how big this token is, but notoriously this card is one of the best cards against the Salaman Great. And Nibiru has been being pretty popular in the main deck with a lot of players this weekend.
콜이 없는 셀러맨은 모르겠고 지금 셀러맨 안 괜찮은 것 같아요. 안 지금 셀러맨 안 괜찮은 것
As
같아요.
long as his token is strong enough.
Though he does use light monsters in the deck.
확실히 안 괜찮네. 아니 어전 시합 들고 토큰 맞았네.
But Justin is
아니
starting
어전 시합 들고 니비를 맞은 거 개만데? 아니 이거 어떡하면 얘네 셀러맨?
monster from his deck.
이거 어전 켜지겠는데? 어전 킬스?
See what he decides to add here. The Nibiru was huge. It looked like William was off to the races with his Salaman Great strategy, but Nibiru quite strong against this deck. But he's going to have Droll and Lock.
야, 이거 어전 못 키는 거 아니야 이러면?
The deck for the rest of the turn after that Shiren is added to the
어전
hand.
키긴 해야지 뭐 어떻게?
He's going to flip up the Gozen match.
아 드롤까지 드롤이랑 어전 같이 발사하네.
Gozen, yep, exactly.
너무 아쉽다.
Light monsters only. Let's see how he's going to navigate this. William reaching across, just tapping the deck, saying it's good.
그냥 어전 깰 방법이 있네.
Justin is using the Horus
큰이라도
card
어떻게
as Overlord as well. So
그
able to utilize those in his
점
strategy.
3,000 넘을 텐데.
Looks like he's thinking about
700
setting one of the
3천이
shuffles.
넘네.
I think it was Keldo. And then he's going to put his Nibiru in.
How much defense does it have?
3,100.
31.
Just enough.
That's the worst number you want to hear.
Sorry, what?
And, your attack points plus 100.
Yep. Now William is also going to be locked under this go.
야, 어전 맞은 쪽도 다 먹긴 하다.
As well, but maybe he'll be able to
니비루라서.
Nibiru token to victory.
I'm not sure if it's
예,
that
니비루여가지고
significantly higher than 3,000.
다 먹긴 해 상대도.
Yep, gonna attack over the
어?
face down monster. That's Keldo. That's gonna be sent to the
야 이러면
graveyard. So now he's
못
gonna have
때린다.
more
야 이러면 못 때려.
just options with that.
야
If he
킬던데?
sends
야
Hero
이러면
to the graveyard, he can use
야 이러면
Keldo
12시 이제 몹도 못
to
때려.
monster, and then use the Pelarino to take
야
out that
이거 킬도면
match and
못 때려
potentially
이제.
use his strategy. We'll see to see how it comes into play.
Yeah, well, Justin does have some nut light monsters.
야 못 때린다 이러면. 못 때리는 순간 1세계 터져가지고 어전도 같이 터진다.
Looks like he might be replacing his field spell with another copy to add another tier limit.
와 근데 저건 왜 이렇게 토악질 나오냐? 아우 씨발. 야저 개토악질 나오는데?
Get a tier limit monster into his graveyard, he can shuffle it back in with.
개토 나오네 저건. 아니 씨, 너무 죽 같은데 저건.
Graveyard.
Keldo, yep.
Oh, Keldo, sorry. Keldo, yeah, Keldo. and
아마
Keldo.
티아라가 세트할 상금몹을 더 먼저 뽑을 것 같은데? 셀러맨보다? 셀러맨이 설령
Start playing.
상금몹을 되게 넣었다고 하더라도 티아라가 먼저 다 밟을
Summon any
것 같은데 이러면?
monsters to the field.
All right, looking at his hand. Oh, he could also just put the Nibiru in attack mode. And if that token has more attack, he can just attack into the token as well.
He could, but
And
it's,
아 이러면 이거 맞네 바가스 해금하겠네
I
이러면.
think it's going to be a
바가스
minimum
해제한다.
damage. I don't.
아 이런 바가스 해제하네.
How much attack the token has? Probably not too bad.
그렇다 이거 니비로 한 방에 그냥 게임 나갔다.
Some of them are pretty powerful.
티아라는 못 넘기면 아무것도
So
못
he's
하자.
no longer locked under. Goes in match. He's gonna look to use Imseti here. Gonna send the tier limit's Rhino Heart with it to add King Sarcophagus and draw a card.
It resolves no Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, so he will be able to do that.
왕의 건. 내가 이제 티아라인 좀 엄격하고 제가 좀 티아라인 좀
Say that it's
엄격해가지고
really good when it resolves.
Oh yeah, definitely.
양해 바랍니다. 제가 티아라인 조금
Rhino
엄격해서.
a lot of decks because you're getting a free card and you get the main card for your strategy.
Now Justin's free to start putting dark monsters on the field, which is the main attribute used in his deck. He still undergoes in match for now, but he does have access to a way to get rid of it with relative ease, thanks to Perlarino's effect.
레인와트 일반수판 효과상
Now
뚫었다.
he's gonna summon Rhino Heart, gonna
통과되면
be
게임 끝.
locked into water monsters now while that's on the field. Gonna be able to send it.
도로고 나오면 끝이니까.
Stealing a monster from his deck to the graveyard with his Rhino Heart. Gonna send Havnus. All right, so it looks like he's gonna be trying to go for a Mud Dragon of the Swamp here.
And that'll allow him to return a Tearlament monster to his deck without using the effect of the Kelbeck.
Yep, so he's gonna go 2 darks with different types. So that's gonna be Mud Dragon.
Mud
and a
Dragon.
Water monster. On a new chain now, since he put
거센
back
빛.
Tiller monster, he's gonna be able to use
거센
the
빛이
Rhino
날아가고.
Dimension to take out the Gozen match. Justin navigating this very well, showing you, as long as my opponent's not playing Exodia, I'm pretty good, and I know what I'm doing and might be able to win the duel here. I mean, only using one Swiss is huge. He's able to overlay the 2 monsters.
진짜 지랄하지 마 진짜.
So he can detach a material.
진짜 지랄 마라 진짜.
That's nice. And since he didn't have to use his Kelbeck
나
effect
지랄
in the
마라.
graveyard, he'll still be able to use it during the opponent's turn with Perlarino on the field.
저게 왜 있는 건데? 씨발.
Definitely, that's
So
something
he-
that's huge. And we know he has the Rhino Heart underneath. He has another Rhino Heart in graveyard as well that he discards the Imseti, so definitely ready to go for that effect as you mentioned.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how many cards
Alien-
William has,
Alien
in his
drop.
hand, but it can't be that many because he lost a lot to the
Yeah,
Nibiru.
and he's going to discard Mudora to summon Sharon. And he's going to hit
어?
Tear Cash, Rhino Heart.
어우 씨발 감거 꼬라지 마.
Let's see what chains he has, if any. Tear Cash Tira is going to send Nibiru and Agito.
Agito.
We're going to send 5 more. Merrily, Imseti, so and another Tear Cash. Going to be able to use
God.
to add.
God.
Bad.
Not bad at all.
I always separated because of the triggers, but I need to remember the last 5 that were.
Yeah, it's definitely okay if they look through the graveyard. You can't leave it spread out all the time, but it's fine to look through your graveyard when you're using your effects like this.
천재.
Be a little bit cautious, a little overzealous there on that. Like, it's okay to look at your graveyard when you're declaring a trade.
그래도 셀러맨 그레이트 묘지 자원 쌓아줘서 셀러맨도 할만하겠는데요.
Can't use
이게 티형인가?
when cards were sent to the graveyard.
이거야 이게 진정한
He uses
티형이지.
both of the card effects that he has access to through those final 5 cards he sent to the graveyard.
티형.
So it looks like Merrily Chainlink 1, Solic Chainlink 2.
Oh,
Gonna add a tier of monster since the Solic was sent to the graveyard. Looks like he's eyeing Havness. Might go after a tier limit Kashtira as well, since it has a quick effect to summon during the opponent's turn. And it is going to be Havness.
Avnus also has a quick effect to summon during the opponent's turn, so
Potentially.
with restriction.
And now the Merrill's going to go back with the Havness and probably a Rhino Heart to go into Kaleido Heart.
Kaleido
Looks like that is going to be the case here.
I think he's looking to end it.
Yeah, he's
Oh
gonna
well, he had to attack.
Yeah, he'll have to wait till
attack this
next turn.
so
But
he's not ending it now, but
he's gonna go after either the giant token or the face down. I'd go after the face down probably. Yep.
하나
Put the
나가.
spell and trap card back into the deck.
yeah, we're in main phase 2 here.
프레시
Main phase 1
게임.
of the battle phase happened so quickly.
오 씨발.
Yeah, maybe a slight misstep from William putting that token into attack mode. Maybe leaving it in defense mode, forcing Justin to have to find a different way to get the Nibiru off the field. Might have been key here in this match.
Possibly, if he needed time, that was the way to get it by keeping
아무튼
with a light monster on the field, only able to summon light
Light?
monsters.
Now he's gonna link
Light?
away Bahamut Shark and Sharon for SP Low.
아유 진짜 씨발.
token.
네, 크샷 때문에 살았어요. 크샷 근데 티아를 안 했어가지고.
Alright, taking a moment to consider his options.
So he passed his turn.
Sorry, it's hard to like keep
나온다.
my graveyard and maintain it properly.
I have nothing.
아 데미지 못 주네 개손해. 오 메인 튀었다.
He's using fire recovery, so he can shuffle 3 of his fire monsters back into his deck and draw a card. That's the new super rare spell card from Age of Overlord, which has given a boost to Salamence.
어 왜 이렇게
I'll look at your graveyard real quick.
뭐야 저게? 빼각이냐 설.
Thank you.
Looks like Justin's contemplating a response to the effect.
Thank you. Says them, right? Yeah. Thank you.
Looks like Justin's contemplating a response to the effect
형한테
of fire recovery, but
참. 아 진짜네? 아닌가? 맞나? 저게 뭐지? 아닌 것 같은데?
Fire recovery pretty cool. Gonna be able to net him a draw right here as well.
화염 3개
allow
돌리고.
it to happen. If William draws anything too good, Justin will always have the ability to stop it with Totally Awesome.
Yeah, fire recovery really cool out of Age of Overlord, giving the deck a little bit of a boost. I mean, the big thing is not being limited to your normal summon and being able to play past that. And fire recovery is great for that and adding cards to your hand here. Doesn't look like there's a lot much going on here.
화염
for
3개 돌리고
William.
파이어백.
Sanctuary
이거야 이거네. 에이지 오브 워드. 아 이걸 쓴다고? 이걸 써?
in the Jaguar.
그걸 쓰는구나.
Because he's facing down SP Little Knight, totally awesome. You mentioned he has the Mudora and the Keldeo in the graveyard.
그걸 쓰네.
which can allow him to use the Pella Rhino, so he could just use it right here. But there is a Banelanx in the graveyard that could potentially protect one of his Salamangreat monsters from destruction.
By Perla Rhino, yeah. So that could become relevant.
Yep, Justin realizes it, wants to check for a Banelanx.
티아라 자유롭다.
It's going to be enough to allow William
자유로운 거 맞아?
through this.
It looks like William's gonna
Battle
check
phase.
Battle phase.
Battle face.
All right, and Jack
Okay.
Jaguar is able to take down the Little Knight. So at least that's one obstacle cleared.
Yep, Jack Jaguar sitting at 1800, I believe. SP Little Knight only with 1600. And now he's going to main phase 2.
I'm gonna use.
Looks like he might be using Foxy's effects. He's going to be able to special summon this from the graveyard,
Not
sending a card
bad.
from his hand.
That'll destroy the Perla
Boom.
Rhino as it gets rid of a face-up spell card on the field.
Yep, it looks like he might chain the shuffle.
Boom.
He's going to chain Keldo to shuffle back. You could shuffle back the Foxy itself to stop it from coming out. Maybe put back the Rage as well, or the Weasel.
So yeah, if he hopes to get any value out of the Pearl Reno, he'll have to send the Foxy back because
피해 효과 열심히.
I believe that it's summoned to the field and destroys the spell all as part of the save effect.
Yep, so he's going to put back Foxy, Spinny, and looks like he's considering Baylings. No, he's going to put back his Baylings so it won't be able to protect the Jaguar.
And one of his own cards.
Yep.
One of his own Tyrlemis cards that he can use the Pearl Reno. That's
씨발 펠레이노 계제를 시작했다.
Looks like William's trying to figure out if he can use Ash Blossom when cards are sent from the graveyard to the deck.
No, only if the other way around. Other way around it works.
Effective planets will pop the Jaguar.
That's going to probably seal the deal here for this game.
I think so. He just has a
맞다.
Sanctuary, a Roar, and a
맞다, 이거.
Ash Blossom in his hand. So
Yep, and he has the Toad, the Kaleido Heart. I think,
안 된다.
yeah, definitely going to go to concede. And Justin Singh not getting obliterated here in game number 1.
and he did have the strongest monster, so he wanted to apply pressure. But I told him he's there.
But doesn't with that CS through the Primal being, I don't see it out of the first few cards in his hand. Can't tell, but now it's up to William. Does he have a Salamangreat? Oh, he has
He has
Circle.
the circle, so he can get a Salamangreat monster. I saw
Yep.
no other monsters other than DD Crow in his hand. So
Using that during the draw phase to play
그러면-
around stuff like Droll and Lockbird, since you can only activate that during the main phase. And he's going to go for Salamangreat of Fire.
아
Out of that
전반적
legendary duelist Soul Burning Volcano.
yeah, that's a nice card that can search for another Salamangreat monster when it's summoned.
Yep, it's a starter because you can just grab Gazelle here off of it as well. And if you have Gazelle, you're good to go. So he'll be able to link away the Salamangreat of Fire for Salamangreat Baylings. Baylings on summon will be able to add the Sanctuary, and since a Salamangreat monster is sent to the graveyard, he'll be able to use that Gazelle to special summon it from the hand and send a Salamangreat from the deck to the graveyard.
Does use Balance's effect
네,
this time.
펠레이노로 카레이드 찍고 있으면 카레이드 우라라 맞았어. 아까 셀라맨그레이트 우라라 들고 있어가지고.
Already off to a better start than that previous game, just based on that opening hand, right?
There's the
안 하네.
Sanctuary, which you will get with the Balance's effect.
콤보긴 했는데 그거 했으면
You can do with one
그러니까
Salamangreat circle.
게임.
Yeah, I mean, just because the Salamangreat of Fire is so strong, Soul Burning Volcano really
어깨구리
puts it
있잖아.
back onto the map.
그래도
I know Soul
하는 게
Burner is
낫지.
much appreciative of it.
So he'll send Spinny to the graveyard, and then use its effect to special summon it. Here's the Mirage Stalio. He will Xyz summon it, and then use its effect to special summon another
그리고
Salamangreat.
쟤네 초동이 너무 많아가지고 티아라가.
Believing in the hear no evil, see no evil, hear no
티아라가
no
초동이
evil,
너무 많아.
hero is not coming down, hopefully.
그래서 약간 카레이드 무리하게 안 걸려도 게임 되는 것 같아.
You just can't stop at 4 when you're playing Salamangreat.
Jaguar kind of plays around a little bit. Jaguar able to special summon back from the graveyard. So not too
약
bad.
제거해요?
Some resilience at
Yep,
least.
라고 하나?
at least.
Better
애기호라고 하는 거 제거해요라고 하는 것 같은.
See what he's going to do next. He could either go into a Link 2, a Link 3. Yep, it's going to be a Link 2.
Link 2?
Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf.
Sunlight Wolf seems likely.
You want to
Sunlight
save
Wolf.
for the Raging Phoenix if you can.
약간
There's the
확실히 마지막 티아라는 약간 이 아드가득 바득바득 물면서 약간 카레이드 효과 팩을 돌리고 이래야 이게 후속 플레이가 있고 막 그랬는데 쟤네는 막 카레이드 3에 펠레이노 3에다가 막 티크샷 3 이러니까 약간 그런 식으로 할 필요가 없는 듯?
So since he summoned a monster to the zone that Sunlight Wolf points to, he can add back a fire monster.
He got the Gazelle back, and now he's going to link summon Balinks
Yep.
and send all of his monsters. to
증기 없어서 그런 것도 있는데 그게 있어. 얘네
Phoenix.
시간 너무 끌면 좋대요.
New card out of Soul Burning Volcano as well.
얘네 시간 너무 끌면
Summon, send it to the graveyard to summon itself, and then since it uses
여지없이
the
퍼니시가
be
떨어지.
able to add any Salamangreat spell or trap from the deck to the hand.
Raging
Pretty
Phoenix.
Salamangreat Roar, unless he already has it, which can negate anything.
And there it is.
여지없이 경고 쳐먹어가지고.
Add Salamangreat Roar to the hand. I love Phoenix. It also has this cool effect. If a monster is destroyed, you can special summon it back from the graveyard and gain the attack.
생각해보면 우리나라도 웬만하면 빨리 해.
Phoenix, it rises from
우리나라도
the
빨리 해요.
That is really
일본이 유독 느린 거야. 일본이 유독
Now,
개같이
set
느려.
one, set two, set three, set four. Not something I wanna see.
일본이 진짜 조금 끔찍할 정도로 느려가지고
not unless
얘가
they're evenly matched. But even then, you'll need
너무
to
쓸데없는
stop
생각을 너무 많이 해.
before.
This is what William was looking to do in that game one before the Nibiru, the Primal being ruined his plans. Justin leading off with Primeval
Plano.
Hell and Rhino. Gonna add a tier limit monster from the deck to the hand.
All right, not a bad way to start.
Definitely not.
You will need to clear through some of those back row cards.
에레인.
Yeah, I mean, we know one of them is Rivalry of Warlords.
Like
Great
Hasachi.
offensive event, also a strong Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Do you mind if I rechart? It's like if it's destroyed by or sent to graveyard by card effect, right?
So he's checking to make sure that the tier limit monster had to be sent by card effect.
약간 케이스, 약간 조금 너무 악의적으로 시간 끄는 게 많긴 해요.
Will not trigger their effect, and I think that's what he's looking for right here.
So he uses Sheeran's effect here
Yeah, that's fine.
and sends Destiny Hero
야,
Malevolence to
볼까이?
the graveyard.
So Sharon's gonna send the top three. Rhino Heart, Scream. Fool.
오, 간 거는 진짜
He go Rhino
가는 건
Scream,
진짜
Rhino
개씨발이네.
Scream, if he has a tier monster in his hand, and then he can add Soliac with the Scream, summon back the Rhino Heart, discard the
Well, I
Soliac.
think we're
I mean, if-
probably going to see Rivalry flipped.
In an ideal world, that is something he could do, but yeah, the four face down spells.
세트를 패해서 하니까 적응이 안 되네.
Probably will prevent that from happening.
저 덱에서 해야 되는데.
Oh, it
Oh,
goes in
goes
match.
in that.
아 세트를 덱에서 해야지 패해서 하니까 좀 이상하긴 하네.
Dark Boxer now, but he has Tear Cash he's going to chain. Oh, so he might want to change to water. So he can summon the Tear Cash, choose water, and still resolve the Rhino Heart effect.
오, 야 그거네. 레이노아트 체인 어전 시합 체인 티크샤 하면 티크샤 나가니까 어전 맞으면 쉐이덴 뮤즈 가고 그럼 레이노가 터지네.
Pretty cool.
오,
Oh, that looks like the way he's going by getting a water monster on the field.
오
before the
좋은데?
resolves. That's an interesting play.
어전 케어인데?
The Truman Scream.
And he did already activate the effect of the scream, so it will still resolve.
오,
As you foretold.
Well, yeah. Wait, did he do? Maybe he did the chain link in a different order than I thought he did. 'Cause I thought he did Scream chain link too, so he could send it with the Rhino.
I'm not sure the order of the chain links, but he did.
He didn't send. He still hasn't sent anything from his hand.
이러면
Summon the
That
Tear
will happen
Cash.
in a new chain.
No, when it summons back, it's part of the same.
그러면 사리크 버리면서 하나?
To send a tier monster when it summons back, and then it sends on a new chain from your deck to the graveyard.
Right.
But I think what had happened was, yeah.
아, 버릴 게 없구나.
And since Rhino Heart was chain link 2 and the Soul Lake was chain link 1, it's a legal activation to summon. He doesn't have anything to send to resolve the effect of Rhino Heart. Still comes to the.
아, 첸트리 반대로 짰네. 첸트리 반대로 짜가지고 티크샤가 나간 순간 레이노로 버릴 게 없어졌네.
And then he gets to add for the scream afterwards. I just had the chain links confused because that's usually how.
이러면 사리크 손패 온전한 채로
Scream first in this instance.
Yeah, I mean,
티크샤 효과 쓴 다음에
Tearlaments was able to get some to the field before
이게 일부러 그런 건가 아니면 실수인가?
water monsters on the field, send Sheer into the graveyard when
이게 일부러라고 해야 될지 실수라고 해야 될지.
Yep. Indeed. And looks like those are cards you want to see in your hand, not in the graveyard.
실수라고 보는 게
for him to draw.
맞겠죠 아마?
Hero in particular in his opening, or that evenly match,
Or the
not
Duster,
bad.
yep.
Or the Duster. Duster would have been great too.
So he's gonna
They're all good.
send Havness with the Tearlaments Rhino Heart, and now DD Crow's gonna come down to banish that Havness from the graveyard.
I assuming chain to its effect, right?
I would have to assume so.
DD Crow.
Not able to take down this Raging Phoenix.
Can't summon.
레이징 픽스로 들고 온 로은 아직
Dark monster.
아끼고 있네.
Oh,
But now
looks like Justin
이러면 좀
does have
답답한데?
talent.
William did use the monster effect of that DD Crow, so this turns that talents online. I imagine he's gonna draw 2.
I think that's the
Throw.
only way to go here, right?
네, 이거는 막는다.
Oh,
이거는
So he's gonna negate that with Roar or Rage.
로어로 막는다. 아니 씨발.
And now he's gonna activate Triple Tactics.
야 설마.
oh, but he sent Harpy's
야,
Feather
설마.
to the graveyard.
That
야
is
씨발 설마.
frustrating, but he might
야, 야,
be able to
설마.
resolve it. Since William
야,
has
설마.
on the field to be able to add it directly to the
하피 있냐 너?
turn.
He looks back at his
너
Duster.
깃털이냐?
Shakes his head a little bit.
Come back.
That was so unfortunate.
Oh, that's
You
rough.
can see the look on his face. He's a little upset. No.
Oh, he concedes.
Oh man, he was so close to coming back in this game.
아 깃털 갈았네. 아 깃털 갈았네. 살았다.
And now William evening out the series with his Salamangreat strategy. Salamangreat 1 game win away from making it to top 16. It would be Salamangreat if it did it, but we'll have to see how he's going to do going second.
아니 근데 티아라단 기습 승배 뭔데?
It's going to be time for Justin.
아니 아니 갈갈난 기습 승배 뭐야?
But I mean, I'm here for William. I'm in the round. Just
With Frank. Tearlament card from his hand.
cards that we saw Tearlaments merely.
갈갈난 기습 승배.
Looks like he has Nibiru in his
no.
hand. Not quite as good going first.
Still pretty solid. I can't complain.
Still powerful. He starts with Tearlament's Kashtira, so he'll have to banish a
아, 바로 나가네.
from his hand to summon it.
내루 소환해서 쓰는 게 아니라 그냥.
Releasing the top sends a Rhino
와
Heart
씨발.
Madness.
2 Tearlaments and also a Mudora to shuffle 3 cards back into the deck from the graveyards.
No effect. And he's going to follow that up with Diviner of the Herald. This is going to let him send a Fairy to the graveyard. He's going to gain those levels, and he's going to send a Guido.
이게 뭐 하는 거지 지금?
And it's going to allow both players to send the top 5 cards of their deck to the graveyard.
안 썼네 그리고.
Tear Cash, Celiac, Malicious.
옌병 지랄을 해라 씨발.
That's a crime, you're right.
And, yeah, I mean, the
아니
Malicious
씨발
is huge.
I saw a trap card, I thought it was a Celiac.
1인데?
Yep, so the crime is going to be able to add back the Merrily he banished. It's a huge. And Tear Cash is going to send a couple more.
아니 씨.
And he sent Solic
There's
as
the
well.
Celiac. So wow, he has a lot of good effects to resolve.
This is a good turn for Justin, and it doesn't look like there's anything William is able to do about it here. He's just sitting.
와.
Justin work.
뭐야 저거? 맞아 이게?
Yeah, it looks like, oh man, his hand all engine, all Salamangreat cards for the most part.
아,
So it looks like he's going
뭐
to
이게?
add Tearlaments Sharon from his deck to the hand.
야, 이제 뭘 보고 있는 거야? 아니
The Merly is from the crime.
이게 티아라 유저 마인드인가? 씨발 아니 이거를 메이루 일수 대신 메이루 찍어서 티크샷 나가고 스타트 한 다음에 디바이너 해가지고
Great card.
크라임을 갈아서 지금 세네이 터진다고?
Justin on this
아니
particular turn.
Yep, Sharon's going to activate.
말 같지도 않은 소리 하고 있어 씨발.
So he's going to send the Merrily probably. I don't know what else he has in his hand.
I don't care either way. It's just I went in, yeah. With the Celiac.
Just make sure you got the deck just in case.
알면 되는 거 아닌가?
Gonna send
긴 한데
Merrily special
아
summon
이게
there.
계산된 플레이라고?
Top 3 cards of the deck to the graveyard. Shayama and another Rhino.
제가 이래서 티아라를 못했어요. 제가 이래서 우치 때 티아라를 못했어. 납득이 안 되는 거야, 씨발. 아니 저렇게 하는 거라고?
He's sending some great guards from the top of his deck.
아 하긴 뭐 디바이너 때문에 맞긴 해.
Deck making it up.
그러니까 디바이너랑 메이랑 일속권 치니까 디바이너 하는 게 맞긴 한데.
Definitely off to the best start this
아니
game. He had
근데
either
이게
two
좀
freezes
게임이 이상하잖아 이거는 씨발.
and now he's gonna shuffle back
아니
to
메이로 까자마자
the
크라임 갈고 이게
the
뭐
malicious, so he's gonna be
근데
going
이게 아니
hero dangerous it looks like.
Merely. That is sense of Sharon.
뭐 이상해 게임이.
Then use
아 아니.
Malicious to the graveyard once again, and then he'll once again have access to Malicious's effect.
Yep, here comes the dangerous. Yeah, dangerous.
아.
You can use malicious
오,
for
뭐야.
dangerous and use dangerous to put the malicious
미친.
back. Oh, but he had the other one in his hand, so kind of
아니
using like a
가쁜
placeholder
데스티니
almost
히어로?
to put the other malicious into the deck, so
가쁜
you can
데스티니 히어로 뭔데?
Denier really strong. If you have a Destiny hero on the field or graveyard, you can just special summon it back to the field and return one of your banished Destiny heroes back into the deck.
이걸로 데들르가 해가지고 6레벨 6랭크 베아트.
Looks like he's going to tune them together, I would expect.
일단 바론.
Just a synchro summon.
That's a level
바론
10
내나?
tuner, thanks to the Diviner of the
Baron.
Herald effect.
Indeed, it's gonna be everyone's favorite level 10 synchro, Baron de Fleur.
We're on the floor. Definitely my favorite.
얘는 그냥 바론 더 플레르라고 하더라.
It's a good one. Now
바론
he
데 플랄.
the malicious from his graveyard to special summon another
바로네스라고 안 하고 바론 데
Here
플
is a level 6
바론 데
malicious,
플레르 이렇게
also
하더라.
level
Like we
6.
might be seeing Beatrice coming out.
Everyone's favorite Burning Abyss monster.
Nah, I wouldn't go that far.
He's gonna bring back that Denier so he can put the malicious back
I
in
know.
the deck. So it's like he's playing 3 copies of Destiny Hero Malicious despite the semi limitation.
Oh, sorry.
플레르 남작.
Deniers, revive, put back the Mali. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I got it.
All right, now what's up next? Will that Beatrice be coming down? Will he link away his
오
monster,
바론의
denying the Beatrice and his
영판명이 호-
Beatrice really cool.
오케이.
You use it on your turn. You use it on your opponent.
바로네스가 아니라 저게
You can send
바로네스란
down
뜻인가?
Kelbeck if he so chooses, a tier limit name. He could send down Medora or Keldo if he wants the defense. Really, a lot of options here for Beatrice.
야트리치.
There she is.
Lady of the Eternal.
한 거
It's been a
티내느라니.
long time since I said her full name. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Um,
Lady of the
yeah.
Eternal. Yep, still got it.
I always think of Pegasus saying it in that live duel where he was Burning Abyss.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
플레르 남작.
And now here comes
Beatrice.
the Beatrice effect to detach Dangerous.
여기서 베아트 효과.
To send. Looks like he's eyeing the Kelbeck.
헬백이냐?
Yep, Kelbeck. We're gonna.
아, 또 한 놈 올라갑니다. 또 한 놈 터뜨립니다.
This is why people play tier limits.
빠바박박.
They like this. They like
드르륵
this.
드르륵.
But now when your opponent activates Dimension Shifter, not as fun.
Not as fun.
All right, William checking the graveyard. He might have a response to the Kelbeck.
Response to Kelbeck. So Sharon's in there, and then I'm thinking after if you don't have a response to Kelbeck. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're on the floors on the field. So
아 시야마 왜 묻냐고.
that would be too damaging.
시야마 5장 묻어줄 건데 켈백이.
But from my earlier glimpse at William's hand, he doesn't really have anything anyway.
No, since the Weasel, it's not too bad.
임세티에.
Yeah, I mean, it's a relevant card that could help him later, but he gets Queen, which is much better.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to add maybe a second copy of Soliak, the Crime, already in the graveyard. But yep, it is gonna be Tearlament Soliak.
나리크 가져오고. 이러고 2장 깠나 아까? 안 까지 않았나?
He's got some aura
Yep.
monsters into the graveyard too, in case he draws the King's Sarcophagus.
Yeah, William's gonna be in a tough spot. Justin off to the races here this turn, operating at maximum
깠나?
capacity. He's really showing if you're not using Exodia, you're not gonna beat me.
Everything's going Justin's way right now.
Justin Setokaiba seeing ready to win this match if he can. He's going to link away the Denier and Tearlaments Kishtira for SP Little Knight. 3 really good monsters on the field with Beatrice, Baron, and SP Little Knight.
리틀 라이트.
Interact with the opponent on the opponent's turn. This is
Yeah.
going to be incredibly hard to play through.
Yeah, especially, he has the Rhino Heart in the graveyard already. As long as he has the Tearlament name that can fuse in the deck, he'll be able to send it to the graveyard and summon a...
바로네스, 베아트리체, 리틀 라이트, 사리크.
We'll have
And we
to
know
see.
he has Celiac face down as well.
And a Nibiru in the hand.
약간 그거 같긴 해. 이게 결국에 융합권이 뭔가 뭐라 해야지?
I don't think it's going to come to that. So Williams
우시만큼 파괴적이진 않은 것 같아. 우시가 좀 더 파괴적이었던 것 같긴 해.
Looks like he's going to go after...
TC의 티아라가 좀 더 총체적인 파워는 더 파멸적이었던 것 같고. TC의 티아라가 약간 그
Falco. That is
안정적인
Falco.
느낌인 것
That's
같아.
Great Falco.
All right, he'll take the Falco.
백설 없는 게 좀 큰 듯? 백설을 이게 좀 많이 큰 것 같아.
Next up, it looks like he's looking at Fire Recovery. Since he did have to send 10 cards from his deck to the graveyard, that did fill his graveyard up with monster to special summon back and shuffle back for that draw from Fire Recovery. But he's going to start off with the Flame Bell.
까다로운에 나왔다.
Not bad. He's getting a little bit of help from the cards that Justin sent.
까다로운 친구.
So he's going to use Beatrice right away here to
마신왕.
send probably
마신왕을 좀 안 쓰더라고요, 얘네가.
He's going to make the Kaleido Heart to try and spin back that Flame Buffalo.
그건가? 레이노 있냐?
That's where you want to be. You don't want him to link off the Flame Buffalo because it will get a draw as well. So he's gonna
Lay that.
and go for Kaleido Heart. Shuffle it back into the deck.
Yep, and that was Williams' normal summon. Well,
Of
normal
Shuffle
summon
into
or
deck.
He normal summoned it. No, that was a normal summon. He still has the Fire Recovery in hand, I believe, so he's not quite done just yet. Still has to deal with the Solia. The big thing is the Solia with the Kaleido Heart's also just a whole nother interruption. He's going to get the negate a monster effect, bring back the Kaleido Heart, and send another Aqua to his graveyard as well. He still has
이 정도만 해도 충분한 것 같긴 하다.
He's in a tough spot.
Fire 힘들다.
Recovery is the only way reason he's even still playing right now.
Yes, definitely.
고생.
You can bring back
Fire
some
back.
of fire.
So what does it do? It specials it? Yeah.
It specials it, and then it has the effect of the graveyard to banish to shuffle back 3 fires and draw a card.
Okay, 4 in hand. Yeah. I'll chain Adora.
돌아.
Does have the Mudora, so he's not
Oh.
even going to let him special summon back the monster. We forgot about even another layer of defense in the graveyard just in
유지경찰.
start here in game number 3. Put on the pressure and has
상습
it
검열.
left. He's putting that Hovness back, so in case he has to use the Solia with Kaleido Heart, he'll have another fusion that he can make afterwards as well.
Yeah, okay. Resolve as much as possible. Yeah. I didn't
Williams running out of options.
This cost too. It's just like one other.
약간 다들 알아들을 걸 그래도. 아마 알아들을 거야. 왜냐면 카드 이름 들어가면 알아들을 만하거든.
Looks like he still has to send a card from his hand.
100% 알아듣기 힘들어도.
There's nothing left to special summon.
And then I'll trigger the Gazelle on resolution. So you have 2 in hand?
바젤.
Okay. Well, 3 technically, because Gazelle is still there. I'll negate.
Yep, gonna negate the Gazelle with Baron. So that's gonna be
전역가로 카드 터뜨리고.
Well, he can still use
그러면?
Fire Recovery to draw a card, and
했나?
hope it's a really, really good one.
I'll use Fire Recovery.
And that is what he's gonna do. Gonna banish Fire
남았네.
Shuffle back 1, 2, 3 fire monsters.
Yes.
Both effects of Fire Recovery can be used in the same turn, which is a
저도
card.
일본어는 못하는데 딱본어 할 줄 알거든요.
Oh, sorry, the 3 Gazelles.
일본어를 일본어로 소통하는 거 안 되는데.
Only saying because we have 4 minutes left.
Does he play evenly matched?
딱본어가 좀 돼요.
Ask him to play a little bit quicker. You do not want to lose in time here when you have such strong control of the game. The Baron is gone, so if he can draw into something like evenly matched, he might have a chance.
하트 맞네. 하트
But
있네.
That's another copy of Fire Recovery. That's not going to help him here.
He can activate it.
No, then maybe.
It's not. Only the shuffle 3 back in is a one.
Oh,
turn
okay.
effect.
Only the second part's once per turn. Okay, it's not the whole card itself. That's pretty cool. She's going to do it again.
아 뭐야 저거
Low on
발동작이야?
cards, so I don't know how much he can do with it.
발동. 아니구나. 턴제가 없구나 소생 효과가. 아예 턴제 효과 아니에 그 소생 효과 턴제가 없네.
Well through a tough board.
Williams playing the best he can through a very tough board. And he obviously knows his deck very well.
He's going to send the Falco from the hand to the graveyard to summon the Weasel.
Any triggers? No triggers. Okay.
All right, Justin saying, okay, proceed.
Spinny effect. Target the Weasel.
So he's going to discard Spinny from the hand to increase the attack of Weasel by 500.
블라이트 효과.
And now he's going to use SP Little Knight to banish the Baron so he can reset the negate.
야 바로 S 리필이요.
I don't think he has anything to shuffle back with Jaguar.
바로 S 리필 해주세요.
That's it. Nothing else to shuffle back.
And Justin not getting obliterated in top 32, moving on to top 16 with his Horus Tielemans strategy. It might be his chance to win here this weekend. You know, if you lose Exodia 2,
Maybe we're gonna see a.
That talent will eventually find its way to the graveyard.
Regains there.
There we go.
Nothing on res.
Oh, here we
다른
go.
다른 데 하고 있나
So
보네.
we both get to see a brand new Horus card from the Age of Overlord and
Way these two are, it's going to be a real treat to watch.
Absolutely. So one of the things you're really looking for in this matchup, especially from the rest away side of things, is how you use the effects of Extinguish and Contain. Extinguish, if it's able to land when you have Hydrant on the field on regular Pearly, it's going to lock out Pearly for the rest of the entire turn. Andrew, we have Justin versus Joseph versus Tyler on this side of the bracket.
야
Are right now.
시커튼이 스위스 1등으로 뚫었는데 바로 떨어졌네. 어우.
아케리 상대 덱도 덤핑 시켜줘서 티아란 너무 힘든 것 같아요, 유.
응 T평.
We see we have first pocket strategies, and I've had this conversation with several people. What happens when you have a player that's playing Pearly perfectly versus a player that's playing
Their player can be targeted these very
so if you're between Pearly deck in the field again, destroy
which isn't resolved perfectly.
지금 그거구나. 지금 왼쪽에가 제시커튼 격추시키고 오내고.
These duelists are
Chris
very well
Stevens.
matched.
Yeah, it's going to be a matchup of knowledge, and I imagine both these players know exactly what they're looking for.
아 이거 지금 토너먼트예요. 이거 16강. 고 지금이 토너먼트 16강이에요.
I don't think it particularly matters this time. You know, we don't get to say that very often, but I think both these players have enough.
아 언체인드 퓨어리한테 죽었구나. 퓨어리면 어쩔 수 없지.
in their toolbox that they're able to just go second very convincingly.
퓨어리와 레스큐이스.
Ready to go first or second.
So just looking at Steven Santos' hand, I believe that's 2 copies of Ash Blossom as well as Hydrant and
하이드런트. 야,
Leading with Hydrant is very
이게 근데 7시 형 약간 7시 스티븐 형 어떻게 생겼냐면 그 어떤 느낌이냐면 영국 축구 약간 안중성 내지 영국 펍에 가면 있을 것 같이 생겼어. 약간 그 되게 축구 좋아할 것 같이 생겼어. 되게 형이 인게 약간 펍에서 감독 스킬을 죽여야 되나 말아야 되나 고민하고 있는 약간 훌리건 아재처럼 생겼네. 감독 스킬을 죽여야 돼 말아야 돼 하고 있는 약간.
Yeah, it looks like he's keeping the infinite impermanence in hand. Oh, I see what he's trying to do. He's leading Clifton to believe that he doesn't even have infinite impermanence because
아 이거밖에 안 되네. 하이드런트 원에도밖에 안 되나 보다.
banish them both from the field, and then his impermanence from hand is going to come as a surprise along with that Ash Blossom.
Well, let's see what he ends up surprising his opponent with, and if that pays off. Because sometimes if you hold those cards, just depending what happens, you may not get a second chance to use them.
Yeah, and he's trying to use that enemy controller as more of an aggressive card rather than defensive.
퓨어리 프리티 메모리.
I believe, and then we're going to immediately train the Little Knight to protect that Hydrant.
Definitely is a pretty memory.
오 미친 개멋있다. 와.
Take note here, Clifton does seem to be left-handed.
야
first in this order, the graveyard is going to be on that side over.
야 이런 의도였어?
Did see Nibiru, the primal being in the deck there as we were going through it, so there's a possibility that that
와 미친.
even if he has an onslaught of rescue ace monster.
아 그냥 퓨어린 거 알고 있었나 보다. 와 이 퓨어린 거 알고 있었나 봐.
And that is a miss.
Ooh, a complete miss. Sending this card back
지금 11시가 11시가
to the bottom of the deck. And thinking about the next play here.
And then we the normal.
리리짱 1수, 리리짱 2포형. 야 근데 7시가 진짜 잘했다. 그냥 퓨어린 거 알고 했나 봐. 야 진짜 잘했다. 이거는 진짜 잘한다. 7시 졸라 잘한다. 이 상대 되게 확실하게 알고 있는 것 같아. 아 하긴 제시코튼 줬어? 씨발 제시코튼 아 맞네. 야 얘도 캐나다잖아. 야, 제시코튼 캐나다 사람이잖아. 얘도 캐나다 사람이고. 알고 있네. 덱 정보 알려줬네. 아 근데 진짜 잘했다. 아무리 상대덱 퓨어린 거 알고 있다고 해도 이건 잘했는데? 그러니까 이게 거잖아. 이러면 포형 세트도 되지 않나요? 라고 할 수 있지만 이게 만약에 가령 상대가 퓨어리가 지금 여기 레스큐 메타잖아요? 스트리트 매스가 늘어났을 거 아니야. 다른 메타보다. 그럼 포형 같은 거 덮어놨다가 그대로 덮어둔 포형이 스트리트 맞고 아예 발동도 못하는 상황 돼가지고 빨리고 이럴 수 있단 말이야. 그래가지고 아예 포형을 손패에 든 상태로 리틀레이트랑 하이드런트 째고 여기서 이때 포형을 쳐버리면 아예 프리티에 빨리는 각이 안 나오잖아. 그리고 설령 상대가 스트리트를 키고 시작을 하더라도 이제 포형을 들고 있는 채로 내가 턴을 받을 수 있잖아. 그래서 상대가 가령 아지오스 같은 쪽으로 착지를 해왔을 때 그냥 손패에 있는 포형 하나로 게임 뚫고 시작. 굉장히 머리가 굉장히 영민하게 플레이한. 그치가? 내 덱을 완전히 알고 있어가지고 할 수 있는 라고 봐야 돼. 굉장히 영민했다. 이거는 이 플레이는 진짜 거의 완벽? 거의 완벽이다. 그리고 다른 말이 필요 없다. 근데 그래도 아지오스는 힘들 것 같긴 하네. 그렇다고 해도 아지오스는 조금 빡셀 것 같긴 하네. 하이드런트 리틀라이트에 아지오스 날아갈 거고.
But obviously Clifton must have been in some bad situations before. It's not every duel that all of your cards work, so obviously this backup plan is giving him a route to Zeus.
그래도 쉽지 않아 보인다.
Giving that additional material.
제우스 되고 엔드. 제우스. 아지오스 미나? 일반도 한데? 책을 성공했으면 많이 달랐을 것 같긴 해요. 그래도 책을 성공했 언제나 퓨어리가 책을 성공하면 많은 게 달라져요. 맞습니다. 하이드런트 효과는 일단 통과됐고 세트 이거 트램인가? 세트를 한 이후 포형 트램인가?
look at the graveyard here, sort of strategizing the play, but we're going to enter the code left, right, A, B. It's enemy controller time.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was
야,
commit
씨발.
anything more on the field or just use it immediately.
에너컨도 그냥 들고.
Wait out the Zeus regardless. I wonder, but you're choosing.
야, 이거
to
근데
let the
진짜
Loki go
잘했다.
instead.
이거는.
Either that or you're just choosing to not have the enemy controller resolve. Oh, no, we're just gonna.
맥주집 플리오나드가 게임 졸라 잘하는데? 아니?
Now, it's only a 3,000 attack monster.
맥주집 아재.
End of Clifton's life points,
어.
with his memory allowing them both
에이,
to
그냥
gain
게임
an extra 1,000.
졸라 섹시하게 하는데?
And now it just seems a little wild on Clifton's side. What is he going to do to be able to stop these plays?
Yeah, so now he's gonna be able to use the Zeus to try to bait out that infinite impermanence. If he chains the impermanence, he's just able to chain the Little Knight to get rid of the Zeus. And I mean, not that it matters, I guess. You wouldn't really do that anyway, but
At that point, you'd be trading a body, but it might be a way to get it off the field and lose its materials.
if
진짜
anything,
잘했다,
I think infinite impermanence is gonna be used on the Little Knight.
그냥 오늘 그냥 잘했다라고밖에 할 말이 없다 이거. 아 진짜 존나 깔끔하다 게임.
And this is the big thing, right? Nibiru is a
그냥
powerful card, but it doesn't really matter as much if Turbulence is all
존나 깔끔하게 한다 진짜.
If you set those four, in fact, many of the cards that you have from the Rescue Wave set four play from Turbulence will bring back that field. So with Alert or Emergency or maybe
그냥 퓨어인 거 알고 하는 거네.
it's like a Tame,
저는 퓨어인 거다 까발려 져가지고 이렇게 하는 거네.
Extinguish, and finally gonna go for a rescue. So that field will be easy to build back up even if the Nibiru Primal being smacks down.
And this is something that I believe Clifton has to be.
아 졸라 잘했다 이건 진짜.
He doesn't get to just wait until the end of the main phase at this point. He did summon both Downard and Zeus on the previous turn. So at any point, Steven could choose to turn that Zeus into a Typhon,
Zeus.
which would block the Nibiru.
It would be wild to see Zeus basically
Zeus.
into its arch rival Typhon.
아,
All Steven needs to do is set
아
up
저번 우승자예요?
back on the field, which he already has.
저번 와이시에서 그거였죠?
He
인디애나폴리스.
doesn't need to commit very much here, as
아
long as he's able to set up
인디애나폴리스였나
that,
도루?
he'll be able to have the ability to lock him up with Contain and Extinguish, where there's very limited cards in Clifton's hand.
I do not know. That's the
Just confirming that we did not use the effective SP Little Knight this turn.
Looks like we're just linking these two monsters away into an IP Masquerena.
effective preventer summoned by banishing Turbulence.
마스케리나?
Allowing the Turbulence to go to the grave.
아 인디애나폴리스인가?
Go ahead and get that preventer back on the
I
field.
will attempt to go in phase.
Yep, and that's doesn't be enough to go into the end phase. And now
이거 에너컨으로 뺏었고 1소환 2소환 택도 없다. 니비로 그냥 그 지구 망할 때까지 썩는다 니비로.
Okay. Or no, rescue, excuse me, rescue.
니비로 저거 그냥 지구 망할 때까지 썩네.
for Clifton, we're going to be moving on into game 2. Not the
야 이거는 진짜 너무 레스큐가 퓨어리 빌드했다.
knowing what he had to do and being
완벽 그 자체.
really
그냥
exciting. I love being able to see
거의 완벽하게
their
게임했다.
absolute best in a matchup like this. Let's see if Clifton draws a little bit better here, more engine to go with. He does look like he has a copy of Pearly. He's going to be starting off with a normal summon.
Pearly?
And look at the top 3 cards. Oh no, but
Two
아 바로 치네.
is going to be crazy. We might
스트리트가
get into the same
정배가?
situation here, and I think I just saw an effect veiler.
absolutely. So Steven looks at his hand. He's going to choose to be very aggressive.
지금 퓨어리
And
3스트리트가
really
정배인가 보네요.
anywhere here, even though that could be really dangerous because it doesn't take
3스트리트가 정배니까 이렇게 하는 것 같은데.
Clifton could not play, but then this means Steven has to know he doesn't have engine. So if there's going to be a lot of non-engine, those are looking to be infinite impermanences. I mean, it could be a Pearly, but you might as well
알렸나?
play around the other non-Pearly interactions at this point. Oh, it was an immediate attack from Steven as well.
Decided not to go ahead and set his infinite permanences, so he wasn't
어
worried
미친.
about having well them countered himself.
제발.
He's going to chain the effect of Book of Eclipse, so that means that the effect is not going to be negated. He's going to access his deck and add a new Pearly card.
Yeah, so he will not be able to flip up that Pearly Lily this turn at least, but
된거 같은데 이거.
could be flipped back up.
에스키 말렸다 이거.
So my friend's going to be able to pay 500 and reveal 3 Pearly spells. Or like 3 Pearly cards, any Pearly card.
Could be going for 3 of the same name. Probably doing that just to make sure that he gets it, so we'll see what it is that he wants to access. I would imagine you
어쨌든.
probably need to go for one of the memories right now. It'd be nice to get
에스키가
the
말렸어.
but now's not the time because your cards are, well, they're face down. You need monsters to go ahead and get those powerful Pearly effects on and get Exceeding.
I believe he also just has a copy of Street in his hand at this point already, so he's really just looking for a way to develop in any way. Unfortunately, he will have to try to likely go for...
pretty.
Okay, he's going to go for Happy. Interesting here. I thought he was going to try to go for Sleepy just to try to set up a Noir.
No, it looks like he's locked into Happy, Happy, and Happy, so we'll randomly add one of those to his hand. The other two go back to the deck.
Not so random, really, but I suppose you don't know which Happy.
You don't know which Happy it is.
이 플립하고
Sure. He's going to manually change the battle position of that monster since it hasn't been summoned this turn. It's nice to have Pearly face up on the field.
He's going to use Pearly on the
아,
field
지금 상황
to rank up with the Happy, so not using the Happy's effect here to summon from deck.
가지고
We're going to go into...
스트리트 있으니까 이프 플러스 스트리트
Happiness is going
그
to be
채고
able to
가거나 아니면
add another.
데우스를 내거나 둘 중 하나인데 저는 여기서 그냥 립 같긴 하고.
Making the decision carefully here to determine what you're going to grab. It's going to be the Pearl Leap.
Yep, this makes all
스트리트 채울 것 같아.
already have access to Street, so he can just put the Street on the field. The Street will at least put 1 Sleepy memory under the Happiness, and then you can get access to 2 different draws here
엔드 페이지
on Steven's turn.
스트리트.
So you're right, we are going into the deck and grabbing that Sleepy memory. Such a great card with Pearl Leap because you're going to get 1 draw during the standby phase.
슬리피
You grab
붙이고
her, and then, well, you get another draw
예,
during
지금
the standby phase because that monster hasn't used the effect yet.
이대로 하소제 누아르.
Monsters for Eclipse, you're not going to be giving Steven any draws here. except for that drop return.
스탠.
Yeah,
오케이.
Steven not seeing
알렸구나.
any way to play his,
알렸구나.
So it looks like
put in the better versions of these interruptions that are non-engine. A great
in all their cards. So let me go ahead.
getting ready for game number 3, the last game of top 16 here.
알렸어 이거.
Which deck will take
빨렸어.
up from the amazing defenders? Will it be Pearly? Will it be Rescue Ace? It looks like
Hydrant.
normal summon Hydrant again, not very strong. He does have an impulse in his hand, so he's able to play on his.
야, 근데 빠르다 얘네. 개 빠르다.
Just play on your turn and you can.
빠르게 한다.
It's maybe one of the few decks that doesn't want to take the hour turn approach. You really do want to get the Rescue Ace set up immediately. It's nice to have the Preventers. We're probably just going to see this linked off into
이벤트 보내.
Karibo.
Karibo.
It looks familiar. It is very much the same start of the turn.
Yeah, Steven not being particularly lucky here. In an overall very consistent.
Lina?
I think this. I mean, this is the trade-off, right? Steven really
Right.
wants to focus on that non-engine, so he's sacrificing the positions of playing multiple Diabell stars.
이번에도 근데 이번에도 까지 못 따는 것 같은데. 야, 근데 6시가
I guess if you're trying to choose which one.
골근이 구리다.
He still has that little knight to
골근이 안 좋아.
Hydrant, and if he's able to
지금 플러스까지 3판 연속으로 못 갔어.
Believe it was contained, and you're absolutely right that it would be better to have two, but at least he's got that one. He does have the Rescue Ace on the field, so hopefully he's able to keep those Pearlies at bay. But we got to see what the first play for Clifton will be.
Yeah, at least with the impulse as well.
내가 듀얼근이 안 좋아.
Play Fire Engine, which I believe he does. He's able to just throw some bodies in the field, so he can generate as much advantage going into the next turn as possible, prepared with Drone Watford, and hopefully effective use of the trap.
임펄스 있기도 하고 지금 저 세트 좀 약한 그거 같은데. SQ 견제 같은데. 근데 상대도 사고인가? 같이 사고인가?
It looks like there was a drawn emergency here, and Ash used on Hydrant as a
Emergency.
play. If you're trying emergency off the bat, that has to be really rough for Clifton to see. So now you're able to freely go into the Hydrant here.
이머전시 찾자마자 주문하신 이머전시.
I mean, he's going to be forced to use Little Knight, or you're going to be forced to use Infinite Impermanence pretty much immediately on the Turbulence, which would, because if you use it any later, if you wait till the activation, Little Knight could be chained, and then the Turbulence would resolve, so it will be no longer on the field. But we know there's already.
하이드런트에 우라라 치고 나서
would have made this really easy to resummon that Turbulence.
줄까? 그럼 벨포 안 맞고. 나 때문에.
And after that, we're going to grab Contain.
I imagine it's going to be 3 spells because he does have one of the trap set.
SQ 얼러트 이머전시.
Interesting that the Turbulence is in defense. It looks like maybe Steven
스팅인가 이 스팅.
commit to the battle phase here.
나머지 하나 그러면 저 세트는 그건가 보네. 나머지 하나가 보네.
He knows that he just doesn't want to do anything else with those guys just yet.
Might not be able to go for game 2 and just be setting up for a turn where he stops all of Clifton plays and then goes into the next turn. But
그렇게 위험하게 안 하는데?
Ah,
So he gets the
엔드 트라이트.
Yeah, it looks like Steven's playing extremely conservatively here, opting to not even have attack at all. Because, I mean, this is what happens, right? You know that's not Infinite Impermanence, it would have been used already, and you know...
좀 위험한데 근데 이거 플레이가?
You assume he has strictly
조금 위험하긴 하다.
You're playing around all of them and you're playing as conservatively as possible. You're trying to get as much
혈이
from every single effect.
한번 풀리면 좀 위험할 것 같은데?
With no trade-ups. If Clifton can't get any trade-ups here,
아니 그
there's just no way
6시가 좀 위험한데? 6시 플레이 방식이 좀 위험천만한데?
anything if you can't get your game plan going, and that's what the Rescue Ace strategy does really bad.
조금 6시가 더 위험한 것 같다.
Fire department is absolutely prepared with the Contain and Extinguish.
또 이러면 이거
Really gonna take a lot of just
너무 라스톰 기량 내성 너무 없지 않나? 야, 내 또 말렸어? 또 말렸어, 씨발.
So in the end phase, we have Rescue trying to reborn.
아.
Going for the Turbulence? No, yeah, going for the Hydrant here.
아, 얘네 그렇게 안 말릴 텐데. 이게
So now
소리도 그렇고 레스큐도 그렇고 왜 이렇게 사고가 많이 나냐?
in your hand, or sorry, Hydrant on the field.
I do see an
아니,
hand, so maybe
되게 위험천만하게 한 것 같은데.
hope there. Again, if there are too many
되게 위험하게 짠 것 같은데.
obviously is going to have to be set up, but that's what's so great about Steven's play right now. This is the end phase of the turn. He's summoning these monsters now, so he doesn't have to do it next turn and can maybe stop shy of
아, 이거는
With, I think he's going to go his cards.
Nice to see the Cybers package.
아, 뭐야? 이런 것도 써? 야, 프로텍
With rescues here, looks like 3.
So it looks like because of the use of
I don't know if it would have really changed that much.
probably not 4 is the magic number for Rescue Ace, so it looks like Steven Santoli.
저 담배 한 대 태우고. 아, 내 태? 아, 그건가 보다. 맞네, 맞. 쓰는 거구나. 잠시 화장실 잠시 담배 한 대 태우고.
here in Richmond, Virginia. That's right, it's another Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. YCS Richmond is underway. We're already all the way to top 8. We started with over 1,400 players, and now we're down to 8. We see Steven Santoli barely defeating Clifton in that feature match, and Joseph taking down Tyler on the other side of the bracket. On the other side, we have Christopher LeBlanc taking on Justin Singh in top 4. Wow, I can't believe that's going to be an epic match. And on the other side, we have Matthew and Jack going at it. Looks like Lucas fell. We saw him doing really well in a feature match earlier, but Jack and Matthew are going to duke it out on the other part of the bracket. And this is going to be maybe our feature match. I'm not going to spoil it just yet, but it's Aditya taking on Pakawat. Pak, a fan favorite for sure. And we saw him in a feature match yesterday, and now he's made it all the way to top 8. We've had excellent duels, and only 3 rounds remain in this tournament. And I can't wait to see which one of these decks and players is going to walk away YCS champion.
These top 8 players have to be feeling really great right now. Just 3 matches away from that YCS title. And as you mentioned in this feature match, we're going to see Pak duel once again. And I'm really excited to see his deck, because I'm not particularly familiar with it, but every time I've walked by his field, it's filled with monsters capable of negating effects.
That's right. Let's go ahead and meet our players here for our top 8 feature match here at YCS.
이번에 리치몬드가
Over 1,400 duels came here this weekend, and only 8 remain.
아,
First up, we have Aditya.
딱 얘기해주네요. 1400. 1400. 1400.
To duel. One is interesting. Next up, we have 8. Over 1,400 duels came here.
자, 8강입니다.
Remain. First up, we have Aditya. He's from Plano.
야,
Artifact Moral Talk is his favorite card. Shout out to Plano.
야, 개멋있네.
Myself.
몰라 기분 나쁨.
From North Brunswick, New Jersey, his favorite card is Prank Kids Meow Meow Mew.
That is interesting. I mean, he did win a remote duel YCS with Prank Kids, so maybe that card holds up for this win. And even though he's playing against a well-known player, you can't let that get to you.
Yeah.
Since both these players are really going to want to go first, especially Pac, because this is one of those decks that when it goes first, it might be.
예, 저 사람 네임드 들어. 사람도 확실히. 아카왓. 캐왓.
One more time here. It's game on the sky.
I'm feeling the flow.
Oh,
야, 프텍 똑같은데?
Already for Pak.
wow.
팩.
Yeah, looks
Oh,
like
lose out to Effect Veiler.
he's going to go first.
Aditya is off to the
데스 가이드.
start then, and he's starting with Tour Guide from the Underworld.
아, 그냥 바로 그냥 벨로 꽂네 그냥. 벨로 갈기네
Does
그냥.
he have the Shavara to chain from the hand to get it off the field? It doesn't look like it.
샤바라 그냥 째고 그냥 벨로 치네.
Looks like he's drawing 2 cards. A lot of players would opt
얘네 확실히 그런 경우 맞는 것 같아. 샤바라 째버리는 경우.
for the Forceful Sanctuary type of
샤바라든가 이런 거.
opponent's hand.
예, 예, 12시가 언체인드고 6시가 에보 성기사.
But if Aditya doesn't have
Infernal
much to go
Sport,
with right now,
Infernoble.
drawing 2 cards may be his only option. So that's the way he went.
12시가 언체인드.
Plano, Texas Duelist is going to be looking at his hands. Definitely probably drew the cards because he didn't have any other plays beyond this tour guide. Because yeah, as you mentioned, looking at the hand is quite powerful, but doesn't look like he drew.
오, 미친. 야, 근데 파괴가 이기가 쉽지가 않은데.
Coming in clutch here for Pac. Now, what warrior monster are we going to see for
벨로 맞고 못 쳐.
noble strategy? How is he going to start his plays? He's going to start with Heritage.
성배.
That's going to let him grab an
성배
Infernal
계승.
monster.
계승 맞나? 성기사 가져오는 거.
Picking up his deck in sections, hoping he doesn't have to go through all of it, but it looks like
resolution.
yep, he's going to grab the main one you want to
예.
start with, and that is going to be Ogier.
Terraforming.
And then he's going to follow it up with Terraforming. That's going to let him add a field spell from the deck to the hand.
플랫포밍. 선거박물관.
He's going to add the Noble Arms Museum.
Activate Noble Arms Museum. Effect. Pay 1,200.
So he's going to use the Noble Arms
1200
Museum,
재고.
pay 1,200 to add a Noble Arms card from his deck to his hand.
Small price to pay to get his combo go up and running.
Yep, going to grab
기습 방송하기에는 킨지 오래됐어.
equip the tour guide with
Hello.
Durandal's, and use Durandal's effect to add a warrior monster
오시고.
from his deck to his hand. Now, with no other plays from Aditya, you have to assume he has something in his hand to be able to use, and he does use the Ash Blossom and Joyous Ring on the Infernal Arms, or the Noble Arms Durandal. So now he's going to normal summon the Ogier. Ogier's going to be able to send a Noble Arms or a Fire Warrior monster from his deck to the graveyard.
브란달. 이게
All right, Pac taking a moment to
후지에다가 우라라 친 건가?
consider his options. He definitely has to consider what other
그 전개 시작.
in his hand.
전개 시작했다.
Yeah, you have to think he has something because there are still 4 more cards in it, and those are 4 cards that he cannot.
방송 전에 봤던.
Yep, and it looks like he's going to send Infernoble
트리팽?
Turpin to the
아, 이거 드란다라 친 거구나. 드란다를 우라라 치고
Turpin is special summon.
Let's rev it up.
제대로 못 봤.
What warrior monster?
Pay 1,200.
Price to pay to get his combo.
With Durandal. Now he's going to use
아,
Durandal.
드란다를 우라라네.
Monster from his Joyous Ring on
스카이드에 드란다를 붙인 거에 우라.
Durandal. So now he's going to normal summon the Ogier. Ogier's going to be able to send a Noble Arms or a Fire Warrior monster from his deck to the graveyard. All right, Pac taking a moment to
갑-
consider his options. He definitely has
한번 왜
to
기습
consider
승배까지 하냐?
options that Aditya might have
화이터 써요.
his hand.
화이터 쓰는데 못 잡은
I
듯.
think he has something because there are still 4 more cards in it, and those are 4 cards.
아까 그 아까 커넥터 플러스 제보에서 에서 패 2개 터는
to build his field.
Yep, and it looks
이렇게
like he
나가고.
sent Infernoble armed Turpin to the graveyard.
Effect of
Okay.
Turpin to special summon.
And Turpin's going to special summon to the
스페셜
field.
서먼.
Anything else?
So now he has 2 warrior monsters on the field, and that is what he's looking for.
That's all he needs to make Isold.
Gonna link them away.
이솔드라고
Turpin's
하는구나.
gonna be banished.
이졸데가 아니라 이솔드라고 하는구나.
Summons will add a
영어로.
warrior monster from his deck to his hand. He won't be able to use that warrior monster
Isold.
this turn. He's gonna grab a Neospace Connector, it looks like, for follow-up. Oh, maybe he's considering a different option. Oh, gonna go for Super Quantum Red Layer. That's a good way to extend
뭐가 좋은
warrior
거지?
monsters onto the field.
뭐였지 방금?
Use the other
반짝반짝 빗나가지고 못 봤네.
Send some equip cards to the graveyard to special summon a warrior monster equal to the number, with a level equal to the number of equip cards he sends to the graveyard.
아니야?
Alright, looks like he's thinking Divine Sword Phoenix Blade is for sure gonna be one you want to
씨발 신검 왜 이렇게 볼 때마다
Still being used to this day.
아니
Keep returning.
신검 왜 이렇게 볼 때마다 웃기지 씨발. 씨발 볼 때마다 너무 웃기네. 신검 핑스플레이드 씨발.
Special summon effect seems particularly powerful in this deck.
저게 대체 왜 살아 있는 거야 씨발.
Seems a lot of options of cards to special summon.
Definitely.
이게 왜 있는 거야 대체. 아니.
Thinking about going for 3, maybe 4. Maybe he's looking at Alamace.
Looks like he wants to up it. Let's see.
Nope. So he's gonna go DDR, Angelica's,
DDR,
and Divine
델링
Sword
그다음에
Phoenix
핑스
Blade.
블레이드.
Level 3 warrior from the deck to the field. And that's gonna let him summon Aqua
돌핀맨.
Aqua Dolphin is a great card for peeking at Aditya's hand, which is probably pretty valuable here because it's not unlikely that there's something there that he wants to play around.
Yeah, he's gonna. It looks like he was looking to see if he has the 2 warriors already to add back the Phoenix Blade.
맨 효과?
If he doesn't,
아.
discard the red layer that he added.
레드레이어구나. 초량사 레드레이어.
Since he can't use it this turn, so he's gonna check
아
it
이런
out.
무조건
Oh my gosh, it's just
거의
a
확정이지
Ruha,
이러면 한 대.
Ruha, Tour Guide, and Rhino.
Inflict 500 points of damage to you.
Then he's gonna take 5.
아 레벨 그냥 가장 센 거 들고 왔구나.
Monsters here, tougher Aditya.
Wanted.
Brutal, and the most important thing about that.
아 씨발 시작했다.
Nothing in Aditya's hand to play.
개지랄 시작했다.
And now Pax can activate Wanted, Seeker of the Sinful Spoils, add Diabell Star, the Black Witch.
Summon Dark Witch by sending this.
He's
Effect
gonna
set.
send the Durandal to special summon, and then he's going to set a Sinful Spoils. He's gonna set the original Sinful Spoils, Snake Eye.
야 근데 카드 컨트롤하는 거 좀 개멋있네.
Level 1 Fire Monster potentially this turn. Now
Activate.
he's gonna activate it. The beautiful Quarter Century Secret Rare out of Age of Overlord.
Send Diabell Star to the graveyard. Special summon.
개멋있게 펼치네.
Noble Knights, perhaps Renaud.
신검 핑스 블레이드 씨발 저게 대체 아니 왜 살아 있는 건데 씨발 저게 아니.
Targeting this.
And then he's gonna summon back the Oligir. Ogier.
알베레토에서 살리고.
Now they're going to the
Angelica?
graveyard for a synchro summon. I believe that is going to be level 5. Indeed it is. He's going to summon one of my favorite cards out of Duelist Nexus, Angelica, Princess of Noble Arms. This is going to let him add another copy of that Noble Arms museum.
소막물과는 하스나?
Not once per turn.
Wow.
Cost 1.
Oh, the blade's coming back.
2. Add by
This is what it gets sent to the graveyard for.
아니 저게 대체 씨발 왜 있는 거야
So he's
씨발.
going to equip the Angelica.
아니 저게 왜 살아 있는 거야 대체 씨발.
He's going to summon the Royal
아니,
from his extra deck. He's
이게
gonna
대체
want
왜 살아 있는
to
건데
on
씨발.
potentially- I mean, I guess he's not going first, he's going second, so he's definitely looking to finish off his opponent.
Yeah, I think he can definitely finish Aditya off this turn. It's just a matter of how. So he's looking for that path.
Definitely. And then we saw him send down Magius. Is he going to add back another
바로-
Phoenix Blade and the Richardetto? Oh, doubles them back into the deck to draw a card. Just
저게 대체 왜 살아 있는 거야?
continuing his plays.
아니 볼 때마다 얼탱이가 없어 아니지.
Here.
Magus effect. Target Captain Roland. Effect
gonna
museum. Summon Magus.
He's going to equip the Magius from his graveyard. Using
나왔다,
the
샤를.
special summon it from the spell and trap card.
어황
Then he's
등장.
going to be able to synchro those into Charles.
Effect. Captain Roland targeting Charles.
So he's going to use the Roland effect in the graveyard to equip it to Charles.
서가지 날리고
When Charles is
대로
equipped with an equipped card, he
칼을
can throw
대제
cards
입길.
outside the field, taking out that tour guide, and then he's going to link them away to go into Charles the Great.
Equip the Charles.
And now
찰스
Charles the
붙이고.
Great's gonna equip the Charles, he can replace his
아
Noble
성검마물과
Arms
두 개 다 잡았네.
Already did.
이래서 안젤리카 효과 안 터진 거.
Museum.
Up effect. Pay 12 again.
Like I said, it's not one.
선이 100 재고.
You can pay 1200 again to add another Noble Arms card from the deck to the hand.
That's an amazing effect to be able to use multiple times.
Yeah, it definitely belongs in a museum. I love Noble Arms Museum. So he's going to be able to push forward the Charles from the spell and trap cards.
와 씨발 미친.
This should be enough already. Go to battle phase. He already knows all his cards. Just attack for game here. And that's it.
야.
Pack being able to capitalize on a rough hand from a detail. I mean, he had that effect failure, which was huge, especially when he drew
깔끔하네.
all monsters. And Pack now just one game away from moving on to top 4 with the Infernoble.
졸라 깔끔하다 그냥. 에이.
Classic issue you run into.
막힘이 없네 그냥.
I don't think he would want to let Pack go first using the Infernoble Knights.
Definitely. I see a lot of monsters in Pack's hand as well, but there's that effect failure. But now he's starting off with a normal Unchained turn, setting a card to his back row.
봐봐라.
Already off to a better start. It's going to be Abomination's Prison to special summon the Shavar from the hand, and then Abomination's Prison is going to special summon an Unchained monster from the deck to the field.
봐봐라 스타트.
Going first is okay when you're using Unchained.
이러면 뭐 나오나?
It is one of the only decks where you're like, oh, okay, that
시야마.
makes sense, that's how you're leading.
빠른 시야마.
Pretty much all of the Unchained spell and crap cards that are using the deck.
시야마 나오고 여기서 야마 바로.
Yep, and then he's going to summon
Chain
Chayama,
want.
link those two monsters away into
이거 벨로 짤만 한데? 야마의 벨로 칠만하다.
add an Unchained monster from his deck to the hand. But Pack is going to use Effect Veiler to try and cut him off from the monster. But Aditya will still be able to set Escape or
근데 이게 아무리 그 금대로 전기 카드를 잘라도 발매한 지 얼마 안 된 것까지 자르기 힘들고. 근데 가령 소송기사 같은 경우에 듀넥이랑 에오에서 모든 파츠를 다 받았는데 그 짧은 기간 안에 이걸 다 규제한다는 게 말이 안 되잖아요. 그래서 지금 게임이 심팩에서 터지지 않아요. 이 심팩 쿠션이 없어. 이 전기 파츠.
So yep, he's going to use the Shyama to destroy the chamber. So
그런 시야만 나오고.
Chamber's going to summon from the deck.
한극.
Get the Unchained monster of his choosing.
한극 효과로 나오는 건
Looks like he's thinking about Rakea, and it is going to be
라키아.
a quick effect to be able to destroy one of his own cards.
이렇게 나오고.
And now it looks like yep, he's going to link away the Shyama, so it's going to go to the bottom.
여기서 라기아 나오나?
Yeah, no, that should be there. Shayama goes to the bottom of the deck.
Yep.
야마는 야마
He's going to look
하고
for Unchained Soul of Rage with Rakea on the field.
레이지라고 하죠.
Normal summon Sarama, that makes a lot of sense.
사람만 일반 소환. 여기서 리뷰를 받으면
Oh yeah, things are going much better for detail here.
He got hit by the same number of effect veilers too.
So he's going to use Sarama to reset the chamber and then destroy his Soul of Rage. Now let's see what effect he decides to use next.
야마 효과까지는 못 쓸 것 같은데.
So he's going to use Rage to add Shavara back to the hand.
하나만 딱 하면
So now he's getting the Shavara set up to have
딱 이
that
정도
for
하면
Pat's turn. So he's going to use Rakea.
야마 효과로 라기아 낼 수.
Then Sarama's going to special summon Unchained monster. The
라기아
Shavara
효과로
returned. Now he's
하나만
gonna try to
깨고
destroy his own card, destroying
야마
the
효과로
hand,
라기아
turn it into a level
라키아 깨고
6 Unchained monster. Maybe another copy of Shavara will be coming down. Indeed it is.
You are.
헬로
Checking
내
for
시저까지 나오고.
Yeah.
그러면
Game state was the appropriate time to do that.
깔끔하다 부상대. 되게 깔끔하네. 그러면
Now he's
대왕
gonna overlay the
하이킹
chamber,
시죠.
level 6 monsters.
하이킹 씨.
He's gonna summon the
Triple
Highway
D.
King Caesar. Triple D. Yep.
Wave High King Caesar.
Making Declan Akaba proud.
하이킹 시저에다가 쌍극에다가 뮤지 야마 플러스 라기아.
Oh,
오우 씨발 잠시만. 오우 씨발.
Caesar right away, and he doesn't have escape set or any other Unchained
잠시만요.
monster, he just has the chamber.
That is a good start.
The chamber
오 씨발 잠시만.
find a way to access Abominable maybe. So he's going to use the chamber special from the hand or graveyard. He's going to go for the Soul of Rage, it looks like.
네, 바로 나가야지 라기아 이거.
Soul of Rage to link
이거는
the Fenrir and the Soul of Rage for SP Little Knight, I'd imagine.
So that instantly takes care of the Fenrir.
리틀라이트 하나?
Indeed it does.
SP Little Knight it is.
So he's going to use
Fenrir.
Little Knight's effect to banish since he used a monster from the extra deck. And he's going to banish.
Oh man, Pack has another one.
잠시만요.
Using the effect of the first one to
잠시만요. 살려주세요.
This can deal with both of these monsters.
살려주세요.
Attack, activate the effect, target.
저 여기 왜 또 있는데?
Aditya can chain the
여긴
Little
세
Knight,
장이거든.
will at least not be destroyed by battle, but it still deals with both. But he has Ghost
시골에 까이죠?
Chill. So that's
아
gonna
시골에
Phoenix effect. In
시골에
a
먹었네.
field, he's going to take the damage.
그러니까 팬리는 하나 떨어질 때마다 기사가 몇 개씩 떨어지는 거야.
That's where I was like going in my head. It's hard not to say it. All right, now let's see if he still decides.
유니콘 존재 페네르 부제.
Number of monsters in his hand. Has to deal with the SP Little Knight and the Caesar.
근데 이 정도면 아직 봉합했어. 하이킹 노대왕이 많이 세가지고 어떻게든 노도대왕만 지키면 받고 게임 끝나긴 해.
tough spot.
Yeah, he hasn't normal summoned yet.
걸로는 아직까지는 안 될 거야.
So he goes to battle phase, just trying to attack over SP level.
그냥 그냥 뭔데?
I don't know the defense off the top of my head of the High Wave King Caesar. Normally in attack mode, but it looks like it is less than 24. But maybe playing around stuff like Lightning Storm.
1800 defense points, 2800 attack points, so it is vulnerable to an attack from Fenrir.
Decides to still to take down the SP Little Knight. So we know Adita has
됐다.
Shivara in hand plus one other card. The Caesar on the field.
Yep, main phase 2.
Pat goes to main phase 2. He's looking at 3 Infernoble monsters in his hand.
Normal summon.
Summons Richardette though. Now he's gonna link it away. It looks like for link 1.
아 아니마.
Anima.
아
For Aditya, he did not put his triple D monster directly in front of it.
Smart. Yeah, you always want to play with, especially with Pearly being out there.
잠시만 배특수 하나 더 있나? 혹시 배특수 하나 더 있나? 특수 하나 할 거 하나 더 있으면 이거 이졸됐네.
Your monster absorbed by relinquished anima when you could have just moved the monster over a little and kept your monster on the field.
Indeed, definitely want to keep that in mind. And now he's going to
아.
link away the Anima and the Fenrir.
얼마 더 있나?
Probably see SP Little Knight here.
Trying to clean
Knight.
up the Caesar. We'll see if this prompts a
하이킹.
Shivara just to get it onto the field. Probably not.
I'll take 24 just for linking it off, but I'm
Yep,
thinking
he's gonna still take the damage.
He'll still take. He links
아
up
오케이
the monster,
데미지.
but he still takes the damage.
시구레 때문에 시구레 때문에 데미지 먹.
24 over 8,000. I'll be at 56. I counted. Yeah, you're at 72. Yep. Yes, and then I will declare the effect of Little Knight. I will target.
알탈.
Gets to banish a card on the field or in the graveyard.
하이킹 보내기도 좀 그렇긴 해. 하이킹 보내면 알 깨는 거라.
Contemplating what to banish, but he did
하이킹 보낼 수밖에 없긴 해.
Yeah, he
하이킹
could've gone after the Yama from the graveyard potentially.
아 팬일 아닙니다.
Might as well get rid of the High Wave King Caesar.
Yeah, I mean he really had to deal with.
현 여기서 아바라 효과.
And then since there was a Shivara underneath it as a material, it was sent to the graveyard. Doesn't have to be sent there from the field, just has to be sent to the graveyard in any way. And
아바라
he'll
효과로
get that
창도
Unchained
가나?
trap card from the deck. It looks like he's thinking about adding escape. Yep, he's going to
가네.
set the escape of the Unchained.
Escape? Okay.
Escape.
이게 끝인가?
Anything on res? Nothing on resolution. Okay.
아니면 전개할 거 더 있냐?
All right. Now let's see what he's going to do from here. If he's just going to hope that the SP Little Knight. Nope.
아 알레르데 아. 킨. 알레르데토의 효과에 이제 나오고 아 이올레다 이거 아. 여기 전개를 하네.
Thinking about his options.
기어이 전개하는구나.
Gonna link SP Little Knight and the Infernoble away for. It's the soul.
Jolt.
SP Little Knight is a warrior, so that's 2 warriors. So he's going to use Shivara here to destroy the escape, and this is
그러면-
where he's going to find a way to access Abominable.
이러면
and then special summon Abominable
쌍극의 언체인드 소울.
before it's able to send the equips from the deck.
쌍극의 언체인드 소울 나오겠다.
But he's going to get the on summon effect to add a warrior for follow up. He's going to grab the
근데
immortal.
이거 웬만하면 봉합된 거 같은데? 이거 봉합됐어.
So it's also going to trigger.
이러면 우라라 케어하면서
destroyed. He can banish the Yama to
체인드
summon back.
그러니까 쌍극의 언체인드 소울 나오는 거라. 야 남았고.
Chance to summon from the deck. He summoned back the Rakeo with the Yama. And then here comes the Abominable, so he'll be able to discard the card to take down that Isolde easily.
내 알기로 뭐 없던 거 같은데. 그치? 이거 받으면 끝일 것
Right
같아.
now, drawing that Isolde could be tremendously problematic for Pat.
이씨.
Yep, and he's going to discard the Phoenix Rhino Warrior. Not going to be able to send down a Shivara and gain the effect since he already used Shivara's effect this turn. So yeah, no point in really using it here. He has Shayama in the graveyard as well, I believe.
Switch gear free to summon.
잠시만
So
올리게.
now he's going to summon out his last Infernoble.
No. Oh. Yep.
이게 있나?
Oh, sorry.
Been a-
Mine for the bird.
So not on purpose. Sometimes it happens. The Infernoble cards have a lot of layers to each one of them, but it looks like they just now caught it, so they're going.
성기사.
Going to bring it up now to just for a PE minor warning for procedural error.
We'll equip with a quick card.
Warning, not like they're still best this turn, but seeing the writing on the walls is just going to. So
So the one monster on his field.
yep. So
Back my cards up. Yep. Okay.
so minor warning. This
막혔다.
definitely cool city if you're in the area to check out. Lots of cool stuff to do. Rolling Lockbird.
If it's
자 이게
not
막혔네.
Lockbird,
오케이.
indeed, reinforcement of the army.
네 중원 발동.
In a deck full of warriors, that seems like a strong opening play.
Let's see what he
Sure.
decides to grab. Looks like it's going to be the Neospace connector.
벡터로 가나?
And there comes Neospace connector. Really good. Not only does it let you get 2 warriors on the field right away, you get access to that Aqua Dolphin, which lets you peek at your opponent's hand and try and take out a card they might be holding to end your combos. This, does he,
almost summon connector effect.
이거는
Effect
펫랩
activates.
강제.
I think this is the point at which Aditya will need something.
he has Ash Blossom. Next up, Pack is going to use Terraform.
테라포밍?
He's going to try and
Dolphin Museum.
Yep, here comes
대선거
Dolphin
박물관.
Museum.
Activate museum. Pay 12.
1200 life points will get him the noble
1200
armor of
재고?
choice. One of those museum relics to add to his hand.
Search the Rendell.
랜달.
Activate Durandal.
Adds Durandal. Going to equip it to Neospace connector and then send it to the graveyard to add a warrior monster from his deck to his hand. He's going to
TB Lady.
Fireflint Lady. Since he controls a warrior monster, he's going to be able
Lady
to
들고.
send the Fireflint Lady onto the field.
날도 대신 레이디. 아니구나. 레이디가
Almost
맞다.
like getting the dolphin without being able to use the dolphin's effect. But
It helps you get to your main goal, which is just 2 warriors on the field, which is all you need to go into Isolde, Tale of 2 Noble Knights.
yep, the main difference is that Pack no longer
퀸졸 대
does not know
효과.
what else is left in Aditya's hand after that Ash Blossom was used.
Does he have the Imperm? Oh,
Ghost Mourner.
지구래.
That helped him out in game 2, and here it is in game number 3. Going to cut off the addition. He can still use Isolde's effect to pay the cost to send the equips to the graveyard.
That was my recollection as well. So he can get the Divine Phoenix Sword and some other cards in there, but he won't be able to special summon that
조금
monster.
힘들긴 하겠던데.
And also can't search for a
follow-up.
Card to add to his hand on summon.
Yep, that's good. Yeah, I don't take damage yet.
Not yet.
No, he mourned it. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, no problem.
All right, now can Pack play through 2 points of disruption from Aditya here?
3 in hand, right?
Yeah, that Ghost Mourner was just another reason it was so critical for Aditya to negate the effect of
알레르트랑
Connector.
네모 스네이카이.
The Dolphin from peeking at his hand.
I think I do this. Activate
He's going to use the original Sinful Spell Snake Eye to send his
언제 뭐
Noble
스네이카이?
Army Museum to the graveyard to special summon a level 1 fire monster from the deck. Gonna summon a
리날도.
Renaud.
The effect of Renaud, I'll target Durandal.
So Renaud is going to add the Durandal back to the hand. Now he's going to link away, maybe just for an SP here.
SP?
Could be.
아 이거 두 번째 이졸레다. 이거 두 번째 이졸레다. 이졸레 아직 그거 안 썼잖아. 기도 효과 안 썼잖아 아직. 아 이거 이졸레 기도 효과를 안 썼어. 이 플레이어가 병신 카드여서. 피그레가 개병신 카드여가지고 소환 성공시 소환 유발에 친
I
거여가지고
assume he used the first effect, which can only use once per turn.
Yep, and now
기도 효과 남아 있어요. 이거.
Yes, but since he hasn't used the second effect, that second Isolde he summoned is able to. So now he does.
피그레가 개병신 카드여가지고 이거 소환 성공시 던졌어야 돼가지고.
Definitely, Pack really demonstrating how Infernoble can play through those points of disruption from the opponent on turn 1. He's going to send 1.
아 다시 들어가자.
He's looking at DDR.
가자.
Maybe 4. Oh yeah, the Divine Sword Phoenix Blade he's for sure going to want to send. No reason to leave that in the deck. Oh, never mind. I lied. He's leaving it in the deck.
에링.
So he's going to send 4.
알마스까지. 알마스 DDR. 알마스 DDR 듀렌달 그 다음에 엔젤링. 안 보던데.
Probably Ogier.
얘냐 아니면
He doesn't have to establish the craziest field. As long as it's decent, Aditya only has 3 cards left in his hand.
Durandal.
So he's going to use Ogier's effect.
듀렌달 알마스 엔젤링 그리고 DD.
Send either a Noble Arm Equip or a Fire Warrior.
I'll send.
나 보이.
This is an intense match. We are in game 3 here of top 8. There's a lot on the line. Aditya's doing his best.
지구레가 밸런스에 깔끔하게 막혔을 것 같은데. 나 엔드에서.
There is still almost 20 minutes on the clock, so they do have time.
So he's going to send Turpin to the graveyard with Ogier's effect.
Yep. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Pack, the amount of time on the clock is not relevant to slow play, so he is receiving a warning for that.
Yep. Yep, as you. I understand like it's a complicated game, but we just have to keep a good pace of play. Yeah, that's fine. SP minor, just a warning.
All right, now he's going to. Yep, got to add 3 more minutes since there was a slow play warning issued. Just took a little bit too long there. All right, so now he's going to activate Durandal.
맨날 붙이고. 트리팽 효과?
Now he's doing it the
트리팽
right way.
나가고.
Yeah, making sure he doesn't do legally since that was the card that got him a warning in game 1, but he does have a monster equipped with an equipped card, so the Turpin will come back.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to make the same illegal play
Thinking.
because then the penalty can be upgraded.
아 경고. 그래서 그렇게 안 되는 플레이 해가지고
Pac doesn't
떨어진
seem
듯.
thrilled with where this is going.
아 시간 지연이에요?
So he's going to overlay for Battle and Boxer Dempsey. So he's going to be able to add a fire
아 근데
monster.
진짜 빡세다. 이게 저희 혹시지 않은 입장에서는 솔직히 저게 그렇게 그렇게까지 시간 지연했다고 느껴지지가 않는데 저게 시간 지연 결.
We've seen it in Vanquish Soul with the super heavy samurai.
저건
Soul.
개빡세다
It's a
진짜.
samurai engine as well. But being used here in Furnoble makes a lot of sense as well.
Just get a fire warrior.
너무 빡센데. 하면 다 뒤지겠다.
Pac's got to be a little more decisive. He really does not want to pick up a second slow play.
일본처럼 게임하면 그냥
And now he's
뒤지라는
going
거네.
to add the Magius. So make sure
For sure.
you can catch to
Summon from end.
ban him.
You may continue. Yep.
All right, so next up he's going to
Summon from end.
banish the Ricardetto. And now he's going to summon the Magius.
You have 3.
He's going to go for a link for Appaloosa.
No.
So that's
Not locked in.
Activate the effect of Magus. Yep, 3, yeah.
Yep, Appaloosa's going to be at 2400. And you can negate the effect.
DJ only has 3 cards left in his hand.
언체인 입장에서 빡세다. 아폴은 너무 빡세다.
The Appaloosa's negation.
아니도
He'll
원.
be able to carry Pac to his next turn.
All right, shuffling up. So looks like Pac is going to rely on this Appaloosa unless he can get something here off the top of his deck. Oh, he did. I think he drew this Immortal Phoenix.
미친 뭐야?
Summon.
미친.
That's an additional negation for him. to put on the
형이 씨발 거기서 왜 나와?
I believe a monster effect.
Was that an effect veiler in Pac's hand?
I think so.
좋됐다.
He can stop lots of monster effects.
OG effect to equip.
So you can use Ogre effect to equip to
빨리 탑 들어가 저거 봐. 탑 들어가 왜 저거야 씨발?
the Fire Warrior
Attempt to
toolbox.
leave the main phase.
And now he's going to try and leave main phase, in phase. He has the Gear Free, he has the Appaloosa.
와 씨, 좋됐다 이거 진짜 이거는
The Plano Texas
이건
native
트리플
who
택틱
have to try hard to get
거의
a
간 거
deal
같은데.
with this board. Appaloosa pretty good against Unchained unless he draws into something like Infinite Impermanence.
택틱 못 본다 이거 게임.
Does he have a normal summonable monster? I see another copy of Ghost Mourner. I see Rikea. I think I see Abomination's Prison.
I think that's it. No, he
He
must
has
have one
one
more
other one.
card that I can't see.
Gonna check about the Immortal Phoenix Gear Freed real quick. It's been a while since light cards come down too often. I believe it just negates monster effects.
Yes, by sending a face-up equipped card you control to the graveyard, negates the activation of monster effect and destroys it. Also has a cool effect that can equip your opponent's monsters to it when it attacks.
That is really cool.
This card was released actually in a structure deck in Duel Links not too long ago.
No, originally in Toon Chaos, one of my favorite sets of all time.
Ah,
So,
was.
Aditya's gonna use Abomination
상황에
Prison
걔.
here to add an Unchained monster from the deck to the hand.
언체인드 몬스터 찬스. 언체인드 몬스터는 하늘에서 하는 수치.
Looks like he's thinking about. Couldn't see quite just what he moved to the top of his deck there. It is it Chavar? Oh no, Abominable.
Yep.
Okay.
With no spells or traps to break through Pac's field, this is going to be tough for Aditya.
좀 많이 암울하긴 하네.
Yeah, I mean, Pac can negate the monster effects in hand with Appaloosa, can negate the monster effects on field with the Immortal Phoenix Gear Freed, but the Gear Freed destroying it is pretty
자기야
huge.
메인 종료 배틀?
So he's gonna go into battle phase, attack with
나
Rikea.
근데
It's
막히는데?
destroyed, but it's gonna trigger the effect in the graveyard.
아 원체인 원투로 꼬는구나 이거.
I don't think Appaloosa
아 원투로 꼬려고 근데 그래도
will be able to stop that.
Appaloosa certainly can't, and I guess the Immortal Phoenix Gear Freed can't. Can Immortal Phoenix Gear Freed?
앞으로부터 쓰면 그냥 스무트하게 가는 것 같아.
No, no, he can use the.
아
Gear
이거
Freed.
앞으로부터 쓰기 힘드네 이러면.
So he can use Gear Freed in the damage step.
기어 프레이드부터 쓰면 되겠다 근데 이건.
Looks like here.
기어 프레이부터 쓰고 기어 프레이부터
Alright,
쓰고
so that Gear Freed one up the Appaloosa there, and that might actually make all the difference.
Wow, this is. I wonder if he just left the Abominable in the deck. He could have summoned the Abominable. Oh no, because then that would have still been negated by
He
the
would
Gear
have needed
Freed.
the second chain link.
Yeah, that's a tough spot for Aditya here.
Yeah, if that were in the deck, he couldn't chain block.
Yeah.
So
그냥-
the effect
그냥
button
지금
on the deck will resolve.
Does he have something with more than 2400 attack?
기어 프레이드 게임 날라가네 그냥.
Besides the Abominable, the only time you ever want two in your deck, I don't think so. Think so, but he's gonna go for Disaster.
Chain Magus, shuffle for cost.
아 그 와중에 또 들어오빠라. 뭐지 좋은데?
Yep, when he's sent to the graveyard. It's a trigger that would move, so you should still be able to activate during damage step, right?
Effect, he draw a card. Deck. If if he does have that effect failure in hand, he can use this on
데미스템에도 가능합니다라는 걸
because the disaster is going to try and
저지한테 말한 것 같은데.
with Pax Appaloosa.
당연되지.
There you go. And I'll put your deck.
A lot of Unchained players don't even use the Unchained Soul disaster, but
데미스템에
it's
되지.
quite useful to break boards just like this.
Oh, you're good to continue.
Yeah, that'll be a pretty good card. Well,
꽤 3자 게임을
use
하게
Appaloosa
하네요.
to negate it, right?
True.
So its attack points are 300 for each unchained monster in the graveyard, unchained card in the graveyard, so it can't actually destroy anything in battle.
So it looks like he is going to use the effect. Let's see if Pac uses Appaloosa here or the effect failure in his hand. Looks like he's going to try and link away with the Immortal
Appaloosa.
Fear Free.
Appaloosa to negate.
Yeah, Appaloosa is definitely the better play here. It's in main phase 2. The Appaloosa is not vulnerable to battle anymore.
Yep.
Doesn't need those 800 attack points, and Pac gets to keep the effect failure, which I believe is in his hand, unless my eyes deceive me.
영어에서 확실히 톤 좋다.
More.
Playing through those 2 points of disruption, but still able to establish a board that he knew would be good against this matchup. Just excellent play
멜로도
here
들고
from Pac. He could be moments away from moving on to top 4 with his Infernoble strategy. In packing the Sinful Spoils nonetheless. Oh, but Typhon, another card from
Typhon.
Overlord. Since Pac
하지만 아폴 남아있다.
in the previous turn, he can, as his
아폴
last
남아있어도 이미
Typhon, and then he can try and return a card on Pac's side of the
Ah.
field, but Pac is just going to negate it with effect. And this game is looking.
Ah.
This is going to stop the Immortal Phoenix Gearfrey from using its effect since it has 3,000 attack. But Typhon, a really great card out of Age of Overlord. Looks like that's the quarter-century secret rare.
The Gearfried's effect can actually equip the Typhon too. Oh, because it negates the effect with his effect.
아.
Yeah, so it will stop that.
Ah.
It's gonna be particularly
Ah.
problematic
I
for
don't
Ah.
Typhon, so in spite of its ability to negate the Gearfried.
So Heritage Chalice is going to add Noble Arms Museum. Noble Arms Museum is going to activate. He's going to pay 1,200. He's going to add a Noble Arms card from his deck to his hand.
Is that okay?
Pac's paying himself down to 4,000 life points.
He's
번째 턴 플레이 좀
included
봐야겠다.
himself here.
이런 식으로 왔을
Well,
때
I guess the Ghost Mourner
플레이가
is
어떻게
damage from Aditya as well, but he's going to grab.
But he sent it to the graveyard.
True, he chose it.
He chose to take that 1,600 points of damage.
He's going to grab the Durandal.
Magus effect, target Gearfried.
So he's going to bring back the Magus yet again
이대 붙이고
to the Gearfree.
멘달. 아 일단
What he has to do is find a way to get to
처음부터
Esper, banish the Typhon off the field, and maybe go for game here.
처음이라
It's going to be tough. He's still low on cards.
Normal summon Ricardetto.
Summons Ricardetto.
그레데토
And then he's going to bring back
Epic.
Turpin since he has the monster with the quick spell.
하고 안젤리카.
That's a 4 and a 1, so it's going to be a level 5 synchro for Angelica.
젤리카.
There she is.
Angelica's going to be able to add another copy of the Noble Arms Museum.
네, 이러면 대성공 박물관 한 번 더 가져오지.
This deck is so pretty.
한번 다시 가져오고.
Using to use a lot of high rarity cards.
All of them, if you can. Yep.
Effective Museum, summon Ogier.
So now he's going to use the museum to special summon Infernoble monster in the spell and trap card zone to the field. And Ogier's effect is going to activate to send a monster from the deck to the graveyard. He's going to send Oliver.
예.
Pac just has to find a way to get enough damage on the
야, 날
board
붙이나?
here.
Durandal effect, target Ogier. Effect Durandal to search.
So he's going to equip the Ogier for Durandal. Durandal's going to go to the graveyard. Let him add
대보
another warrior from the
없으면
Going to get Renaud. Renaud's going to be able to special summon and add back a Noble Arm.
Is that affecting both players or just you? Okay, thank you.
Making sure that, yeah, his Immortal Phoenix Gearfried is going to be cut off for right now.
Special Renaud. Effect targeting
기업해
DDR.
He's going to add back DDR, Different Dimension Reincarnation. That's an old school equip card, one of my favorites.
Nothing's banished at the moment, though, with special summons banished monsters.
Turpin, targeting Angelica.
So now he's going to use Turpin. When he targets the Angelica, it can
아,
use
씨발.
that to special summon
롤락 나오고
the graveyard or extra deck.
There it is. He now has banished monster as well.
예 장착 효과에
Dimension Reincarnation is back on.
안젤리카를 써가지고 랑하고
Steer a Rise Heart to the
라이자트 씨발
See that card?
라이자트 이지랄
It's a Fire Warrior.
Yep, exactly.
이거 어제 짜요.
And we did see Fenrir, so.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Kind of like how
저마마하네.
those cards as
Yeah.
well. Now Pac doing some math, making sure.
근데 확실히 좀 되게 좀 어려운데?
Stage. He just has to get rid of this Typhon.
이게 조금 생각하는 시간이
Activate Turpin's effect.
이게 조금 어렵긴 해.
Because I control Magus with this.
Does Turpin not once per turn?
That's a good question because he did it once this turn.
Should be lethal.
한
I will
가 있기 때문에
Each of the following effects of it once per turn.
Pretty sure he summoned Turpin this turn and then synchroed with it, right?
That's my recollection.
Gearfried, attack over it. Captain rolling for 2,500.
But that's okay. I think he's going to attack over here. He's complete control of the game.
Gearfried does gain 500 attack points for
Ogier
each of
for
its
2,000.
equips, so it is stronger than Typhon.
I'll put you at 26. 19. And then 1,000 for game.
So can he win without Cal Turpin.
야, 배 깔끔하다. 잘하네. 되게 잘한다. 개 깔끔하네 진짜.
Yeah, it's a really strong deck that can build pretty big fields.
되게 좋은데?
Put up a lot of negations as well as you
for here. But these players have made it this far. They're not going to be distracted.
I guess we'll have to see.
담배 한 대만 더 태우고 올게요.
Playing for here. But these players have made it this far. They're not going to be distracted very easily. They're not really worried about being up on stage. I know, especially for Chris, he's been here plenty of times. He's not really worried about it. Just worried about.
Definitely is absolutely any two monsters, well, effect monsters combining to
크리스토퍼 르블랑과 조셉.
get rid of your opponent's threats, but also protect your own cards, making sure they resolve if your opponent tries to negate.
On the deck.
거리와 언체인드. 한 대만 더 태우고.
Does look like we have that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Not sure if you want to stop the tour guide there, Chris, thinking about it.
I mean, realistically, you just can't let tour guide resolve. He does have infinite impermanence. I think he's going to want to hold that in his hand as long as he can if he wants to just have something to interrupt the Caesar. Looks like, okay, Joseph might have the ability to play here. Does he have an Aruha? Oh, he does have Shavara. This is going to be enough to start getting his cards through. Going to be able to destroy the Escape. Escape is going to be able to summon an Unchained monster from the deck now. Ash Blossom already used here. Will Chris want to use the impermanence in his hand on the Yama, or is he just going to conserve it for that Caesar?
Caesar is certainly the bigger threat there, stopping those special summons, but he may not want his opponent to be able to build up a bigger board, so it just kind of is about intuition, right? You've been in this tournament long enough, you played against all these different decks, so you kind of just know it or you don't. So let's see what happens here.
He's going to be able to go after the additional trap cards in his hand, because I know he had another one. And also just, allows his board to be a little bit safer here, because he's going to be able to block something along the lines of impermanence. So you're not likely to use impermanence now, simply because Rakea will interact with that poorly for you. But we did see that Christopher also has a Dark Ruler in his hand, so we didn't even really need to use the impermanence. But I think had he used the impermanence, he would have been able to just prevent some of the follow-up, because if he gets access to Escape again, then you can set up a Rage multiple times with the Yama in the grave. But again, it's something we don't talk about enough when you have the Pearly strategies. You need to keep cards in hand, because it's not free to play every Pearly spell.
No, it definitely comes with that cost. The Pearly Sleepy Memory is great for reimbursing that hand for all those discards, but you still have to have cards to discard. So every time you're using one of those cards from hand, you're actually discounting your own ability to discard for those Pearly Memories.
Joseph taking some time to think about his play. He wants to play around as many interruptions as possible. We see the Rakea on the field giving him some flexibility, but he's choosing to remove it right now. Going to go for the Aruha on the Rakea. Rakea is going to be able to trigger, summon a monster from deck or hand. Yeah, so just confirming that it is Abominable Chamber of the Unchained set. That is going to be able to summon a Unchained monster from the graveyard. But it looks like Sarama is hitting the field here. Sarama, I think, so it has a couple options here. He hasn't used the effect of the chamber yet. Maybe he opts to destroy that so that he can reset the Escape, or he just destroys the Aruha that's already on the field. Because I think at this point you need to get access to Shyama somehow. So you might have to destroy the Aruha.
Well, he's only got one chance here, so he might end up having to push here. Obviously, it's only game one, and best 2 out of 3, but this is one of those moments where you might regret it later if you don't push hard, but you might also find out that you don't need to.
Yep, this makes a lot of sense. Using infinite impermanence here, cutting off access to the Escape, so you don't have infinite resources there, and then also just, not trying to get the Aruha destroyed. Reasonably, you didn't want to deal
나
with
마이크 안 대고 있었구나.
and especially with the Aruha being able to summon the Shyama.
혼자 떠들고 있었네.
Take the full field at that point.
야 혼자만 계속 떠들고 있었겠네 이거.
I mean, you want to at least summon Rage.
사람아의 포용은 좀 날카롭네.
But maybe you go Rage into SP?
Certainly would be good, but he's
Actually, you cannot, because Aruha was using hand, so he is Fiend locked at the moment.
Oh, that is
그럼
correct.
라기아
These
나오고.
remains will become our Unchained Soul of Rage instead.
Not necessarily the ideal board. You don't really need
좀 빌드 많이 세지
on the
약해지긴 했.
time, but if Rage happens to be destroyed by some other means, that could be really useful to be able to summon it back.
Could also use it to link off his opponent's monster, depending on how this Pearly matchup goes. We have seen Pearly stall out before.
I mean, you imagine that something's going to deal with the Rage outright, so it's going to be rare that you get to just use its effect immediately, but that's what the Chamber's for, right? You get to bring it back as soon as something happens that would force you to use a Rage, where like you have the option
My friend.
to use it on some, that's where you want to kind of use it.
Certainly will let you scope that out, but now we're going to activate My Friend Pearly. Joseph considering his face down cards before we even get a chance to pay those 500 life points.
Yeah, I don't know if he has an additional copy of Escape here. That would be really strong. It looks like he might, the way he's considering that other trap card. Yep, it's another copy of Escape.
아 창도 과연 행복이 있냐? 탑비 메모리 없네. 없네. 그러면 조금 많이 빡세다. 그냥 파괴 전개하는 거 얘기하고 있어. 야마 효과로 야마 효과 체인의 라기아 효과 파괴 효과로 사바라 나오고 야마 효과로 라기아 소생. 많이 빡세는데 이거? 3개 남았는데 이거 개파 그냥 개벽.
Taking a moment to think about which monsters we want to
나머지
summon
두 개.
next, or if we want to use the Dark Ruler. Obviously, the Dark Ruler no more will be good, but just like we talked about early, every time you use a card, you have one less card to discard for those memories.
Yeah, Chris definitely sees that line. He knows all cards available right now. Pearly will be able to prevent the Rage from getting maximum value if he's able to put monsters on the field. But I saw his hand. He only has 2, and one of them's Dark Ruler, and I don't think the other one, one of them is a spell, but you have to make a choice here.
Definitely do. The road not taken may lead to victory.
빡센데.
I mean, realistically, you're not going to just activate Dark Ruler and do nothing, right? So you have to activate that pretty memory. Summon another monster here. It won't be able to be
메모리 있나?
pretty good, but you will potentially lose out to an Abominable.
있네.
In a second, there's only 2 moves to make here, heads or tails.
Okay, Chamber's going to be used immediately here to summon out that Rakea.
Yeah,
Just giving some more flexibility in case he doesn't want to have to use a Shavara.
아.
If you're able to actually,
이런 식으로.
I see what he's doing here. He's actually going to
오.
be right now.
야, 아.
Can get maximum value.
Absolutely. If the straight pearly street's no longer on the field, you can
아케아로
turn to their summon, and that would be able to
따라마.
keep those off before any pearly shenanigans happen to
야,
them.
이런 식으로도 하네.
You know Chris only has 2 cards in hand. You know that you're going to be able to get the value here.
따라마 효과.
I think this is an interesting position. He could have chained the Pearly spell in his hand to be able to summon Pearly from the deck. And then the Abominable would be chaining in response to the effect of the Pearly, which means Rage still can't target it. But not that it really matters. I think you're not actually going to care too much if... Because nothing's going to interact with the actual search. And
Treat.
Rage could have still use the Pearly after the fact as soon as Street is destroyed.
Absolutely. Well, Chris has to make this play now.
아, 이거는 게임 갔다 이러면.
Yep, he's going to give up that Dark Lord no more.
Gorgeous copy of it for sure. Let's see what we're summoning is going to be Pearly Lily.
Yep.
미리 효과로
Not really useful to go after that. So this is going to be
아마
really
퓨어리
forcing,
못 넘기 그냥 게임 끝.
the one in the graveyard. I think you're able to add, yeah, you're able to add Pearly to get
일단 이거 퓨어리 넘겨도 끝이겠다. 이거 릴리에다가 라기아 쳐가지고 리틀라이트 나오면 게임 끝이야.
But also you might just do it anyway simply because
없어. 이거 가가 없어.
for the Pearly, the regular Pearly. So because there's nothing you can get off of singular Pearly that can do anything at this point.
Not yet, but at the same time, it's one of those things where we've seen some conservative play from Joseph's side. Chris has just have to play the cards he has, so we're going to take a look at the top 3 from using that Pearly effect, and a total whiff, and that's going to be the concession of
이거
game
넘겼어
1.
졌어.
Joseph able to take it with the Unchained strategy here, going for very important and solid judgment.
So he did switch possibly into those trap cards in a more defensive version of the Pearly deck.
Stand by me. I mean, this seems like a strong hand. He has access to My Friend. He has a couple of options with Pearly as well. I mean, if Pearly hits, we haven't seen Pearly hit very often lately today.
We have it. Poor little cat cannot find what it's looking for.
In fact, we're leading with My Friend, which takes away from the odds of going with Pearly, but I mean, Chris knows his odds pretty well. I think he has a more strict plan as to what he wants with the My Friend Pearly.
Definitely needs to get his game plan going. Just hasn't been able to do it yet so far, but at the beginning of this game, too, getting that My Friend Pearly, allowing him to reveal 3, usually of the same
Sleepy.
Sleepy Memory, and hey, Sleepy Memory.
I mean, there was an option there for going for Delicious, you know, try and make
에피로 게임 스타트.
But if you don't have the spells and traps for it, then you don't really necessarily want to do that.
No, it looks like he wants to go for the extra resources that we see whenever we get Pearl Leap and Sleepy Memory in the standby phase.
He does have access to Solemn
Sorry.
Judgment protected from something along the lines of Book of Moon or Spellbound. And we hit, we got a Happy Memory here, which is actually incredibly strong against Unchained. Well, I mean, it has a lot of uses against most decks, but against Unchained specifically, it's better to just keep it set because you can protect any card from being destroyed because you can use it as an interruption to protect those additional trap cards or whatever. So they
굉장히 퓨어리가 쓰는 행복 메모리가 언체인 상대로 강하다라는 해설이네요.
The card you have that's just supposed to help your strategy is actually the counter to the deck you're playing, especially when you're this late in the tournament.
I've heard a lot of players say.
그래서 쓰기에 좀 부담스럽긴 해. 이게 행복 메모리가 견제용으로 쓸 수 있으니까. 그래서 행복 메모리를 쉽게 그 부활을 위한 쓰기가 조금 힘든 면이 있긴 해. 이런 것 때문에. 그래서 나 에누아르. 부활을 한 다음에 이거 이 튀기가 싫은데. 메모리가 더 없나 보다.
Going to be able to set that per leap.
So now it's 3 materials, counting up to 5.
Always right there on top.
말고.
Certainly he's fine.
I think he's considering he's going to discard the Pearly here to special summon. Yeah, the Happy targeted the My Friend Pearly, just confirming as well. So My Friend Pearly cannot be destroyed this turn.
마이 프렌드의 파괴 방지 하나 바로.
Going to be able to use its effect. Add another card here. It's going to add Stray Pearly Street.
And knowing that we have Pearl Leap, that straight Pearly Street is really going to help because next turn, no targeting on that monster.
Yeah, this is a very strong opening here. Near ideal, I'd say.
스타고 엔드 페이지. 스트리트에서 필리피 사드로. 좀 역하긴 하네. 근데.
Small protection of just having Pearly on the field means Herald of the Abyss makes you choose that monster with that type and attribute. You can just send the Pearly instead.
No, absolutely a heads-up play there because Herald of the Abyss, it's really designed to make your opponent go ahead and send the card to the graveyard. So, you know, Pearly Noir might be unaffected by activated effects, but it's not unaffected by your opponent being made to send it to the graveyard. But since, again, just like you said, you got that Pearly Noir, you can go ahead and protect it. Speaking of Pearly cards, looks like we are going to go ahead and use the Pearl Leap. We drew 2, and now we're about to draw 2 again.
Yep, every single copy of Sleepy is once per turn. And now, since you summoned a new monster on top of it, you can use them again. So that is 4 activations of
나 사드로.
4 cards drawn. And there was at least 1 Nibiru drawn. So Nibiru and Atom sitting in Christopher's hand.
It's a very strong position, having put 5 very powerful cards on the field. Good situational awareness and still having 5 cards in the hand.
All right, we're going to start off with Dark Contract from the gates here. Not necessarily anything that Christopher has to be worried about.
지불이 아니구나. 저는 마이 프렌드고 말처럼 지불 안 하지 아직. 너무 자연스럽게 500GB라고 해버렸네. 100GB리.
It has so much defense when I see Happy Memory. I don't think I remember that off the top of my head. But luckily, we've got the Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron app to be able to check that at our leisure.
I want to say
하구왕.
2800 so, without Delicious Memory anywhere near it, so it doesn't gain any stats. So
You would be correct.
1100
2800 it is.
Yeah, 1128. Okay. So I believe it's only 2 copies of Sleepy as well as a Happy under it. So
까지는 오케이 할
it's not going to be
맞긴 하죠.
massive here. You could just attempt to attack over it with the Deus Ex, or sorry, the Machina X. But that'll just force the Noir to just go ahead and send it back to the bottom of the deck.
스마키나는
Destroyed by
빡세지.
battle. Have to get its material sometime later.
뭐라부터 치나?
Chris maybe
뭐라부터 칠만한데?
the Millennium Eye that he has
깨면서.
tattooed onto him, thinking that he might know what is going to happen next.
Yep, so he's going to have to be really mindful about what he detaches here. Detaches the
아까
Happy
본
Noir,
아,
which puts an
세트가
under
신심이었던 것
five material, so it
같은데.
looks like there is not a copy of enemy controller to try and take the
네,
Noir, but
막-
it wouldn't work anyway because there is a straight release feat and it was special summoned this turn, so it can't be targeted actually.
그러면 이제 다음 턴에 리리로
Definitely get to
쳐서
activate these materials and not worry too hard.
내면 이제 거기 게임 계속 가능하니까.
So even though it can now be affected by card effects, it is still going to be protected from targeting by the straight release feat. A copy of Forbidden Droplet would have gone a long way.
에스카이.
But now we can normal summon Tour Guide.
Considering what we're going to do, Joseph's got 4 cards in hand. Obviously, we did see the Ash Blossom and Nibiru earlier. He may want to hold out and just let the Nibiru happen, but he also could Ash Blossom right here.
Guide
Very
from
strong to
Underworld.
supplement his tracks.
At this point, you probably just want to be aggressive with the. Oh well, you know, never mind. That's aggressive for sure. Using the Solemn Judgment on the Tour Guide.
Wasting that normal summon and preventing anything from being on the field. That's a little bit better than negating the effect because, again, now there's not a monster on the field to destroy.
At this point, I believe what Chris's game plan is he's going to use every interaction he can with Noir to go after whatever he tries to destroy via
상황의 기.
Ruha, Rakea, or whatever.
알아.
You're just going to use a prison on the Ash on the prison here.
And that is all she wrote.
이건 애초에 사도로 빨고 신심 까는 거는 솔직히 이기 힘들어가지고.
Hit the set. But it looks like for some reason from Christopher. I imagine not so, but you never know.
Certainly would be interesting.
Yeah, Troll and Lockbird for some reason.
Christopher's hand yet, so we don't know if he's.
But you never know.
아루하.
Interesting.
It's going to be escape, so we have access to escape. Be able to summon Sharvara from the deck.
잠깐만.
All of a sudden, we have very quickly gotten to 2 level 6 monsters.
This line of play plays very or tries to keep you as much advantage as soon as you can. You're putting the Shyama in the graveyard to fulfill more special summon ability, while also putting Sharvara in the graveyard.
알아.
You can immediately set another of those unchained spell traps. So now you'll have access to Chamber as well, and of course Yama is going to be able to get you anything else you want.
Now, this could be a turn where Nibiru might be really important.
Yeah, but this is the line that allows you to protect yourself
방금
from
깔-
the most. So likely the Yama
아마로
is
가져온-
going to add Sarama to your hand, so you can normal summon it because you did start without having to do any of those normal summons.
샤바라 그냥 되게
Sharvara, which means you probably
회수가 아니라 샤바라 썼지.
Makes sense if you're not going for that one of in the deck. Gonna go and present. Let's go ahead and get a little cut here. Find out what's going on next. Very deliberate, intentional play from Joseph here, just making sure that he's making every correct decision he can.
Okay, no, he's going for Shyama here. Just immediately trying to special summon himself, going to be able to
다시
summon
샤마
another
나오고.
monster from the deck with the effect of Chamber. There's going to be another
알아.
Sharvara.
자 여기서 이제
Might intersect into our High Wave King Caesar. And there we go, we're opening up the overlay network.
Yeah, Chris didn't seem to have any kind of response here, so there is a Caesar in defense. Trying to play around maybe a Lightning Storm or so.
Possibly. Just don't want to take that chance again. Every moment's important.
오 씨발 잠시만.
Wanted to conserve the normal summon for 12.
싸발.
This is really interesting. Does he play Sangan?
Taking a roundabout look here, I don't see a Sangan.
Interesting. So not going to be doing any of those fancy plays right now.
원테스가
I wonder what he's trying to go for. He's going to try to summon. Yeah, so he's going to summon a Rakea. He can use Sharvara in his hand to destroy the Rakea and try to end on a much stronger field. Is he going for double Caesar? He might be going for double Caesar.
It would be very powerful. Obviously, you can use that effect multiple times per turn. And having 2 sets of them, that might be an incredible way to keep those Pearlies from ever doing what they're supposed to.
아케아요.
Just taking a little look at the graveyard here.
아 더블
There it is. He's going to be able to finally.
아
summon
진짜
Sarama. Sarama can likely
지금
go
지금 졸금 3개요.
and reset chamber. Does he target the chamber here?
아 더블 시전 하나?
Masterclass of Unchained play. Everything getting to resolve, everything getting to go off. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Christopher has anything in his hand that would stop this prematurely.
No, he's going after escape here.
또 깐 다음에 라기아 깨고 이 샤바라 들고
Another Sharvara. Okay.
리나 하나?
Just gonna naturally.
아 두 개째 라기아.
It's like a roundabout way of going through this.
아
This is
씨발.
finally going through so much.
개지랄 시작했네. 아.
Looks like we're about to see 6 more.
Now you're looking for that non-engine at this point, right? Or you probably would take another copy of Chamber. Chris looks
I'm not really sure what that means. Well, it looks like we got infinite impermanence, another infinite impermanence, 2 copies of Dark Contract with the gate, a droll.
Ah.
You're taking the mistaken
Ah.
arrest. You're taking the mistaken arrest.
Ah.
The mistaken arrest is huge.
Ah.
Nice to be able to play tour guide and mistaken arrest at the same time.
아, 우리가 왜 뭘 넘기는 거야 지금?
Taking a second here to think about it.
아따.
The mistaken arrest is what he's going to take. We talked about it throughout the tournament, but it's similar to a draw and lockboard, but you can draw. And it worked for 2 turns, so it will be stopping Joseph's turn on the following turn as well. Hey, but if you're already set up, that may not be the drawback you think it is. The biggest concern here is that you don't get the value from Caesar if you activate this. Because it's just a monster on the board hanging out with no summons to negate. Well, no. More so not being able to add the Dark Contract because it blocks you as well. But I mean, that was going to happen with Droll anyway. Yeah, Mistaken Arrest is not a card you typically use immediately. You want to wait until it grades up.
같은데 거의.
Christopher, I think, mistaking it for Shared Ride earlier, but no, it's Mistaken Arrest. Sengen is in trouble this time. Considering carefully his options, this is Burley's last hope in the tournament, and also Christopher's. I mean, still also Joseph's. No guarantee that he gets to steal his victory here. He does have that Harpy spell that is there in the corner. He has a lot of powerful spells in his hand. Enemy Controller as well as Dark Star. Did I see Dark Lord more? I don't think I did. Oh, yes, it is. He has a decision here, but it is out the Mistaken Arrest at the very least right now.
메인 돌입.
Steve is going to be able to summon a monster from the deck. Cards and to him. Yep, has to be wary now that he's going to be under that restriction as well going into his next turn. Escape will be able to special summon another monster here. Doesn't stop him. The only thing, maybe just a Naru. So now you're likely going to force
해줘서 아루아 나오.
as well. You kind of have to do it. I mean, there's no other options here because all of those monsters are a threat to those precious Pearlies. Yeah, and you do have straight Pearly Street as well as enemy controller to push through that somewhere up and done. Well, so Christopher Hands aid out all of Joseph's response in some way that benefits him, try to get him to use his cards in the least efficient way possible. Currently, he doesn't even have a way to actually deal with the Caesar. He's going to have to take the Caesar, which is going to force out the Shavara.
No, I said normal.
So again, not even attempting to activate the effect. Christopher very aware of what Mistaken Arrest does. To be fine here, and now was trying to avoid any lightning.
예뻤던.
Chris knows he's in a rush here. Doesn't know out of your Unchained monsters, but it is true that Christopher hasn't really started his turn yet effectively. Really only turning effects off, getting that monster on the board next. Sure, you want to summon back now. And into not Vara.
얘도 깨주네.
I wonder if Joseph's just being a little nervous here. Sees the mistake.
And the Souls.
Trying to get the Rakea from, but he realizes it's in the graveyard.
한국에 언체인드.
Yeah, I'm sure this was not what he intended. I see. So make sure you resolve that Yama here. You will need to summon that. Got to push currently on the. So this turn anyway. Probably going to take the Caesar just to try to minimize value. Oh no, you're going to take the soul here. Anything with. Interesting too because Joseph's hand went right to the Caesar, almost like he was about to pass it over to Christopher, but Christopher did go for the alternative choice.
가지고 리리스에서.
So make sure to resolve a soul here. Down to just the last few cards for Christopher here. Definitely having an hour turn kind of moment considering how many Unchained effects have resolved this turn, which is Christopher's turn. I'm confused why. Yeah, Soul's destroying Soul. Yeah, and that's enough. Joseph takes it. No, Chris knows he has no actual
안 된다.
card. You just wanted to play it out. And Joseph.
에너컨 해도 어차피 에너컨으로 뺏은 거 한국에 언체인드 쏘면서 저거 파 때문에 뮤즈에 있는 야마 효과로 라기아 튀어나오면 체포 말도 안 되게 세더라. 윈체포 맞아가지고 아무것도 안 돼요. 윈체포가 어떤 카드냐면 방금 먼저 이거거든요. 카드 발동 후 다음 다시 턴 종류까지 서로 위의 방법으로 그래서 카드를 패 넣을 아무것도 할 수 없어요. 서로 드루 위의 방법으로 카드를 패 넣을 게임이 끝났다는 네, 그냥 졌다는 뜻이야.
Yeah, both players said that they were here to have fun. They're surprised they made it this far, and now look at them talking to one another. They look like they have.
졸가면서 저거 들고 왔어.
They don't actually look stressed. They don't look nervous.
게임 끝났어.
Awesome to see.
Yeah, I mean this could be the beginning of one of these duelists will be the first ever underway.
언체인드 결승.
I hope you watching at home are also as excited as we are. One of these duelists will be the first ever YCS Richmond champion.
Looks like a strong hand for Jack, but Joe is going first.
Gonna set a card to a spell trap card zone. Use a Ruha to destroy it and special summon a Ruha from the hand. It's gonna be Chamber. Chamber's gonna special summon an Unchained monster from the deck. Now, since this is the finals, they do get a little bit of more time, 65 minutes in the finals, but they're still going to want to keep up that pace of play. So he's going to summon Shayama. Shayama's going to destroy his Aruha, and now Aruha is going to special summon from the deck. Going to be special summoning Shavara here.
Two monsters on the field. He's going to perform a Link summon.
Yep, going to summon Unchained Soul, Lord of Yama, and then the Shavara, since it's into the graveyard, is going to be able to set a trap card. So he's going to be able to add an Unchained monster and set an Unchained trap from the deck.
He goes for escape.
포용을 냅두네. 야마 효과는 그냥
Thinking about what he wants to add.
사라마이 칠라나?
It was an escape. So
Okay.
he said escape of the Unchained to his back row.
That's the escape. Adds Rakea here from the deck to the
해
hand.
들고 왔고.
Off to a solid start here. Just being able to access Unchained Soul, Lord of Yama is huge. He's going to normal.
아키아 나오고 아키아 효과로.
Rakea has a quick effect to destroy one of your own cards.
사라마.
Destroy escape, so he's going to be able to summon
아 사라마 나올 것
monster
같은데.
from the deck. Let's see if he goes for a level 6. Nope, it's going to be Sarama, so he's going to be able to reset that
아마 사라마의 포용 칠라나?
escape. Now he's going to link the 2 away.
레이지. 아기야.
Unchained Soul of Rage is going to be on the field.
아기야.
He's going to use Sarama to set the trap to destroy his Soul of Rage. So he'll be able
아
to
그냥 포용을 하이킹 거구나. 아 그냥 포용을 아싸리 턴 받고
And now he's going to use Shayama to
턴
destroy
시작할 때 하이킹 시전에 칠라는 거.
from the deck.
오케이. 오케이 알겠다.
Back on the field.
Now he has the 2 level 6 fiends that he needs.
We'll see if he exceeds summons.
아야 니비루 의식하네. 그냥 니비루 의식하면서 들어가네 이거.
DDD High Wave King Caesar. This is going to be able to negate an activation of a spell trap or monster effect that special summons a monster. Going to set another card to his back row and pass with the.
아예 니비루 그냥 있다고 상정하고 들어가네.
Jack looks like he has a relatively strong hand, and he draws Tour Guide from the Underworld for his turn.
Yeah, I think the key card we can see in his hand right now is that Infinite Impermanence, which is going to completely cut off the DDD High Wave King Caesar. That's huge.
He activates it right away, and that's exactly what he does.
저의 포용 치면서 턴 시작.
There's still going to be ways for Joseph to interact.
와우 씨발.
Huge here. Just another
씨발.
card to stick onto the field right away.
That's right. Unfortunately, he did have to use the Infinite Impermanence first because you can only activate it from your hand if you control no cards.
So he says it's okay, no response. So now he's going to use Finner's effect to try and add to the hand. Does he have infinite? Yep, there's an infinite impermanence going to cut off.
그래 쳐야지.
About that banishing effect as well.
Not bad, but it is nice that he got one Infinite Impermanence out of the way. However, the Unchained strategy does have a lot of play during the opponent's turn, which Jack may be walking into.
Going to follow up the Castillo Finner with the normal summon of Tour Guide from the Underworld.
He's going to
맞죠,
activate its effect, and we'll see what Joey has.
Does he have? So he's going to use Caesar's effect.
그냥 시어 쓴다.
Shavara. That's going to
샤바라는 써야 되니까
from his deck.
샤바라를 쓰고 싶어가지고 하이킹을 썼.
Infinite impermanence, but you can still pay the cost for the effect there.
Yeah, an important ruling to know, so that you have that ability to set that trap card. If you didn't know you could still activate the effect, you may have. Okay. If you didn't know that you could still activate.
아니 지가 포용 쳐놓고서 결승이라 그런가?
Good play by Joey.
그냥 까먹을 만하다.
And of course, Jack does get the result.
아니
The Tour Guide's effect.
야 네가 포용 쳤잖아.
The effect of the Triple D Wave High King Caesar was negated earlier in the turn by Infinite.
헨리가 3개여가지고 저기는.
Will special summon a Fiendish Rhino Warrior from his deck with that Tour Guide's effect.
Now Shavara is going to
결승이 딸리긴 해.
trap card. I guess he's going to set escape. Oh, so yeah, he didn't reset the escape.
12시에서 알려주네. 막힌 그냥 효과 쓴 거라고.
Oh, with the Samara's effect, he got the chamber.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good play because the Soul of Rage can link with the opponent's monster on your opponent's turn. So
아이시스 결승 얼마
card
돌릴까?
that can interrupt your opponent's field.
100명 되는데.
The Age of Overlord impact is going to come into play for the Unchained strategy. He's going to summon the Soul of Rage, be able to link away with the monster special summon from the opponent. He's going to go after Fenrir, it seems, but Jack does have the Shavara in hand, but he's going to let it resolve and link away the Fenrir for SP Little Knight. Since
라이트
he's
효과.
going to be able to banish the Fiendish Rhino Warrior as well. But
그래서 샤바라가 사바를 치기가 좀
Yeah, I think this is where you would probably
샤바라 치기가 좀 힘들.
destroy the Fiendish Rhino Warrior and be able to.
여기서 체인 샤바라 하면 게임 날아갈 수 있어가지고 그냥 마리우스요? 나중에 봐야겠다.
Okay, he allows the Fiendish
아
Rhino Warrior
이거는
to be banished.
까야 돼. 어쩔 수 없어 이거.
Oh, he'd prefer to
근데 이거 샤바라로 깨면 사이트로 샤바라로 찍은 좌표에다가 리틀레트 효과 박아가지고 샤바라 못 나오면 그런 게임도 다 수 없어 이거. 가야 돼. 반갑습니다.
There's the destruction of the escape. Yeah, that's probably a better use of the card than getting access to it.
반갑습니다. 체인 샤바라면요?
Shavara is going to destroy the escape to special summon another Unchained monster from the deck. Little Knight's going to activate to target itself and Shavara, banishing them both until the end phase. So you see why SPL Knight is so good in this deck. It ended up being 3 cards that could take care of with the Soul of Rage, the SPL Knight Banish on summon, and the SPL Knight Banish to interact. 3 layers of interruption just with that one chamber that was set. Very solid player.
리틀라이트 진짜 세긴 하다.
Strong, but we'll see what Jack special summons from his deck and how he's
말이
able
안
to
된다.
use that monster.
Yeah, but it's really key for this turn was that infinite impermanence being in the
카바라
open.
다시 나오고.
Being able to use it on that DDD. Highway King Caesar really helped him clear the way. And having Fenrir.
이거 밀 수 있으려나 이러면? 이게 못 밀 것 같은데 다.
Now he has another Shabara on the field.
그러면 다 밀기가 힘들어. 이게 다 밀기도 힘들 것 같아.
Joey might be considering. Oh, he has Shavar in his hand himself, so he's going to be able to destroy. This is really huge because he's also going to have the Yama
하이킹 시죠?
as well. So he's going to destroy his Caesar.
그러면
Shavara
효과로 계약수 들고 오나?
will be able to banish since he destroyed one of his own cards to special summon an Unchained monster from the graveyard, but he also can destroy one of his own cards as well.
And he does have
이러면
has a an unchained trap card face down, right?
이제
Okay, and then since the
킹시 효과로 지옥문의 계약수 들고
add the dark contract to the hand,
야마 효과로 라키아 살려가지고 라키아 깨고
and now Rakea is going to special summon from the deck.
이러면
Was destroyed. He's going to go for abominable.
한국의 언체인드 소울 나왔어. 야 졸라 깔끔하네. 그냥 야
He's going to discard that
K가 그냥
contract he just added to his hand to go after the
헷갈싸마다.
just Shavar on the field.
끄덕이 없네 그냥.
Excellent play here from Joey, showing why this deck is so strong.
야, 하이킹에 포용을 쳐도 방해가 너무 많다.
But there's so many points of interaction with those minimal amount of cards with the proper setup.
Right. The deck can do a lot during the opponent's turn just with the cards in the hand. Using cards in the hand.
야 하이킹에 포용 친 건데 이 방이 정도 나오는 거니까.
Indeed it does, and now Jack is on his back foot here.
I'm not sure what's in his hand, but on the field he just has the one Shavara.
Yeah, but it's just a tour guide, and he's going to concede, knowing that he's not going to be able to survive the next turn. So we are one game. And he, Jack is going to be
start things off.
일단은
Special summon that Jashtira Fenrir.
다음 판 도끼맨
I expect he'll be using its effect.
맨 효과.
Jashtira Fenrir. He's going to wait, doesn't want to walk into a Droll and Lockbird or something like that just yet, so he's going to hold off on the adding effects, but he's going to normal summon the tour guide to special summon Fiendish Rhino Warrior from the deck.
Smart move. He could always use the Jashtira Fenrir's effect later in the turn, and adding a Jashtira monster to his hand is not a good point at which your opponent Droll and Lockbirds you because it's not doing anything in your hand.
Yep, and he definitely wants to make sure he can resolve that Unchained Soul Lord of Yama to add
깎이면
the Unchained piece he might need, and so he's going to go Chain Link 1. I'm surprised he went Rhino 1, Chain Link 2 Yama, but he's going to be able to send the Shavar.
언체인드 강세 리뷰요?
Shyam, or sorry, add any Unchained monster from his deck to his hand. Jack thinking about what he wants here.
뒤에 없는 거 졸라 커요.
He did open Shyama though. They always draw Shyama. I don't know how.
야, 뒤에 없는 게 너무 커. 이게 그건데 그건 에오 이전 에오 이전에는 딱히 없어.
Aruha makes sense to add here since Shavar is going to set the Unchained trap card from the deck, and he's going to set Escape. It looks.
그냥 언체인드 많이 큰 거.
Could go after Chamber.
Yeah, if he's planning to destroy it, doesn't particularly.
처음에는 에오 때 솔직히 에오 이전이면 마땅한 덱이 없어.
When they're destroyed.
No, Chamber summons from the hand or graveyard.
그래가지고 약간
When they're destroyed, yeah,
약간
they don't have the activation, so.
Yeah, right, but they have different
제보가 없을 때 태어났을 뿐인 범부 약간 이런.
activations.
예.
He's playing to
범부 덱이 아니었던 것 같아. 이게 지금 에오 나오고 나서도 이 정도인가 보면. 아, 에오가 없을 때 살았던 범부요 약간 그런 거라는데
As you predicted, now he'll use the Fenrir.
범부 덱이 아닌 것 같아.
into his hand, so
Makes a lot of sense.
yeah, if Joey had the Droll and Lockbird, he would have had to use it after Yama's effect resolved to get a monster, and that at least that would have guaranteed Jack that one Unchained monster.
Definitely.
사실 누가 아무리 봐도 G가 좀 큰 것 같아. 이게 체인드가 G만 없으면 꽤 이것저것 끔찍하게
But still smart to, you know.
의욕이 안 맞고 니비루 들을 게 아프지만 케어법
So he's going to destroy the chamber to special summon Aruha from the hand.
전체요?
Now
지금 나오고 있는 얘가 화염.
Chamber's going to summon.
빨간 애들이 화염이고 파란 애들이 물이에요. 아루아랑 파라가 아키아랑 야마가
Jack sounds like he might be new to the
무섭성.
Unchained deck. He's never thought he'd make the finals with an Unchained deck.
딱히 막 얘네들 속성빨을 받는 느낌은 없어.
Try out a bunch of new strategies in Yu-Gi-Oh! 'Cause you don't
리뷰로요?
find something that you didn't
리뷰를 어떤 식으로 하냐면요. 하이킹 시절을 피해를 그러니까 처먹기 전에 하이킹 시절을 먼저 커버 가능해요.
perfect deck.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's what I love about Yu-Gi-Oh! There's so many options, so many different play styles that you can pick with your deck. And like,
키는 아직까지는 봤는데 쓸 있을라나 구이?
They have a different field if it's different people. Like
근데 걔네 약간
Nibiru, the primal being.
아 이제 니비로 맞았네 근데.
This is the perfect time to drop it. Also,
근데 이거 좀 많이 세게 맞았는데.
Sarama can
많이
set
센 타임에
the
맞았다.
graveyard. He doesn't have Rakea.
Jack's thinking.
He does. Oh, what is he gonna do?
He needs something.
I think he has his Shavara in hand. He didn't use the Shavara yet, right? He could change Shavara, yeah, and destroy one of his Unchained monsters, so he'll still get a special summon from his deck.
Yeah, because what will happen is the monster will get destroyed, Nibiru will clear the field, and then in a separate chain, the monster destroyed by Shavara effect will activate.
지금 딱 볼 수 있겠다. 니비로 맞으면 어떻게 돼?
Nibiru, the primal being coming down here from
But that
Joey
is,
in the
that is
finals.
still brutal.
Oh, it is.
And then 24, 39, 49, 44 attacks.
6,900 attack, 4,400 defense. That's a big token.
But does it matter? Nibiru is brutal against the Unchained strategy.
So on resolution, he's going to do Sarama here to special summon from the deck, or just Sarama summon from the grave. I think they all summon from the deck.
Chainlink 2 Sarama, or Chainlink 1 Sarama summons from deck, Chainlink 2 Yama because.
Yep. So he's going to summon from the deck, and the Yama's going to banish his summon from the graveyard.
이게 야마 효과?
Oh, but it didn't see the destruction. Yeah, it wasn't in the graveyard when the card destroyed, so you can't do Yami. I was a little weird. I was confused a little bit about that. I thought he only had the one effect he could activate. So yeah, definitely not able to do that. It was still on the field when the card got destroyed, so it wasn't in the graveyard to see the card destroyed. Makes a lot of sense. And now
야마 효과가 아마 안
Unchained monster from the deck. Looks like he's looking at Rikeya. And with the Shyama,
맞아 안 터져
adds salt to the wound.
안 터져 왜냐면 야마가 에 있을 때 파괴 효과 발생했기 때문에 야마 효과는 안 터져. 야마 안 터져.
Oh, but this is the way to get it into the graveyard.
Yeah, this will
이러면
discard a card.
또
He's gonna get Abominable Unchained.
꽤 크긴 한데
Soul.
No, he's not getting a slow play warning. He's getting this a warning for trying to the illegal activation of Yama. Joey, so he can get rid of that Shyama.
오 근데
Here from Jack.
오늘 코스타 시험한데? 이러면 커버된다.
Joey giving a little bit of last thing that he drew the Shyama. Kind of a thing between Unchained duelists. You're like, oh yeah, I always draw it as well.
Unchained comedy.
한강의 소울 효과로 스스로 던진 게
His own token.
시험하네.
Oh, interesting. Why they need to get it off his field?
Because he needs to trigger that Yama from the graveyard.
Destroy his
Makes a lot
own
of
card. That does make sense because he couldn't use the Yama before. This is the way to do it. All the Unchained cards.
Aruha's gonna be back from the.
이러면 아루아 나오고 이러면 됐다.
So now he's gonna be able to use the Shyama effect to summon back from the graveyard, destroying Aruha.
아루아 깨고 나와서 아루아 효과로
Definitely able to play through it with the Unchained.
Monster from the deck.
아루아 효과.
Looks like he's gonna summon Rikeya.
Rikeya?
Next. Yep, since he summoned the show to or go Yama wasn't able to reset the trap card, which is huge in this matchup.
여기 하나 올라나?
A lot of matchups.
Yeah, having that extra trap on.
그래도 타격 크다.
He's going for Muckraker.
Muckraker, that makes a lot of sense. He's Fiend Block already anyway. So he'll use Muckraker's effect to discard that Fenrir.
Alright, that'll let him special summon a Fiend from his graveyard.
Now he's just left
대상신이 먼저 깨네. 뭐
in his hand.
이거
But he's gonna get that Sarama.
Another opportunity to set that crucial trap card.
Chamber. I think you destroy the Muckraker here. It doesn't really matter. As long as you link into Soul Rage, you can go into
약간
destroy Rikeya. Oh yeah, he's Rikeya's effect to summon still.
Yeah,
He
why
didn't use
not?
that earlier, right?
그러면 화원령 나오나?
I don't think he used Rikeya's effect.
So now he might go for the Shyama just to get it back into the graveyard.
He's just going through all the monsters in his deck.
It's been a really good turn here for Jack despite the Nibiru coming down.
화원령 없나 보다.
Some
되게.
impressive play through that Nibiru.
이게 화원령 없나 본데.
Nibiru finishes off a lot of Unchained duelists then and there, but Jack made it through.
Can't link with the Muckraker.
Cannot
Cannot be used as link material. The link, yeah.
turn. It's
Joey knows. Yep. Don't want to overlook that line of the card.
Joey probably uses the card too, which could be why he knows.
He still has the two fiends, so he's not out of it just yet. He can still go into Soul of Rage.
그거다. 상대 이잭 친구 형
He has the
없나 보다.
he might go into no, yeah.
화원령 너무 체포감이긴 해.
Yeah, the Muckraker at least got him to the Sarama, but now he just has Soul of Rage and Chamber plus with one card in hand, which we know is a defensive option.
He is not thrilled with the way his turn turned out. And I think he thought he'd be able to do a little bit more because I don't think he realized he couldn't use the Muckraker.
Yeah, I think he was trying to do. If he didn't go into that Muckraker and did go into Yama.
Yeah. Joey has a full hand on spot after he got hit by Nibiru.
네, 형이
But he mostly fought out of it, but now Joey has a
대상이
full
엄청
hand.
크긴 해
He
지금.
summons Tor Guide
이
from the
필드가.
Underworld.
That is not the card
Not
Jack
what
wants to
Jack
see.
wants to see. For
대상이 굉장히 커가지고 아내가 될려나 모르겠다.
Cards in the Unchained. Only one card left. I'm surprised. I mean, we summon Rakea. He could save it for Yama potentially.
I am surprised. You're right. I'm kind of surprised. He didn't
아키야.
use the tour guide.
Just a hope.
Yeah, at this point, when you're this far behind,
아키아를 해버리네.
Ash and hope.
He can use the Soul of Rage here with the Rakea to link into SP Little Knight and try and banish the.
우라라긴 한데.
That would be similar. Yeah, it would get it off the field.
근데 문제 우라라 지금 문제가 있어. 제 딴게 그거잖아. 챔버 쌍극이잖아. 우라라 던지면 쌍극
He can make the Little Knight then.
돼가지고
That makes sense because he doesn't want him to attack over.
파괴 현재 없어지거든.
He still wants the second interruption of Little Knight.
되게 곤란한 상태야.
After the banish, it'll still have that quick effect. So he's gonna banish Rakea.
라이트 효과.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But if he has Shavar in his hand, it would be
If
devastating.
he has Shavar, it's probably over. But he doesn't, so it's just banished, and Joey just has the tour guide on his field right now.
샤바라 없으면 끝이긴 해. 샤바라 없으면 이거. 샤바라나.
Ooh, triple tactics to Russ.
이건 막아야지. 씨발. 이거는 뭐 쌍극이고 지랄이고 무조건 막아야지. 3호는 씨발 막아야지. 씨발. 트러스트는 씨발 막아야지 저건. 저거 막아야지 씨발. 저거는 막아야지.
He still has to worry about the SP Little Knight, other effect to banish one of his cards.
상황이게 나왔네.
Yeah, it's a shame he didn't prison, including the Ash Blossom. He had not yet.
아루하.
Very true. And since he grabbed a Ruha here, it makes me think he might have an Unchained Trap. Oh, he's gonna scale. He just drew the DDD Vice King Requiem. It's not a card you want to field. Making
Said Billy.
through that Nibiru tour guide.
That's nice. It protects the Muckraker and allows it to come back later.
아루하.
Ruha touches down. What is the last card in
이거 니틀레스 짰을 것 같은데 이거 막 크래커 반복돼가지고.
So you can attack into the SP Little Knight with the Ruha.
이거 리틀라이트.
Now he's gonna be able to use the Ruha's effect. The Graveyard since it was destroyed to special summon an Unchained monster from his deck.
이거 디스크스파이라 리틀라이트 잭.
Couldn't have run his monster in and destroyed it to get its effect. Since Muckraker is weaker.
The battle phase in this deck is crazy. Specifically the damage step goes nuts. Yeah, I gotcha.
근데 아까 엄청 큰 문제 없어.
What does he have for?
Yeah, he's going to need something. But he's just a top deck away from turning it around.
Unchained players love to draw tour guide when they're out of cards. So he's gonna go for Abominable.
근데 이래도 힘들다.
That last card out of his hand to go after the face down. Still in the damage step.
잠시만.
Shyama. Okay. They both drew Shyama's game. I told you. I don't know what it is about Unchained.
뭐라고,
players.
씨발?
Also was saying it. If you play Unchained, you're guaranteed to draw Shyama.
이게 안 된다. 안돼 이거.
One in your deck. It's just how it goes. But they both know how to get it out of their hands with that Abominable Unchained.
Oh, wait, this isn't damage step, right?
Yep, it's damage step.
이래도 안 될 것
You
같아.
can't use the trap. I'm assuming
피하마도 안 될 것 같은데.
trap that's gonna-
Think of trigger.
He's on the side.
Let's not forget Diamond.
Yep, and he is going to use the chain.
There it is.
Going to attack over SP Little Knight for 1,400 points of damage. Now what's next?
머크래커가 살아 있는 게 좀 크지.
Just get a quick cut just to make sure it's nice.
안 된다.
randomized. Yep, and that's it. Just the Abominable on
That's
the
it.
field. SP Little Knight's going to resolve, bringing back Muckraker and Tour Guide.
Yeah.
So things are
안
looking
된다.
good here for
아
Jim.
이거.
I agree. It's certainly looking that way. I think
갔다
he's
갔어.
the upper hand at the moment.
I'll start off by
From the
So going for the Sarama. He has a lot of options in that graveyard to choose from. So going for the Sarama, it looks like.
Rama's probably the best choice here. Yeah, he's going to be able to clean this game up pretty easily.
I think so. He looked like the underdog for a while there.
I'll go
Around and new decks that rose both these Unchained monster from his deck. He's going to special summon a Ruha, it looks like.
Ruha it is.
I'm gonna check real quick while I'm here to see if there are two. Want to be sure before I. There you go, my left in there.
Still has one more copy of Ruha in his deck, but he's running out of Unchained monsters in his deck.
I'm worried now.
He is. His graveyard is full of them.
He still has Unchained Soul Lord of Yama he can use. If he uses a Link Summon,
It's not
he,
sure just link summon now, so I
Yep.
can't link with it.
yep, he can link with the Muckraker now. Now he's good to go. Want to make sure you don't want to pick up a penalty for the same error and risk getting an upgrade.
Absolutely not. That's back use that mucker.
Running the tour guide can be huge minutes into the match, but there's still 32 minutes to go thanks to the extra time, but you still have to keep up that pace. And now he's going to link away the Muckraker and one of the Fiend monsters for Anguish. And Anguish
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you received the link with it? No.
gets the slow play.
There's nothing.
Abomination.
That's
Yep.
what I'm thinking. Unchained Abomination. There it is. The Link 4. Right, destroyed.
During your
still have an Aruha?
Yep, he does have the
깨고.
I checked it earlier, so he's gonna be able to use Sarama's effect to special summon from the card is destroyed. He gets to destroy a card as you mentioned. Is there a time it doesn't destroy a card? Not really. And so now he's gonna
Good game too.
Joey is gonna lose
9,000.
game 2, and Jack is gonna even out the series, and we are going to the last game. Back a monster from the graveyard. It can also.
And in retrospect, Jack played perfectly.
오케이.
Yeah, Jack played perfectly into everything that we had and beat him.
Indeed he did, but let's go ahead and these players is gonna walk away with the trophy, the ultra
피드브루 따라 니비루.
card, and so much
예? 혼용 개시 포감 카드 잡혔네요. 그다음에
more.
Ooh, Jack has
따라
a
드루이드.
and an Ash Blossom in hand.
In the Bestial Druisworm, that's one of the cards I was talking about in the side deck.
Going second. This is a great hand.
아 7만.
Yeah, Bestial Druisworm is really good against the strategy because not only are you going to cut them off from special summoning back a monster from the graveyard, it can also, if they link it away, you can send something.
따라
away
니비루
from the
니비루
graveyard.
드리드브루이면
Immediately be used on the escape, trying to special from the deck, and now triple tactics.
Trust.
He doesn't have any monsters on the field, so he can just set a normal spell or trap from his deck.
Let's see the best card he can take.
Can't
그러네요.
use it this turn, but he can get
Trust.
something like infinite impermanence potentially.
That's typically what you see players. He sets another. He sets another escape.
창도? 아 전개 안 되는구나.
And that's just it. Just
That's
the two.
it.
What did he set off the thrust? I think it was an infinite impermanence.
No, he said an escape.
Oh, he said an escape,
untamed,
he said
and
an
then a
escape.
back row that we don't know.
Which is probably.
The good thing about Joey's limited hand.
예,
is
그게 있어요.
he did not
아,
play
호를
Nibiru that
것도
Jack
있어요.
played. So this the
아 언체인드가 3으로 쓰기 너무 좋은 데인 것도 좀.
Joey's hand may play to his favor.
All right, Abomination's Prison is going to add
상황의 개.
a Ruha.
아루. 까바루아.
This is Jack's moment here. Not the strongest openings from Joey. He has to capitalize on this right now. So he's going to set a trap.
상극 세트 아루.
Joey has no response.
Is
Chamber is going to be destroyed. Chamber's going to summon from the deck.
And the one that set off the rest was which one? That one.
Jack confirming which of the set
방금-
cards is the escape that was set off of the Triple Tactics thrust.
나 이거 이거 샤바라 못 내겠는데? 이거 샤바라 못 내 지금.
Now he's looking to summon.
창도
He needs to be
때문에.
careful and keep his pace of play up because he did
파라는
he
내면
was slow play one
파라
of the
되면
previous
딸려가지고
games.
전개 안 되거든.
Are 40 minutes into this match.
He needs to
지금
decide what he wants to summon. with-
샤바라는 내면 안 돼. 다른 건 다 내도 괜찮아.
Pretty good, but here comes the
샤바라
Shavar.
내도 괜찮.
Is there going to be anything from Joey?
샤바라
here?
너 괜찮은지. 아 그냥 통과시키네.
Right, Jack combines the two monsters.
아 그냥 통과시켜 버리네.
We're going for
위험하다 이거지.
Yama.
해버리는구나.
Yama's effects activate.
아마
Does he have, yeah, I figured he has
아마
enough
F요.
impermanence if he didn't set it off the thrust, so he's going to try and stop him from adding.
아 이래서
monsters
냈던.
to the hand,
아
but he's still going to get the trap card. But that's
이래서
Yes,
냈던.
Shavar's effect will still set a trap from the deck.
both players trying to stop their opponent from really getting their engines online.
파괴.
You have one in hand? I do have one in hand. And is Blue Dog in your grave? Blue Dog is not. Okay.
There's no monsters in the grave. He was checking for Shayama. Thinking about what trap he wants to hear. He's going to set Chamber. Thanks to Shavar since it was sent to the graveyard for that link summon.
알았나? 상극.
He has the Unchained Soul of Disaster, which is not a card you want in your hand either.
No. That is a card you'd never want to.
아 이러면 그거다. 이거 아마 공격
And I think Jack ended his turn there.
I don't think he said.
아루아에서 초독가 된다.
Anybody use Chamber effect to pop this turn? Correct.
So Joey's
야, 얘 그냥 냅둔 이유가 확실히.
and that's what he'll do. I think now's the best time to cut it
Yep,
off.
because
assume
he
that
already
was
used the
end phase.
Chamber. Yeah, that's definitely.
아,
Man, if he set the escape, this wouldn't. It wouldn't have been really helpful. It's kind of.
아, 얘
I don't know if escape.
12시 좀 치는데 이게.
Now he's going to summon the Sarama from his deck since he destroyed.
야, 12시 친다 좀.
And this is the end phase. He did try and pass.
12시가 우승한 할것 같은데 이거.
Stand by me.
Jack does.
아, 12시가 우승이었을 텐데.
Pick up for Joey and he starts summoning a bunch.
잘
of
친다.
Effect targeting.
Jack might have the answer to it.
So he's going to use Sarama to set escape, then immediately destroy the escape so he can special summon an Unchained monster from his deck. Jerusalem could be really key. too.
친다 확실히.
Jack even.
That's true.
Yeah, two of those three cards in his hand are extremely good.
I think this is a
네,
tough
조스텝이 형.
battle for Joey, but I also don't know his hand.
형이 잘해.
This is the final duel of the tournament. Only one of these players will be crowned a YCS champion. And
그러면
he's
시야마
gonna
나오고.
Shayama from the deck.
And we also don't know if Joey will actually play into that Nibiru. If he never does, he might actually just have the upper
야
hand.
개꿀밖에 잘하네 게임.
Trying to
밖에
decide if
잘한다.
Try and clear the Yama off the board or just attack over it.
I will set it back.
Set the card face down. Now he's going to use the Shyama effect to destroy his own card to destroy one of his opponent cards if he chooses. It destroys one of your cards, and then you can destroy an opponent's monster. So he's not going to destroy. He's just going to destroy his own card and destroy the chamber. So he'll be able to summon a monster from his deck, an unchained monster.
That's his second summon for those counting.
쌍극 효. 아키야?
We'll get Rakia.
So he has already summoned 3 times. 1, 2.
That's his second summon.
Second?
Yeah, this.
Yep, only 2. Yep, Shama's during his turn. So he's going to go to battle phase. They both get destroyed. Rakia is going to attack directly for 1500.
진짜 지독하게 한다 게임.
Also attack directly for 1500.
Alright, Jack drops.
되게 지독하게 하네 게임.
Yep. He's going to be down to 5,000.
이미 그 시야마 나온 시점에서 니비루
So now you can use Rakia.
필드 위에 시야마 깐 시점에서 이미 니비루 켜.
So now Sarama's going to special summon from the deck. So this will be summon number 4.
여기서 1500 까고
3, right?
1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3.
아케오.
He's going to get Abominable, discard to destroy Rakia.
야 킬. 킬이다.
If he gets,
1500 한 다음에
if you have another 3,000.
헤드 소울킹 해가지고 천하면 여기서
2,000. He just needs 2,000.
하바라 나오면 킬. 킬각이야 이거.
He has the Jerusalem. It's not over.
야.
Forgot about the Gerudo Swarm.
이거 드루브름 나가야 돼. 이거 드루이드브름 강제야 이거.
Joey knows he was moments away from winning.
드루이드브름 출동.
Man, I almost had it.
I had 4 summons in the battle phase.
존나
not enough
멋있어.
to win. And Druid
야
Swarm
진짜 그냥 이런 게임으로 야스하는데.
The blue hog wasn't summoned off of his own effect, right? No, it was summoned.
진짜 그냥 개멋있게 하네 게임. 드루이드브름 나가야 돼. 아니 이거 그냥 드루이드브름을 상대 소비시킨 거야 이거.
summon monsters to the grave.
이거 언테인드는 이 문부에서 딱히 무리한 부분이 없어.
It's one of my favorite cards this
그냥
cycle.
드루이드브름 뺀 거야.
And now it's here in the finals, potentially being the game.
얘네도 비스테드 맞고 게임을 해봤기 때문에 알아. 그냥 드루이드브름 뺀 거야.
So in the chat, if you were wondering what the two
아 여기
cards
사이드 드루이드브름.
Jerusalem and Fantastical Dragon,
야마 어둠이어가지고.
give yourself a round of applause if you wrote those two cards down.
야마도 그렇고 라기아도 가지고 비스테드가.
Does he decide to
예,
attack
막
the Jerusalem here? I don't think so.
We'll see.
Yeah, he wants to go to main phase 2 so he can link away his Shavara
야마도 안 썼어.
and Abominable
야마 타면
for
돼.
Yama.
That's a 5th summon, so Nibiru is now live.
May I check your graveyard? Yes, of course.
이제야 우수하냐?
15 minutes. Well, I think we might have some time extensions for a slow play warning as well, but we are going the distance here. We are into the extra.
결국에는 내 야마가 드루이드브름이 안 찢어졌기 때문에 안 찢어진 게 아니기 때문에
But we are a few
전
turns
비스테드 되게 약하게 맞.
turns away from crowning a new YCS champion. He's going to set Wailing of the Unchained with Shavara, and then Yama is going to add.
Destroyed summon from deck. Yeah, just make sure I don't play that one clearly. Yeah, you're good.
What is he going to add here?
야마 효과를 가지고 올려나? 팔아 들고 올.
No, he has not used the Ruha's effect.
팔아 들고 올 것 같은데.
Yep. The Ruha's not even touched down on the field yet this turn.
알아?
So he's going to add a Ruha with Yama. He's probably trying to look for maybe a way to get SP Little Knight to banish the Druisworm. So now he's going to use the Shyama in the graveyard to destroy the Wailing. Since Wailing is destroyed, he's going to be able to special summon
너 샤바나 나가면 여기서
on the deck.
써야 돼 이거. 다음 차례
He hasn't normal summoned yet either. Nope. Nope. Yeah, all he did was Sarama, set the traps, use the traps, special summon the Rakia.
Looks like Joey just keeps going. I think it's going to be inevitable that Jack eventually uses Nibiru's effect.
여기서 니비를 쳐야 돼. 이거 강제야 이거. 마지막이야.
He has Nibiru with the Druisworm. Druisworm Nibiru is going to be.
안 치면 하이킹 시저야.
He's going to be able to send all these to the graveyard. He's
여기서 안
also-
치면 시저 맞고 가기 때문에
So he's still gonna have that.
얘가 니비를 칠 수 있는 마지막.
Bottom of the deck.
25 attack, 2k deep. So from
I mean, it doesn't matter. He's going to send the token to the
전
graveyard with the Druisworm.
8,500이.
total should be 85, 6k. Yes.
Okay.
Shama to the bottom.
85, 6k.
If he can still set the trap, he'll be good.
I've already used Shavara.
Yeah, he used Shavara. That's what I thought. Yep, he has no trigger.
일부러
So now he can use Druisworm to destroy or send the token away.
Jack's reading Gerudo Swarm just to make sure.
One. We're in a one-on-one. Yeah.
아루아랑
On the field now.
아루아랑 묘지 야마.
There's a Yama in the graveyard.
끝일 거더
Has
있으면
nothing else. He's gonna have to pass. Can Jack draw a
할
tour
것
guide
같아.
of the underworld?
That would be an incredible top deck.
Bottom of deck. Yeah. Ruha's in. Okay. I'll drop it.
He knows the thorn card is
아.
Ruha.
야 니비를 세게 맞았나 보다.
Unchained Soul Disaster.
그냥 세게 맞았나.
forgot that was the card in his hand, but he has the Yama in his
Right.
graveyard.
네, 말렸다. 아, 근데 샤바라네. 샤.
He's gonna go to the battle phase. Attack for 3,000.
안 된다.
Nibiru.
말렸다.
Drops to 5,000.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
사고다 사고.
So few cards. Yeah, but all he can do is pass with those two monsters in his hand. Now Joey's gonna draw for his turn. He has
이러면
the Yama
갔다.
already.
He adds a second card to his hand.
He has the Yama in the graveyard. He just needs to find
이러면
a way to
끝이다.
destroy some cards.
무조건 움직일 수 있어.
Set a monster, activate a Ruha.
아루하.
He drew a card to destroy. He just needs to draw anything that wasn't a tribute monster.
It's a
And it's
Phoenix
Phoenix
Rhino Warrior.
I will go Chainlink 1.
So he's Chainlink 1. He has Yama in the graveyard. He's
야마
got the
효과.
Phoenix Rhino Warrior effect as well, but the Phoenix Rhino Warrior is huge, and Yama gonna
다음에
back. What is he summoning back?
아주사이.
Yama can also destroy his own Ruha if he wants to exchange that for a different Unchained monster.
Oh, that was a good top deck for Joey.
And all Jack has in his
확실히
hand
리비라
is
무겁긴 하다.
monster.
언체인드가. 안만 의식하려고.
And the Shavara.
Oh yeah, and the Savara.
Does have the Shavaras.
And he's gonna set the chamber. It looks like off the Shavara that he sent with the Phoenix Rhino Warrior.
Yama 2, or Yama 1, Rhino 2, right? So yeah, Yama Dumb Shavara, and then I will go, or Rhino Dumb Shavara, and then and then I'll go special back the.
Yeah, gotta resolve the chain links before you set the trap there for the Shavara. Summon back from the Yama. Looks like he's thinking about oh no, he's gonna get Rakea.
Euro, by the way. It is actually. Sick. Yeah. And then Shavara effect is set.
Shavara's gonna set a chamber.
어.
We're
말고.
moments away from crowning a new YCS champion.
Win a rocker, 2 jailbirds. I'll go Rakea effect to pop.
Rakea's gonna destroy the chamber. Chamber's gonna special summon from the deck. Gonna summon back that
Yama.
Yama that got returned to the bottom of the deck on the previous turn. And now he's going to probably think again for a moment. Quick check of the graveyard from Jack. This game has been back and forth, but now Joey is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, he wants to see if he can close this out, but Jack does have the Shavara in his hand. But Joey.
Or Ruha for probably another copy of Unchained Soul, Lord of Yama.
형제 야마.
Add an Unchained monster from his deck to his hand.
야마 효과로 이제 뮤즈.
He's going to add back the Shavara from his graveyard. You can do graveyard or deck. Very useful here. More reason why this deck plays so well into Droll and Lockbird potentially.
I will go. And Shavara's what got out of back? Sure, I got it in hand. Yep, yeah, that's fine. I will go. Sayama target.
So he's going to use Shayama to destroy his Rakea to summon back to the field, and now Rakea is going to be able to summon another Unchained monster to the field.
Oh, he's building his field.
He already has. This is it. Like he's going to be able to go into Anguish, link away the Nibiru with the Anguish into Unchained Abomination, and then go for game. He's at
Well, Jack
5,000.
changed the Shavara's effect.
Aruha.
The Yama in the grave, right?
Oh, he does have the Yama in the graveyard. I forgot he has his own
yeah,
Yama as
so
well.
so there is a lot that Joey needs to play around. So it's not as straightforward as it looks. Of course, Joey doesn't know that Jack top decked the Shavara. So I think Joey can still close it out, but I can't say that
Maybe
with absolute
SP?
certainty. I mean, he's going to eventually threaten the Nibiru,
Yeah,
forcing.
yep, links it away. Yep.
Okay, so there we go.
Wait, is that 5K?
Yeah, he's going to link it away for the Abomination. The Unchained Abomination is there. Shavar's on the field. That's 5,000
네.
damage. And Joey is going to be
아루바에서
YCS
아루바라이고.
YCS champion. Joey Bellafor.
His first YCS top cut ever, and he's taking home a trophy.
We had over 1,400 duelists, and now we finally have our champion with Unchained here. Our first ever YCS Richmond champion, and he is going to be
Okay.
going to have a good time with his friends tonight. Now he's going to get the
재밌었고요. 오늘 여기까지. 일은 YCSJ 볼게요. 있습니다. 실제. 자, 들어가 볼게요.